if you're online. And remember that we're going to talk a wee bit about CitizenFest, its history, and we're going to be joined by Clive to help us talk a wee bit about that as well in a wee moment. But in the meantime, what we want to do is just remind you that you can check the programme. Online, we'll have some information going along the bottom to make sure that you can see what's on the programme. And the programme is going to be over 3 days. So if you're having a look today and you're thinking, well, I'm busy, make sure you have a look tomorrow. And Saturday is going to be going on into the evening as well, not just during the day. And while there's some serious discussions and topics, there's also what John always calls serious fun as well. So there's lots of music, lots of laughter, hopefully, and over the 3 days. So check out what you would be interested in and what you might want to join us for. And remember, the venue we're at is the Unit, and that's sponsored by Well Fed, and we're in 870 South Street. I'm just checking with John, I've got that right. And it's a really great venue which does great food, and it's open tomorrow. It's open today for CitizenFest, but it's open tomorrow and Saturday as well, and food will be available to be purchased all day. So it's a good place to come get your lunch and join in a bit of the festival, hear some music and hear some serious chat. So that's a wee bit about kind of where we're at.
I think we're going to play the festival song.
Are we not talking to Clive a bit about the festival history?
Well,
no?
Well, I think we should play the festival song.
Let's play the festival song, and we're going to have Clive up while that's playing. We Are One. You would think we'd commissioned this song?
Okay.
All right, okay.
So we'll come back to the festival song.
Yeah, I knew that. He never listens to me.
That's my fault. Clive Layton is going to come and join us on the sofa here. And
right.
This is a festival that started with concerns about social justice and about sort of democracy in our society and about inclusion of people. But from the earliest days, we've had the involvement of yourself, Clive, and the whole kind of artistic and musical community. So do you want to just say a wee bit about how that came about and how you've experienced that over the last 3 years?
Yes, I would love to.
Don't be too honest. Don't be too honest.
It's all about bringing people together rather than taking them apart, isn't it? No, it's great. What I really like is it's Emma Sowens from Unity got hold of me all those years ago and basically pitched it about the collision of charity and commerce, entertainment. Basically, it's We Are One. It's a community all pulling together and sharing that message, whether we do it through dance, whether we do it through music, whether we do it through discussion. The idea is that collectively we'd be stronger. So she gave me a pretty good spiel, and I thought, great, it's worth popping along and having a look, and obviously connecting with you guys and our vast audience here and across the globe. It really has been quite inspirational what we've all managed to achieve. Right in the heart of what we're doing has obviously been the pandemic, which has given us an extra challenge or two. But here we are, and going strong and getting stronger. So, 3 years in the making. This is our first one out of hibernation, and we're getting bigger and better.
Is it worth saying anything about the artists that are performing over this next few days?
Yes, it is. We've got the sensationally sexy Jim King, who's here overviewing all the proceedings. But we have a packed programme tonight, as they say. Rather than me give everything away, it's probably best if you go onto our Facebook page or onto our website and find out the exact running order. Due to 1 or 2 challenges, we've had a hiccup or two.
Already?
That's the only guarantee is surprises.
Yep.
We've got Tom Urie closing the show tonight for us. We were going to have Howlin' Radio, but they've pulled. More details to follow. But as I say, we've got 4 or 5 artists every single day. Far too many to mention. I don't want to miss any of them out. We'll give a special mention for the Clutha Kids, who are appearing with us on Saturday. We work quite closely with the Clutha Trust. So Ashley's got a bunch of kids from there to show what they can do. But yeah, there'll be different people dipping in and out, giving updates, but we've got 18 performances right across the next 3 days.
Brilliant.
So there you go.
And you might also see some performances from people that have been involved in the last 2 years as well, on video, obviously. So look out for them, surprise elements that might help us fill some of those wee gaps that occur when things change, as they already are with the programme.
It's going to be difficult to improve an already incredibly wonderful complimentary programme, but I'm sure with the addition of a little track or two or a performer or two, we're going to make it even better than we anticipate. So, yeah, we've got George Borowski, who's the guy that composed the song independently of us. He's composed a song called We Are One, so that's a natural symbiosis, I think is the phrase they use. And Jessica Lee Morgan, who's a very experienced circuit performer, she's put together a little piece of footage which will be shown later today, talking about mental health challenges as a performer and just as an individual. So she ticks all sorts of boxes, because even though she's been playing for years, she's also worked in the third sector. So
it's worth maybe just saying that the theme over the 3 days is identity. And, you know, obviously, over the 3 days, we kind of recognise that we have a shared identity, and that's kind of the main theme of today. That tomorrow our main theme is still identity, but it's our individuality. And then on Saturday, it's about celebrating our identity. So everything that happens is under that banner of kind of citizenship and making sure that we are comfortable in our own skin, and that we all contribute what's different about ourselves, but also share what's our common, you know, kind of citizenship.
Amen. You've sold it to me.
I know. You've been in so much that it's made such a difference. I think John and I, it's maybe worth saying, when we started on this journey or thinking about having some kind of festival, we'd no sense of what it could turn into. And I think connecting with people like yourself, Clive, has brought a whole different world together with some of the world that we work in, the social care world, and we would never had that opportunity. And at the end of the day, what it's allowed us to do is to just provide, I think, such a vast, what's the word I'm looking for, level of kind of variety, really, to try and share that common humanity that we all have in different ways. And it's just made it's taken it to a completely different place, a completely different level. And it's, you know, so much quality, I think, in what we're going to be doing over the next 3 days, that we're really saying to people, come and get involved. Come down if you can, that'd be amazing. Be great to have an audience, be great for the artists to have an audience. And if you are at home and you're not getting out and about yet, join us online and have a cup of coffee and put your feet up in the garden or whatever it is, and put it on loud and enjoy it.
So we're streaming on the We Are One YouTube channel, and we're streaming also on the We Are One Facebook page. But yeah, if you can be here in person, that would be great. I think we'll maybe have a wee look at the origins of the festival. We've got a few slides lined up that we could cue in. So, as I said earlier, I guess some of the origins of the festival are around the origins of Citizen Network. A few of us were meeting, thinking about issues like inclusion, issues like social justice, and trying to think about how can we develop a more coherent campaign around these issues, both nationally and internationally, that wasn't just to do with individual groups of people, but to do with society as a whole. And Francis and I worked for a long time with a guy called Simon Duffy. And Simon, but I remember meeting in Manchester for some of the original meetings with Simon and Nicola, his wife, and some other folks. And that helped us to bring something together called Citizen Network. The impetus for our very first festival, though, was an international conference that was coming to Glasgow in August of 2019. It's called IACID. It was a big professional congregation of people, mostly psychologists and psychiatrists, And we were keen that we would be able to put on a bit of a fringe event that had a different tone, still looking at issues of importance to people, but also emphasising what we've achieved as separate communities and what we need to achieve in all our diversity. So that was the impetus for it, and that's how the first festival came to be. Here's some of the key people who have been involved over these three of us sitting on the couch here. Clive in a Highland get-up, I think. But Emma Soanes, who will be with us later on, June Dunlop, who's done a lot of the organising for us, Keith Etherington, who's in the room somewhere. Yep, he's wearing his latte t-shirt, late t-shirt, and Norma Curran from Values into Action. So that's been again, it's like you're frightened you've missed somebody out. The core team over the last 3 years has involved this group of people. And these organisations have all contributed in various sorts of ways, whether financially or just in giving time and energy to the festival. So we're grateful for all that kind of coalition of people and organisations that's without whom this would not have been possible.
Yep. And obviously we've been developing the festival, as Clive said, through the pandemic. So how that has happened and the different mediums that we've used has changed over the 3 years. The first year was very much kind of live and based in a venue and based in actually a number of different venues in Glasgow. Second one was completely online, really, because we couldn't go out and do anything. And that's why this time we've had the opportunity to do a mixture. And that's what we're doing in terms of kind of the different mediums that you can join us in. Yeah.
I think that just about nails it.
Yep.
Here's some of you can see here some of the people from Stay Up Late, and Stay Up Late has been a key partner for us in developing the festival. There'll be a big Stay Up Late event on Saturday night to round off the festival, finishing here quite late, about 11 o'clock on Saturday.
We've also got a bit of different stuff on Friday night. If you want to check the programme, you'll see there we've got some comedy in there on Friday night, which is a wee bit different from the rest of the programme. And we've also got some music from DJ Deaf Beats.
DJ Deaf Beats.
Yep.
That's right.
So that again, different type of music, different type of kind of genre, maybe for some people at a bit in the younger age than me, maybe, but I always join in anyway. I love it all. So yeah, make sure that you have a look at the programme for all of that, because it's very varied and it's very wide. So, you know, if you want to look at something specific and just get involved for that, great. If you want to join us for the whole thing, that's even better. So we're going to move on now to talk about Citizen Network. Have we got the song?
We'll just, we've got the song.
Can we do? So this, as Clive said, this song is actually titled "We Are One." Clive, the artist's name?
George Borowski.
I'm glad you said that, George Borowski. And it was a coincidence, and when we seen it, we just thought it was meant to be. And George has been kind enough to allow us to use this song again this year. So we're just going to play that just now. Enjoy it.
Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow. we'll cross the line. By and by, we are one. We are one with the star-filled sky. I am one, you are two. We are here to be and do. A lonely bell will tear the eye. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall. The wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. The moon comes down and lifts the wave, also the way that we behave. Girls will dance, soldiers will cry. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall. The wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Breaking bread, helping hands, an open heart will understand. Keep the faith, so will I. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall. The wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall. The wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks to George Borowski for allowing us to use that again. I think it's a really lovely piece of music which says, shares the message really of we are one, which is brilliant. You'll probably hear that at different times throughout the 3 days. I think we'll just keep playing that. Just now we're going to have a discussion about Citizen Network.
Yep.
So John's going to lead that discussion just now or start that chat.
Yeah, so we're going to welcome to today's discussion Markus Vahala, who's waiting for us in Finland, I think.
Yep. It's maybe just worth saying that.
Here's Marcus coming in
Here we
now.
are. There's
Hello,
Marcus.
everybody. Can you hear
Hi,
me?
Marcus. Hello, hello. So we're going to talk a wee bit, Marcus, just about Citizen Network and what it does, and then if you can just chip into the conversation as we go along here. There's a slide up just now that indicates what Citizen Network is about. It's built around three basic ideas about social equality, about diversity in society, and about the fact that if we come together in community, then we can share and combine the different gifts that we have. So the overriding goal of Citizen Network is citizenship, where everyone is equal in status and participation, strongly linked to ideas about human rights and the ideas that everyone can be an equal citizen. Our purpose then in Citizen Network is to drive towards inclusion, towards justice, towards democracy. And there's quite an emphasis in Citizen Network on local democracy, and obviously, and I guess above all, in the present state of the world, sustainability in terms of how we take care of the planet. So that's Citizen Network in its aims and objectives. And there's a slide there about all the different things that Citizen Network does currently, but it's a wee bit overwhelming. And so if we drop the slides, we can bring Marcus in to tell us a wee bit about his role and to tell us a wee bit about the facts and figures of Citizen Network at the present time. So Marcus, welcome to your third Glasgow-based CitizenFest. You were here in person for the very first one. I remember you standing in Spoon Cafe late at night. So
I'm so glad, and I would like to congratulate all of you of producing a magnificent CitizenFest in Glasgow, in Scotland. And I think that is what Citizen Network is for, bringing in people together, bringing in diversity, bringing communities together, creating a new community. We are one community. And in my mind, what you are doing is what Citizen Network is trying to achieve. And it's a great story in itself. I think you, the people who are arranging CitizenFest, are the people who, through their life, through their artistic expressions, through their work, represent the idea of making each individual important. We all have skills. We all want to have a meaning in life. We want to connect. So,
Marcus, I mentioned earlier that the first meetings that Francis and I went to in Manchester, just a few people sitting around the table. How many members are there of Citizen Network just now, and how many different countries are we talking about?
like you mentioned, there were only few people in the beginning, and now we are over 800 people worldwide, and we have 240 organizations representing Citizen Network. So in couple of years, together we have been able to create a network of a lot of action, like you showed there. We have actions, we have networks, we have events all the time. And one of the things that I learned from traveling to Glasgow was that this CitizenFest makes sense. People want to celebrate life. They want to come together, learn together, create together, and also have, like you mentioned, sustainability. So when we are at our third We Are One CitizenFest, that means that we are building something for the future as well. And I think Citizen Network and our collaboration is a key point in the future.
I think it's also important, Marcus, if you could tell us a wee bit about the range of countries across the world that are actually involved in Citizen Network. And I mean, obviously 100 people is a lot of people, 200 or 240 organisations. But if you tell us a wee bit about the range of countries, I think it'll give people a sense of, you know, how widely held these beliefs are and how wide the work is across the world.
Yes,
did you hear me there, Mark?
Just a moment. I have a great presentation created
All right.
for us. Let's see if I manage to share it with us. So I think Citizen Network and We Are One, we are creating a global identity of people through shared network actions. And on this map, in plain Finnish, actually, now I noticed, it shows that our coverage nowadays in Africa, in India, in Australia, United States, and in Canada. But you can see many places where we would like to reach. So perhaps there are people in the We Are One festival that would like to join Citizen Network, and we have a broader reach.
I don't think that map came up, Marcus. Is it? Did you have a slide with a map?
Yes.
Just
a moment. So
that's it.
So here you can see this is only the organizations. Remember that over 800 people, change makers all over the world, are now linked to Glasgow. So what I'm really glad about the program that you have created, and I think it would be a good blueprint also in other countries where Citizen Network is active. And I'm so happy that you invited me to your festival, so we can reach more people who can't be there in Glasgow. So one day I will travel again, and we will meet in Spoon Cafe and celebrate staying up late all night long.
Sadly, the Spoon Cafe has been a victim of COVID, and it's closed its doors. But
it's moved, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's moved elsewhere. But yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
The picture behind me shows some of the ways that we can collaborate and come together. We can create something together, like today we are creating this program to invite new people to the festival. We can broadcast in our own channels, and we can share content, for example, in Citizen Network TV. Everything that we do have these core values, like you mentioned there in the beginning. We are all belonging, we are all equal, and we are all different. And to that end, we need to communicate. So you have created a venue, an agora of Citizen Network in Glasgow, where people can come and meet each other. And now we can meet each other also digitally. But I'm so happy that we are living the post-COVID era, so we can meet again live. And we need to be prepared for the future, for the changes that will happen. The world is different, so Citizen Network supports that change, where we can learn faster together in a network action, creating systemic impact. And that's what Citizen Network is for, linking that individual action to a local community, to international community. And to that end, we need to cooperate. And in Citizen Network, you can cooperate in many, many different ways. You can just become a free member and get our weekly newsletter with all sorts of action around the world. And you can write, you can create your own content, you can create your own action and your own network. But we have grown so big, so a couple of years ago, we started a cooperative registered here in Finland, and now we have 12 member organizations, and we want to work together closely. And one of the organizations I'm so happy is Radical Visions. So I believe that the key place in the world for Citizen Network is now Glasgow. So you should start planning for world domination.
Absolutely.
And link all these networks that we have to what you are doing locally.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Marcus.
I think it's really important to just to think about that idea of it being global, and then sometimes that can be a wee bit scary because it's so big. But then just to remember that it's also about what's happening right here, and that's why things like CitizenFest allows us to really bring people together locally in Glasgow and in Scotland and showcase what's happening here. And also that it's easy to get involved, even although it seems like a big global community. It's easy to get involved, it's easy to sign up, it doesn't cost anything to sign up and be involved and get information about CitizenFest and work out how you might want to, you know, contribute or get connected through Citizen Network. I also was looking at just obviously in preparation for just keeping up to date with everything, I was looking at the website and you've redone it all. It was so easy to get access to everything. I thought on the website, you know, just touch the button and the information's there about who and how and what. So it's a nice, simple kind of updated website with everything there that you need. You can use it on your phone really, you know, it's very accessible, I thought. So I just wanted to say that. So if anybody's out there and interested, other thing to say is that, you know, there is a presence in Scotland. So John and myself, John in particular, leads that kind of presence for Citizen Network in Scotland. And so it's a local thing as well as being a global thing that allows us to connect and learn and share. And certainly for us, we've had lots of connections and pieces of work that we're able to share or do with other organisations that have came from that Citizen Network world community. So, and it allows them to maybe get in touch and do something in Scotland where they've maybe not had the connections of the community to get to know how to start doing something or whatever and being able to work together on stuff. So real things are happening as a result of Citizen Network, which are making changes, I think, in our country here. And hopefully we'll be able to influence and help people by what we've learned in our country, you know, through the Citizen Network as well. So that's the aim, isn't it, really, is to remember it's very local as well as that global network.
In a minute or two, we're going to speak to some local people who are associated with Citizen Network. I saw, Marcus, you had a slide up there about festivals taking place later in the year.
Yep, that's...
Yes, this is a huge opportunity for CitizenFest there in Glasgow. So everybody who have their own individual program or individual theme or a group of people, they have a strong passion about a question or a solution that you have created. You can come to our other CitizenFest happening around the world because of you. You created the CitizenFest concept. And now we have a very broad scope of festivals around. So now in May, June, we have Festival of Debate in Sheffield, which is also online and international festival. I'm arranging a shared living event in New York, in USA in November. And on top of that, we have No Labels, No Walls International Festival happening. So many people who are in the local CitizenFest community are already in these other festivals in this year, but also the previous years. So let's also think about the future of CitizenFest, the concept that you have created. It's something that I think that all the people in Glasgow and all the people in Scotland should be proud of. You created this idea, and look where it is going. And
yeah, it's so good, Marcus, to hear you say, because it would probably seem a bit kind of, you know, if you were saying we started the CitizenFest in Glasgow, it might come out a wee bit more kind of differently. But it's brilliant that you're saying it. We'll take that absolutely 100%. And we appreciate that we have hopefully started something that is going wider through Citizen Network. And I suppose just remind everybody that even although that again sounds, gosh, that's in New York or that's in some part of the world that seems awful far away, the world's a much smaller place now that we've got everything through technology. So you can join these festivals, and we'd be encouraging people to do that. You know, look at the dates there, join the festivals that are happening around the world using the technology that you've got and the links that are available, because that's what's possible now.
So, thank you very much indeed. One of the interesting things in the last month or two has been the situation in Ukraine. And Citizen Network Cooperative actually put out a statement about the situation in Ukraine. And I mentioned that particularly with Marcus here because of the border that you share with Russia, and you've recently gone off to renew your military training, etc. These are serious matters. You're looking quite well for somebody that's just done military training, though.
I think
people know where Marcus lives.
Yeah, I think we have to be prepared for quick positive changes in the world. We are always prepared for the worst, for the problems, but we also have to have the capacity to think forward in a positive manner, to create hope. And to that sense, my work that we do together in Citizen Network is also creating grounds for democracy in the future, for citizenship action in the future, because there's so many ways we can collaborate. And technology, for example, contacts me to both Ukraine and Russia at the moment. So there's different levels of narrative going on in the world. So I think this kind of CitizenFest brings people together, and somehow through that reflection, we can create shared hope through the shared understanding and trust that we can create together.
Marcus, thank you very much indeed. You're welcome to stay with us. We're going to shift the focus to the local situation here in Scotland, and we're going to invite Pauline Lunn from In Control Scotland to join us here. In Control Scotland is one of the member organisations of Citizen Network, but it'd be good. He's gone.
Photobombed, aye.
Oh, he can still see you, right? Here's Keith.
Here's Keith. He's wanting to wave to Marcus.
Oh, yeah, there we are.
Hi, Keith.
He's a Scottish Marcus.
So, Pauline, welcome. You're the new head of In Control Scotland. How long have you been in that job?
Well, I keep saying new, but actually it was the end of July last year, so right. I still feel new, but I've been around for a few months now. I can't do the maths, but yeah.
Coming up to a year soon, won't it?
Aye.
So the things we've been talking about in terms of Citizen Network and the kind of the striving for citizenship and equality, etc. Can you say a wee bit about how you see the work of In Control adding to that, bringing its own contribution to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So In Control Scotland have been a member of Citizen Network, I think, going way back to the very, very early days. And obviously we've been around since the early days of the self-directed support legislation, predating the self-directed support legislation, and we've been a big part of getting that up and running in Scotland. And so I think that we see our role very much in Citizen Network about sharing all the knowledge and understanding that we've gathered over the last more than 10 years about how to put citizens in control of their lives and make sure that systems of social care are fair and equal and responsive and inclusive. We see that as our job to make sure that we can share our learning from Scotland and make sure other people across the world and the however many countries, 20 odd countries or something that Citizen Network are based in. And also the learning never stops, does it? So it's really important that we are still eyes and ears for Scotland and hearing what's going on across the world and bringing all the really brilliant practice on inclusion back to folk in Scotland.
There was a project called Skills that I was aware of. I think it's now called something else.
Skills 2.
Skills 2.
Be creative.
Well, it's straightforward. It makes sense to me.
Version 2.0, yeah, it's still going. So the Skills Project is a group of folk like in Control Scotland from all over Europe coming together to look at interest and practice and sharing experiences across on an international stage. So we're still involved in that. There's a webinar coming up in, I think it's next week actually, on Nordic approaches to self-direction, and you can have a look on the website. I wonder if we're able to share the link to the website. I can put it on the Facebook chat after this, so you can go and have a wee look at all the work. So there's resources and information available, there's workbooks, there's user guides, but also having webinars and really interesting speakers coming along and share what's happening across the world. So I think sometimes in Scotland we think that we must have invented this whole self-direction thing. It must have been us that came up with it because the bubble that we live in. Well,
no, of course not.
But it happens all over the place,
yeah.
and rightly so. It might be called different things in different countries around the world, but it's really just about putting citizens in control of their lives and having them included in society. So
I think it's a really important point you actually make. I was laughing there, but there are still real, I mean, sometimes people get a sense that somehow in Scotland, because we have the legislation, and the legislation is really good, and I think most of us that work in social care in Scotland believe the legislation is sound and should allow us to do or help people take control of their lives and their support and care, anything like that they need to get a good life. But it doesn't always, it's not working necessarily, and we've still got lots and lots of work to do. So we also need to learn, we also need to hear what's happening elsewhere. We also need to, acknowledge that really, because it can become a wee bit of a, well, somehow, in Scotland we know what we're doing. Now, don't get me wrong, we've been doing this, talking about it as we have in lots of countries for many years, but there's still lots and lots of barriers to make it work. And for people, so that it's the day-to-day way that people are able to get their support. So it's important to think about that. We spoke to somebody recently through Citizen Network Connection, didn't we? On I was on the holidays.
Yeah, aye.
This is the small and reducing size of the world constantly, but and that was through Citizen Network, and I just think that's an example of where they're looking to set up a group in Scotland, aren't they, to get views and opinions about self-directed sport and how it's working. That
was a project led by Kate from Sheffield University, wasn't it? And she's looking at setting up some communities of practice in Scotland, England, Northern Ireland and Wales to come together and look at particularly what we call option 2, some folk call individual service funds, that way of arranging a service, which is the kind of the new bit of SDS in comparison to the rest of it. It just shows that there's constant learning, there's constant new initiatives, people are trying things out, giving things a shot and learning and sharing.
And also just that connection through the network, being able to bring those people together that can make that then happen. So there's lots of real practical things that happen through Citizen Network.
Definitely, and it's definitely worthwhile having a look at there's a calendar of events up on the website with really interesting webinars. We had ones from Australia and New Zealand talking about their approaches, just so interesting to hear, and sometimes maybe feel like you're not alone in your work and your practice, thinking actually there's people on literally the other side of the world thinking about the same things as us and thinking about new ways of doing things. So it's really cool. It's a lovely community. Definitely.
Thank you.
In that first year that you're still in, what struck you as the biggest challenges for self-directed support in Scotland at the minute?
So I think, jinx, there are a few. You were right in saying, Fran, that we've got brilliant legislation, we've got fantastic world-leading legislation in place, but sometimes things just get in the way of that
Just
legislation.
Still not the way that we do social care as it is.
Aye,
It's almost seen as a side thing.
Something different. So I think that one of the biggest challenges is that fundamental understanding that self-directed support is social care. Anything to do with social care, minus a tiny wee portion of folk who maybe have particular needs, but for the vast majority of social care, it is self-directed support. And I think you're right, people still don't quite see that, and I think that's because they don't necessarily feel
Understand
it, because people are still not getting the most out of it that they could. So I think knowledge and understanding is probably the biggest challenge, but also we know we've just still in the throes of a 2-year-long situation, which is really thrown people for a loop in terms of not having the same choices that they would have had a couple of years ago. So lots of lessons learned about how we can still make sure people have got choice and control in their lives. I think the biggest challenge is the job that we do and that you do and that Citizen Network do is about telling people and saying, here's the opportunity, here's what it presents.
I think solutions is a big part. We'll talk a bit about that at different times in the next few days, but there is something here about helping people understand the legislation and how it can work, understand the 4 options, because if you understand the 4 options, then everything does fit in to the legislation of self-directed support, every bit of social care.
Absolutely.
And that is how we should be doing business in Scotland now. So helping everybody understand that. And I think what we found is there is a resistance, which is a kind of system resistance, because we just want to constantly try and go back to what we know as a society and the systems that we work in. But when you help people understand all of that, solutions are found. And that's in the work that we've been doing, and as you say, you've been doing, I think that's the thing to hang on to. Once you get people and you help them understand, no matter what role they're in, and you help them see the picture and understand what's possible, then we do come up with solutions and people are able to get what they need from self-directed support.
Absolutely. And the biggest thing within that is knowing that self-directed support and social care is still just a part of the puzzle. There's so much more to life than just the service that you receive. And when people start thinking outside the box a wee bit, sorry for cheesy phrase, but thinking about community spaces like this amazing one we're in today and folk around about you.
Can't hear me? Really? That's never happened before. Sorry.
So,
that better?
So, Pauline, it's great to have you helping us with the festival over these 3 days. I think you and Michael are going to compare things for us this afternoon.
We are, Michael and Wise. I don't know who the wise one is, Tony.
So we're just going to ask Michael to come and join us and tell us a wee bit about his work as a journalist and as a self-advocate, and how that connects to the world of CitizenFest and Citizen Network.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, we're doing okay. We've kicked off.
Yeah, that's good.
We've kicked off this morning.
Yeah, that's good.
CitizenFest 2022.
Yeah, good stuff. It's nice to be back in person as well.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah. So you've come all the way from Kilbarchan?
Yeah, I've come all the way. Yeah, I had to get a boat, a helicopter, but I'm here.
Well, that was
without my passport.
Good,
so
good that you could make it. So when you think about the work that you do, what's the biggest? Do you think I'm a journalist? I'm a self-advocate? What is it you think?
First and foremost, I would put my journalism hat on and say I'm a journalist with a disability, but I try not to kind of concentrate on that too much. I'm trying to report on mainstream stories like football and basically just everything at the moment. But the media kind of pigeonholes you in a way sometimes, and it can be really frustrating. But But yeah, I'm an advocate as well. So yeah. Yeah, so me and Fran, I was going to do a bit tomorrow, I think, tomorrow night. We show the guy who was in the report, and he was actually in Lennox Castle, and Francis was working in the castle as well. And it was amazing just to go back to it, because when you walk around the corner, it kind of just hits you, you know. Yeah. Sure, he didn't want to go anywhere near, and I can understand, because like that was the first time back there for so many years.
Oh, since he'd left, he hadn't returned to it since he'd left, and I think he knew it was going to be emotional, but I don't think he realised quite how emotional it was.
You know, but he did well.
He did brilliantly. Yeah, absolutely. It was very difficult.
Yeah. So yeah.
So you do things for the BBC, you do things for other news outlets.
Yeah, so if you're watching Energy, I'm available anytime. No, I'm on kidding, yeah. So mainly the BBC at the moment that I kind of like pitch ideas to them about the Lennox Castle one, because that's the most recent one that I've did. And I just pitch ideas to them, just say if they like it or if they don't like it. And stuff. So yeah, that's the way I work.
And what would you say you're trying to achieve through your work as a journalist above all?
Again, it's basically just kind of saying to people that you know, my disability doesn't define me who I am, because when they see people with a disability on the TV or whatever, like usually they say, "Oh, that's brilliant! That wee guy's doing that report," but like, I'm just me, you know. I suppose it's like disability, mental health issue, or whatever. It kind of puts a label on it as well. It's a bit like when you're watching the Paralympics.
Yeah.
You know, people feel sorry for you because like you've got one leg or whatever. No, you're still a professional athlete and stuff like that, you know. So, but no, that's what I'm trying to achieve, and I love what I do as well, you know. I love reporting on disability, but also I love reporting on, well, I was going to say Brexit, but that's a bit controversial, but other kind of like, other kind of subject away from disability as well.
Pity the football turned a wee bit sour at the weekend for you.
I know. After I said football to you, John, I was like, oh, sorry, it's too late to go back on that one. So the football was a bad example to give you, but you'll be a happy man. But moving on.
Moving on quickly.
So I think what you're saying is you're touching on one of the main themes of Citizen Network there, like trying to get across to people that I may have a disability, but I'm just a person with equal status and rights.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, well, we'll be in safe hands this afternoon with Pauline and yourself.
Pauline, maybe not me.
Good stuff. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're going to go to the... I see. Right.
This is where they say, just fill in a little bit.
Okay.
Do a little dance, do a little. Okay, John.
Okay. Did you hear the one about... No, we better not do that. I think this might be a time... that's true. Mr. Late, could we invite you to the sofa? Best laid plans.
Yep, he's
okay,
coming.
Here he comes.
He's coming.
So Keith Etherington, who was previously heading up In Control Scotland and has now entered his dotage.
Definitely.
It's what you call semi-retired. Semi-retired.
Semi-shaved. That's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't expecting to be here quite yet this morning.
So
I haven't even got the official T-shirt on. I've got not a latte T-shirt, but a late T-shirt.
Stay up late T-shirt.
I've got stay up late, get up early cappuccino on the back. But Stay up late. No,
You
I
have
haven't.
It's not.
No.
So, yeah, Stay Up Late has been an integral part of the festival since it began and continues to be. So do you want to just say, what is Stay Up Late and why? And
Stay Up Late is a campaign, and it's a campaign about people getting the right support. Essentially, it's not all about staying up late. So if your bag is getting up early, it's about getting support to get up early. But Stay Up Late started because people's experience of going out to gigs, to music, to events was that sometimes they'd be out at music, it would start hotting up, and they would have to go away at 9:30 or 10 o'clock when their shift was finishing.
Yeah.
So the campaign started when the band Heavy Loads, who we actually did a tour with through Dates and Mates way back in 2010, first one. And they noticed that people were leaving, so they started this campaign about getting the right support to be able to stay up and do fun stuff and get a social life and get out and about and all those things. And just before you come in, Frank, because I know you'll have a really interesting question, but we had a discussion when they came and did that tour with us, which was 3 gigs. We also did like a chat in Motherwell. We met in Motherwell in Strathclyde Park, somewhere in Strathclyde Park anyway, not outside, but inside. And I remember somebody in the audience saying, "Oh, it's all right about staying up late, but I've got to get off shift at 10 o'clock." And it was just reinforcing that idea that that's just the way that things were happening then, and we need to get, if we're serious about people getting support.
Getting a life.
Yeah, getting a life, yeah, exactly.
And I was just going to clarify that because I was just going to say it's not, people themselves are out and they want to stay out and they want to enjoy the gig. It's the people that are supporting them's shift pattern that was coming to an end.
Yeah, exactly.
And because of that, then they would have to go back home and cut the night short and not enjoy the rest of the evening because this person was leaving their job at that time to let somebody else come on and give them the support they needed. So it's all a bit crazy, really. Instead of being about the person and being led by the person's life, it was being led by the support and how the shifts were organised. So it really is.
Remember, we did something at the toll booth in Stirling, right? Which is a nice venue, and you can multi-purpose venue. We showed a film that was made by Heavy Load, and then the band would come in on afterwards, right? And just as the band were coming on, several people had to go away because that was getting towards 10 o'clock, and it was the time their shift finishing. So again, it's and Michael, of course, is chair. Michael, who we've just had on, is the national chair of the National Committee for Stay Up Late Scotland. So Michael's been involved for lots of years, and he's been telling you, he's very active in all sorts of ways, but he's also active as the chair of the National Committee.
Is it just about support, or is it about things like transport and making sure that kind of
so it's
those
about
things
also,
whatever the obstacles are?
Yeah. So we've been involved in promoting accessible venues and also just good attitudes of people, accepting, including anyone who wants to come along and not assuming that someone isn't going to enjoy it because they might present a bit differently when they get there. So it's about all those things.
It's breaking down all those barriers that might stop people getting a good social life, basically. Getting a wee drink, and a wee dance, and a wee gig.
And on Saturday this week,
who have you got for
part
us?
of the festival, we've got we've got a really exciting program on Saturday. So Saturday evening, it's the Stay Up Late Scotland takeover of CitizenFest, and we have some pre-recorded stuff. Then we have Fionn, Magnus, Esther and friends coming from Scotland, Ireland online, and then in the venue, so get down here at 8:45 on Saturday, we have the full 8-piece Well Happy Band designed to make you feel happy.
And they do.
Yeah,
they do.
They do, yes. So we've never actually had the full 8-piece band before.
Wow, right.
Yeah, so this is the first, including a dancer. So we really want to have a good audience down here on Saturday night. So please come along to the venue at 870 South Street, the unit, Well Fed Scotland. And
that is the after party, really, isn't it? So there'll be a lot of real letting off steam and enjoying the evening. But also there's a license here at the unit. So if you want a drink Friday night, Saturday night, then you can actually have an alcoholic drink.
You can, but the license is to have fun.
The license is to have fun, exactly. But just to say, in case people are wondering about that, come and have a drink, enjoy the evening on Saturday night.
Yes, and the very last thing of the Stay Up Late session on Saturday night is a new DJ that we're working with called Superman in the House. So he's going to finish the whole of CitizenFest this year with his online DJ. So
Superman in the house.
In the house.
Sanjeev Man, so Superman.
Superman.
Yeah, MANN.
And where's he from?
So he's in Ayr, actually.
In Ayr?
In Ayr, yeah.
Right.
Down by he said, we spoke to him yesterday, he's looking out the seaside, he said, so that's nice.
Very good.
So he bring you brightness and tunes all the way from Ayrshire.
Right, great
So
stuff.
that'll be streamed from Ayrshire.
Stream from Ayrshire, on screen in here, and out to anyone on Facebook and YouTube. We are One CitizenFest.
Okay.
So we're in the process of setting up a screen so that everything that happens on the StreamYard, that's been streamed through the internet just now and wherever you are, if you come down to the venue, you'll be able to see anything that's on there here in the venue as well.
Yeah.
So you're not going to miss anything if you're here in live that might be streamed on the computer. We'll have it here live as well on the screen.
Now, I'm getting the sense that there's maybe a change to the advertised programme.
We changed the advertised programme.
Yes.
What day is it today, John?
Today's Thursday.
Thursday.
21st of...
That's a shocker to me, that one. Because...
I'm glad you know something. We're sitting up here and we don't know. A wee note would be good, guys. A wee note. A wee slidey note to the table.
It is a wee bit of a shocker to me because actually we're going to play a band called the Fridays now.
Right,
So a bit of recording that we did a few months ago.
Okay, cool.
And went out to the European Network for Inclusive Living seminar. When was that one? That last one that was a few months ago,
Yes.
John?
I have to correct you. There's a European Network for Independent Living.
Oh,
I've had my knuckles rapped several times this week.
okay.
Yeah.
Independent and let's put a few eyes in it, and then you can see better. More eyes you've got, the better you see.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is go to a bit of pre-recorded music now before we go to our first live music session, and that's going to be a 15-minute set from Glasgow band, the Fridays. And it's.
He's not coming.
So we haven't got Adam Dolan today, unfortunately.
Yeah, just important to say that if people are looking at the programme, that we did have Adam Dolan programmed in for just now, actually, 12:15, and he's not able to make it. So, and this might happen over the 3 days. We will, so be patient with us, please, and we will make sure that we fill any gaps with good quality recordings and things that we have available, because we have some amazing stuff to be able to show you.
We'll do good quality recordings, Fran, or we'll bring Michael to do on some jokes.
Or Michael might come up and do some jokes. Yeah, that's a great idea. Michael, does Michael know that?
I think he knows
He's
that.
not here.
I think he knows that.
He's ran.
I think he knows that,
No,
yeah.
that's not him.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
vanished.
Are we ready, Ian, for that bit of music? That's
And
brilliant.
then Jim King will be on after the Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, so then we have Jim
12:45.
King, but we'll introduce Jim King just before he comes on and sings for us. So we're going to go to the Fridays, yeah? Brilliant. That ends our kind of discussion on Citizen Network. Thank you, everybody who contributed.
Yes. thank you
Thanks
very
to
much.
Marcus, thanks to Pauline, Michael and yourself, Keith. That was really brilliant. Thanks for helping us fill that lovely big space as well. Thank you. And we'll hear from the Fridays.
My name's Shani Feeney. I'm singing for a band called the Fridays. It's called Get Out Ahead.
My name is Matthew. I like to sing.
My name's Adam Wilson, and I'm on the Fridays. I play the drums, and that's what we're doing.
This is a song called 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, go for it. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you love me more. Sleep that's long. That's what the use is for. Oh, cheating, Joes and lie like you were. Like you're enough, we may want to say more. Oh, oh, oh. Sweet One, two, three, four, five, six, nine. Honey can buy you the left in your head. Oh, you're changing your heart. Whoa, you're nothing you are. Whoa, changing your heart. Whoa, you know who you are. You are. You
This is the Fridays song. Fridays are for friends.
Monday we play, Tuesday we dance all day, Wednesday we're working hard, Thursday we're getting tired, Fridays are for friends. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, let's play. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, let's play. We can school our separate ways, coming up our happy days. Saturday we chill at mom's, Sunday shop and bowling fun. Fridays are for friends. Fridays are for friends. Fridays are for friends. Playing. Fridays are for friends. Fridays are for friends. Playing. We all miss school is over. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening, playing. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening, playing. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening, playing. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening.
are for friends listening, playing.
The next song is called Friday, I'm in Love.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's grey and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Friday, I'm in love. Monday, you can fall apart. Tuesday, Wednesday, break my heart. Thursday doesn't even start. It's Friday, I'm in love. Saturday waits. Sunday always comes too late. Friday never hesitates. I don't care if Monday's black. Tuesday, Wednesday, heart attack. Thursday never looking back. It's Friday, I'm in love. Monday, you can hold your head. Tuesday, Wednesday, stay in bed. Or Thursday, watch the walls instead. It's Friday, I'm in love. Saturday, waits. Sunday always comes too late. Friday never hesitates. Trace up to the eyes of the wonderful surprise. Shoes from your found as she's found other side. And she gets always thinking this door. She's a gorgeous sign. You cannot read enough. And love on this time. It's Friday, I'm in love. I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's grey and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Friday, I'm in love. Monday, you can fall apart. Tuesday, Wednesday, break my heart. Thursday doesn't even start. It's Friday, I'm in love.
The last song's called Get Out Your Head.
come on, you know you are. Come on, what you waiting for? Get out, get out, get out of your bed. Get out of the wilderness. Come on, you know you are. Come on, what you waiting for? I like to swim in the ocean blue, yeah. The people telling me the truth, yeah. I wanna stay there. I wanna raise my voice up to the sky. She makes me happy, that makes me feel the joy back to the world. Get up, get up, get up your head. Get up, you wilderness. Come on, you know you are. Come on, what you waiting for? Get out, get out, get out your head. Get out of the wilderness. Come on, you know you are. Come on, what you waiting for? Ooh, yeah. Get out your head. Get out of your wilderness. Come on, you know you are. Come on, what you waiting for? Get out your head. Get out of your wilderness. Come on, you know you are. Come on, what you waiting for? Get out your head. Get out of your wilderness. Come on, you know you are. Come on, what you waiting for? Get out your head. Get out of your wilderness. Come on, you know you are. Come on, what you waiting for?
Back. I hope you're still with us. We are now, I'm going to hand over to Clive. I want to say thank you to the Fridays for stepping in and filling a gap for us in such a brilliant way and reminding us about last year's festival. Clive, can you introduce the next act for us?
I hope so. We've got 17 acts for you over the next 3 days, and 3 of which are appearing today. Closing off the show, we will have Tom Urie. Before him, we've got the band called Brawl. And before them, and launching our festival, we have the amazing tones, the incredible talent that belongs to this fellow, who's going to be joining us on our wee city right after his performance. So please put your hands together and give a fantastic, warm We Are One CitizenFest thank you to the lovely Jim King.
Thank you, Clive. Good afternoon, CitizenFest. Welcome. I'm going to sing a few songs for you, It's just been so cold in here, and fingers are a bit freezing, but we'll see. So the first song is, and I've tried to tailor this set to the ethos of this festival as much as I could. And so this is a song, and it's called It Takes All Kinds. Some people like to sit and dream. Some people like to dance. Some people love to sing, given half a chance. Some people like to share their woes. That's just how it goes. Oh, it takes all kinds to make the world go round. Some people like things quiet. Some love being loud. Some folk like to blend right in. Some stand out from the crowd. Some are yeses, some are no's. That's just how it goes. It takes all kinds to make the world go round. Well, it takes all kinds, whites and browns, takes all kinds, smiles and frowns, takes all kinds to reach the sky, takes all kinds to wonder why, takes all kinds for war to cease, takes all kinds to live in peace, takes all kinds, friends and foes, that's just the way it goes. Takes all kinds to make the world go round. Some people like to talk things through. Some people like to fight. Some folks spend a lifetime convinced that they are right. And some are doubtful, and it shows. That's just how it goes. Takes all kinds to make the world go round. Well, it takes all kinds, whites and browns, takes all kinds, smiles and frowns, takes all kinds to reach the sky, takes all kinds to wonder why, takes all kinds for war to cease, takes all kinds to live in peace, takes all kinds, friends and foes, and those who chose to share their woes. It takes the yeses and the nos, takes the doubtful, I suppose. But it takes all kinds to make the world go round. Takes all kinds to make the world go round and round and round. Takes all kinds to make the world go round. Thank you very much. You're very patient and tolerant. That's very good of you. So, I'm going to carry on a bit. Oh, dear. Sing something else. So, you've probably sussed by my accent that I'm not from Glasgow, but you'd be wrong. I've spent more than half of my life in Glasgow, and that's probably a lot longer than most of the people in this room. And I love this city. It's full of rubbish, it's full of shit, and it's full of glorious people and amazing architecture. And I love it to bits. But one of the nicest things about Glasgow is it's near the west coast of Scotland. It's God's own country. And I fell in love with the Clyde estuary when I first moved up here and started exploring. And the islands and Arran and stuff like that. We're blessed. Aren't we blessed? If you're listening, give me a yes. Thank you. Okay, so this is a song about that. Oh, I need a device. A little device. Here we go. I don't know, is that you or me? Phone? Apparently I've got to switch the phone off. Unless Ralph. Thank you. When there's a warm wind blowing in August, it cuts the air right out of the day, carries the scent of the shorelines across the lowlands on its way. And I take a train out of Central, right down to West Kilbride, stand on a beach at Sea Mill, where the ocean meets the Clyde, and I gaze across at the smoky hills, the islands in the haze, on just another one of those sleepy West Coast days. On just another one of those sleepy West Coast days. Standing outside Nardini's with a flavor to make you smile. Catch a ferry and rent some wheels, cruise the island for a while. Day cools down and the sea lights up with 1,000 neon signs. I'll head home with a hot fish supper wrapped in yesterday's evening times, and I'll gaze across at the smoky hills, the islands in the haze, on just another one of those sleepy West Coast days. On just another one of those sleepy West Coast days. Now I hear stories people tell, recalling old summertime dreams, sailing down the water to Rossi, sand castles in the bay at Weems. Maybe those times will come no more, forgotten good old days. No more steamers going down the Clyde, just sleepy West Coast ways. And I'll gaze across at the smoky hills, the islands in the haze, on just another one of those sleepy West Coast days. On just another one of those sleepy West Coast days. When there's a warm wind blowing in August, cuts the air right out of the day, carries the scent of the shorelines across the lowlands on its way. And I'll take a train out of Central, right down to West Kilbride, stand on a beach at Sea Mill, where the ocean meets the Clyde, and I'll gaze across at the smoky hills, islands in the haze, on just another one of those sleepy West Coast days. On just another one of those sleepy West Coast days. On just another one of those sleepy West Coast days. Thank you very much. Right. Okay. So, getting into the politics of it all now. So this song's about the politics of disability. I was doing a gig once, and afterwards a woman approached me and said, "You're a songwriter then?" And I went, "Yeah, now and again." She said, "Would you write a song for my boy?" And I went, "Yeah, what? Tell me about your boy." And she proceeded to tell me about her boy who had numerous challenges in his life, ranging from autism through to just kind of what temporarily able-bodied people would probably refer to as serious disabilities. But cut it short, I ended up writing this song for wee Jonathan. If I accept you for what you want to be, if I accept you and everything you say to me, if I accept you unreservedly, will you accept me just for what I am? If I accept the world is yours to see and hear and feel, if I accept I'm excluded from the deal, if I accept that I have no right of appeal, will you accept me just for what I am? My voice is joy in who I am. My choices aren't the ones I'd planned. Put together, all together different. There are flaws in my design. Who's to say yours is a better one than mine? So if I accept you for every part you've ever played, if I accept that no one ever hears a single word that's prayed, if I accept it's just the way that we are made, will you accept me just for what I am? Oh, my voice is joy in who I am. My choices aren't the ones I'd planned. Put together, all together different. There are flaws in my design. Who's to say yours is a better one than mine? So if I accept you for what you want to be, if I accept you and everything you say to me, if I accept you unreservedly, will you accept me just for what I am? Will you accept me just for what I am? Oh, please accept me just for what I am. Thank you. Clive, how much longer we got? Why? So that's 18 minutes. So what's that? It's about 3/4 of an hour, isn't it? So that's fine. Okay, here's a song that I didn't write, but I wish I had. It's written by a guy called Tom Glazer, American singer, songwriter. Wrote this song in 1955. I look forward to a time, hopefully before I die, when it won't be relevant anymore. Because all men are brothers, wherever men may be. The world will be one union, forever proud and free. No tyrant shall defeat us, no nation strike us down. All men who toil shall greet us, the whole wide world around. The whole wide world around, the whole wide world around. All men who toil shall greet us, the whole wide world around. And I'll stand with my sisters, together hand in hand, where chimes the bell of freedom, there is my native land. My sister's fears are my fears, yellow, white, or brown. My sister's tears are my tears, the whole wide world around. Let every voice be thunder, let every heart be strong, until all tyrants perish, our work will not be done. Let every pain be token, the lost years shall be found. Let slavery's chains be broken, the whole wide world around. The whole wide world around, the whole wide world around. Let slavery's chains be broken, the whole wide world around. Thank you. So, this song, wrote this song, let me think, when did I write this? Wrote this song in around 2005. I pinched the tune. The folk aficionados amongst you all will recognize the tune as that belonging to Malvina Reynolds, who wrote the very famous song called Little Boxes. And a grand song it is too. What's really good about it is that it's got a tune you can put all sorts of stuff to. This particular song, the lyrics have kind of evolved over time because in 15 years or so, the circumstances about which the song is written have changed a little now and again. So here we go. This is called Little Posh Kids. I'll say that again because someone made a funny noise at the door. Little Posh Kids. Right, okay. Little posh kids on the benches, posh kids in the cabinet, little posh kids wearing suits with the odd one in a dress. There's a blue one and a blue one, a blue one and a bluer one, and they're all made out of privilege. They've made such a bloody mess. And they all go to posh schools, posh universities, where they all join a posh club to laugh at the poor. Then they get posh degrees and a job in daddy's company, with their own private secretary and their name on the door. Then they lie their way to government, where they work for the lobbyists, but they're all just little posh kids just the same. There's a blue one and a blue one and a bluer one, and they're all made out of privilege and they're criminally insane. And they all hate immigration, except for the Russian oligarchs and the Saudi royal princes with power and wealth. And they want to ban welfare and state-funded pensions, and don't get in the way while they're selling off the national health. And there's a health one and a wealth one, a chairman and a chancellor, and there's one who's fond of discipline. He looks after the whips. And they all sit on the front bench and they answer lots of questions. You can tell when they're lying, they'll be moving their lips. Little posh kids on the benches, posh kids in the cabinet, little posh kids wearing suits with the odd one in a dress. There's a blue one and a blue one, blue one and a bluer one, and they're all made out of privilege and they've made such a bloody mess. Little posh kids on the benches, posh kids in the cabinet, little posh kids wearing suits, but the dress code is just a front. There's a blue one and a blue one, a blue one and a bluer one, and they're all made out of privilege and every one of them is a conservative. Thank you. So, if you've been listening, thank you. I hope that's been of reasonable enjoyment, or it maybe challenged your views. I don't know. I'm bullshitting now. So, I'm going to finish my set and do one more song. Have a magnificent festival. I know some of the other acts that are coming on over the next couple of days or so, and you know, Tom Ury, brilliant. Steve Clark, fantastic. Jim Jack and John Graham, another, and what's his name? Oh God, I know him so well. Yeah, Mr. Smith, whose first name escapes me. Crawford Smith. Always try and remember Crawford's name because it reminds me of biscuits, so you should get that one. So, finishing off, here's my last song. This was something I put together after the alleged bankers crash in 2008. Although it refers to bankers, it's like most people in politics these days are affiliated in some way or another with nefarious banking. So there it is. So I refer to bankers, but I kind of mean a much broader genre of arseholes. Okay. You'd have to be some kind of fool to meekly follow every rule without first inquiring who'll likely profit from the game. It's always the bankers that prevail, even when they fail. No one points them to the jail, and they never take blame. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes it's others who will choose, and their choices may confuse as you struggle to comply. And if your friends all turn their backs, if you fail to pay your tax, you'll see the banker soon reacts. The price of losing can be high. 'Cause the game of life is fine while the bankers are benign, and you take your turn in line until you're just another useless tool. When the game gets hard, when there's no credit on your card, if you're not on your guard, you'd have to be some kind of fool. You'd have to be some kind of fool. So just when you feel like you belong, all your relationships are strong, and there's nothing can go wrong, that's when complacency sets in. So while your life is going well, always plan for a meaner spell. You never can foretell when the hard times will begin. 'Cause the game of life is fine while the bankers are benign, and you take your turn in line till you're just another useless tool. When the game gets hard, when there's no credit on your card, if you're not on your guard, you'd have to be some kind of fool. You'd have to be some kind of fool. So learn the rules before you play. Always try to have your say. It could be costly to delay. Nothing ever stays the same. And you have to be some kind of fool to meekly follow every rule without first inquiring who'll likely profit from the game. You have to be some kind of fool. You'd have to be some kind of fool. Thank you very much.
Hi, welcome back. We're going to ask Jim, thank you so much for that performance. Can we maybe give it up one more time for Jim? That was amazing. And we're just going to ask Jim if he'd join us on the couch here, if he's happy to do that. And we're just going to have a wee chat, really, with Jim about his music, and what inspires him, the message he's trying to get across, and Clive's going to...
Yeah. So let's talk about the music and what inspires you, and what message you're trying to get across.
I think that's my cue to shut up, maybe.
What inspires me is, I don't know, I've found in the last 20 or 30 years, I've got particularly interested in social justice and the politics of social justice. And I try not to preach. I don't try very hard not to preach, but I try not to preach. I do find that as I get older, there's even more stuff to highlight about how people that are allegedly governing us, I won't use swearing words, don't use swearing. The people that are trying to govern us are messing things up quite royally. Maybe that's something to do with the monarchy, who knows? But there you go. So yeah, what inspires me is all sorts of stuff. Doesn't always end up in stuff like that. Not very good with love songs. And it's, as Dick Gocken once wrote a song about it, it's a different kind of love song.
No, it's good. Have you always been like this? Or as you've got older and more mature and even more sophisticated, which obviously is difficult to believe, have you got more passionate about communicating your thoughts through your music, or has it always been this way?
It's probably got more so in the last 20 or so years, yeah, I think. I think since, oh God, I'm saying 20 or so years, it's nearer 40, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in the 50s and 60s in a socialist household, and my parents were Labour Party members and active. It's interesting that I have a brother, and he's turned out to be spawn of Thatcher. Really, he's very right wing, my brother, a Tory through and through. But we try not to let that get between.
You said you weren't going to swear.
No. Sorry, I said the Thatcher word. Sorry.
It keeps repeating. Keep saying
so yeah, he's a. But my parents, they kind of fostered that in us both to a degree. I don't know why my brother went off, but anyway, I think when I started playing and performing, that was what I would have been at 16 or 17, and I found then that I was just trying to latch on to stuff that was around in the charts and on the radio a lot when I was a kid, which was, Dylan, Joan Baez, Donovan, folk around like that. That was the kind of stuff that influenced me a lot. And then I started to get more interested in learning how to play the guitar properly. So Burt Jansch and people like that, sort of the forerunners of that folky style of playing was what attracted me. And it was mainly, I think, because I couldn't really afford to buy myself a big electric kit, so I always had to make do with an acoustic guitar. And that's what it boils down to. So I started doing stuff, and then I got married eventually. And, life got in the way, so I didn't play so much. But I came back to it.
Okay.
So in the 80s, yeah. I'm talking too much.
No, it's all right. I'm glad you're doing it. It saves people listening to me again. The music that you play has inspired you, and the music that you play hopefully inspires others. It's inspired us to obviously work with you. But you have a little collective, I hear. You put on some music every so often in Partick.
Ah, right. Yeah.
And in these far off West End places.
Okay.
So,
I was involved
Jim,
with.
could you speak a wee bit nearer the mic, please?
I was involved with the Partick Folk Club for a good few years.
Yep.
I was front man for 3 or 4 years, and then latterly, the guys that were really the powerhouse behind it retired, and I and a few friends stepped in, but we weren't really active as a group for very long because this COVID struck, and in the early part of 2020 we closed down the operation, and it's really not been possible to resurrect it at the moment.
Okay, so when you do resurrect it, and people want to hear about your talents as a promoter, bringing community together, people performing your own music, how can people get hold of you? What's the best way to contact you?
People want to get hold of me. Excuse me, clearing throat. Website is Jim King, all lowercase, one word, Jim King, and then it's .me.uk.
Okay, cool.
jimking.me.uk. And there's an email connection on there too. So.
Okay, so what are your imminent plans?
I have none.
Okay.
So, I mean, at the
What
beginning
about
of
tonight or tomorrow? I think in the next few minutes. I mean, as a performer, or as in bringing together people to perform in youth clubs, music clubs, what's the plans,
I have none,
man?
Clive, because at the beginning of 2020, not only did I kind of pull the folk club, but I had a few gigs set up for 2020, and they all was obviously cancelled. So I've had nothing to do there. I've, for a number of reasons I don't want to go into, the last 2 years I have been inactive musically almost entirely. So because I've not wanted to get out, I haven't been confident about getting out and about. That's kind of changing in the last 3 or 4 weeks slightly. So this is my first outing. This is my first gig in over 2 years. So.
Wow.
Can't tell.
How's that felt then, being your first gig in 2 years?
It's all been quite exciting, despite the fact that, you know, it's a silly time of day and you know, it's such a mixed audience that I never know whether my stuff's going to work. You know, because
there's one way to find out, isn't there?
Yeah, just get out and do it. So yeah, it would be nice to get more work. I quite like it. I'm retired from a day job now, so I'm available.
Yeah.
Contact me. I'm also on Facebook. You'll find me. Southside Glasgow. That's me.
Brilliant.
Okay. Can we have your website address one more time?
Sure.
So people, the multitude.
Speak into the cap. Speak into the.
All lowercase. Jim King, or one word. .me.uk.
Fantastic.
Brilliant.
Well, we're delighted and honoured to have you here as part of our
It's been a pleasure.
Festivities. And it'd be great if you hung around and saw some of the other guys. And for anybody out there that wants to find out more about Jim, you've got the address. And you can contact us through Facebook and through various other communication possibilities, and we will furnish you with more details. I'm going to pass you over to my learned colleague who's going to introduce the next part of our exciting programme.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much. I think that's been a really nice way to start off the live music within the festival. So I really appreciate Jim's performance today. It's brilliant. First in 2 years. That just shows you what COVID's done to music and live performance. We would like to just play the We Are One tune again. No, we're not going to do that. An old highlight reel instead. I knew that all the time. No, I didn't. Just for a few minutes, just to show you a bit about We Are One, and then we'll come to our next item on the agenda, which is the Earthing Project, on the programme, sorry, the Earthing Project. Okay, thank you.
Can't you?
talk about before we start? Okay. Unique chocolate. I don't think that's working.
Okay, yeah. So, welcome back
To the festival.
to the festival. Just remember, this is our third CitizenFest. We are One Scotland, and we're at the unit at 870 South Street, Glasgow. We're here in person, and you're welcome to come along if you can find your way to the venue, just through the Clyde Tunnel and up into Whiteinch. Easily found. We're also streaming online through the We Are One YouTube and We Are One Facebook channels. So we're here for 3 days, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. We've got lots of interesting acts coming up over the next afternoon and the following 2 days. And we've made a good start, I think.
Lots of interesting discussions and things to get your teeth into and be entertained by over the 3 days and into the evenings. So if you're working today, you're out at work and you're thinking, interested in coming along tomorrow night or Saturday night, then join us in the evenings. And there'll be some lots of activity, socialising and some alcohol if you're requiring that as well. I would like to just mention that the sun's actually out. There's a lovely outside space here as well. So if you're, again, thinking about getting out and about, why don't you get down to 870 South Street and join us? Yeah, so how do you think it's going, John?
Not bad, as they say in Glasgow.
No bad?
No bad.
Yeah.
I had my father's highest form of praise.
Is it? Is that
It was.
It
yeah.
was no bad.
No bad.
Aye.
You knew he really liked it.
That was it. It was no bad.
Yep. Yep.
It's all right. It's all right. We're having a few wee technical problems, and we've obviously got some changes to the programme. Those changes are coming at us at different times. So just bear with us, if you don't mind. We're trying to make sure that we fill all of the time that we've got available with our acts that we've got for this festival, but also with some brilliant acts that we've had over the last 2 years and information about the festival from the last 2 years. So, yeah.
So coming up this afternoon, we have performances from
We Are One
Bra and also from Jessica Lee Morgan on the music side, and we're interested in discussing some of the issues around food and community later on this afternoon. I think, however, now we're ready to move on to our next.
We've got a We Are One video, which is it the music or the? It's the music, okay. So George Borowski.
Or Borowski.
Borowski.
Yeah.
Who has written and performed this song, not written for the festival, but coincidentally called We Are One, which was just brilliant for us, and he's given us permission to use it. So you'll probably see this throughout the festival. We've kind of adopted this song from George, so we're going to go with that, and then we'll talk a bit more about what's coming up next after this song. Okay, thank you, bye.
Thank you.
sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. I am one, you are two. We are here to be and do. A lonely bell will tear the eye. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. The moon comes down and lifts the wave, also the way that we behave. Girls will dance, soldiers will cry. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Breaking bread, helping hands, an open heart will understand. Keep the faith, so will I. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky.
We are one festival here in South Street in Glasgow, and the festival is really pleased to be contacted by a group of people who we didn't know and who heard about the festival and wanted to showcase some of the things they're doing as a project. This is the Earthing Project. A group of 3 people, Morag, Matthew and Nadia, set this up. and they're going to share with us now their ideas about the project and their concerns about the environment. So, the Earthing Project. The project is a collective of people. Their ambition is to touch and galvanize those who are sympathetic to environmental issues and also people who feel kind of divorced from nature as well. So, I think we have a... Francis?
Yes.
I think we have got another technical glitch here.
All right, okay. Sorry, was I just abandoning you? I was actually on Facebook answering our messages.
All right. So
just saying hi to everybody, because we've got some messages through the Facebook page.
Okay.
For people who are looking at the festival from home.
Okay, what sort of messages have we had?
Just people saying
hello.
Big shout out to Jim for the obviously his performance.
Yep. It's great voice.
Great voice, and very, very clear messages in his lyrics, which is brilliant. Great singer-songwriter. And people just kind of connecting in and saying hello to us, which was nice. There is a comment, you can actually comment through StreamYard, I believe, at the side. So if people want to make a comment, and then we can pick up some of those comments and share them out on the actual StreamYard itself, the platform that we're using, then please do that as well, and we can maybe communicate more clearly. We're obviously a wee bit kind of engrossed in trying to obviously present what we're doing just now, fill the wee gaps that are happening. So picking it up on Facebook is not maybe been as easy, but if you do it through StreamYard, that would be amazing. And we can answer, as we go along, maybe get involved in a conversation, with each other. I think we might be ready now to, no, we're not ready. Okay, we're not ready. Sorry about that. Okay. What is it that you think you would like to talk about just now then, John? Do you think there's something pressing that we could share?
Something pressing we could share.
Do you want to talk about Radical Visions for Social Care?
Radical Visions for Social Care.
Just a wee teaser for later on.
A wee project that Radical Visions has established, Radical Visions for Social Care. We've had 3 seminars so far, and we're focused on the well-being of social care in Scotland, with the plan for a national care service in the wings, but with the social care service kind of ravaged by COVID. And the whole system in a bit of a kind of crisis.
I think it is in crisis. I think it's fair. I know we're being positive in it. This event is about solutions, but there is a reality, isn't there, about the difficulty that people have been facing for the before COVID. And then since COVID, I think the impact it's had has been tremendous.
Compounded everything,
One of the main things.
Okay, so we've had, that was our first seminar. We've had 2 more focusing on people stuck in institutions. And on Saturday, we'll have a session where we're just trying to be thinking about what despite all the difficulties in social care, what can we still do, what works?
What, in our experience, what's working, and how do we make sure that we keep doing more of that? So yes, and it's it's a campaigning platform. So look out for Radical Visions for Social Care. We have got our technical problems sorted, I believe. Can I just check, Daniel? Are we ready to go with that video now? Yep, excellent.
So this is the Earthing Project. As I say, we're really excited to be contacted by this project and who wanted to connect with our festival. So over to Morag. Perhaps not.
Okay, just continue to have a wee chat until we'll be talking about what we had for breakfast in a minute. Another few minutes, okay.
Okay. So granola.
Did you?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Interesting. Interesting choice.
So Saturday afternoon, round about the time the football kicks off, we'll be having Radical Visions for Social Care, 2:45, and some interesting stories to share from different people in different parts of the country who managed to make a breakthrough in their lives over the last year or so, despite everything that's been happening.
So after we have this input from the Earthing Project, we have coming up after that Speech Bubble, and it's we're going to have a short film from them and some discussion and debate. So we're going to go now to the Earthing Project films, which is brilliant. Hopefully you won't be hearing from me for just a little bit now. Me and John will just be able to be quiet for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Excellent. Right.
Hello, my name's Morag McKinnon, and I'm part of the Earthing Project, along with Rebecca Palmer, Nadia Dermatopoulou, and Matthew Shaw. We decided to get together to make one film a month for a year, to make films which responded to the different seasons, the weather on each day, and to react to each different environment that we filmed in. The films are our emotional, physical, and psychological responses to the natural world. There were times, though, in the pandemic when going outside wasn't so easy, so we filmed our reactions from indoors, looking out to the world. We made films about plastic pollution, about being human in a large landscape, an experience of being on a beach and wild swimming, and the idea of yearning to be like an animal. We shot on phones because it was flexible, practical, and mobile. We really hope that you enjoy the examples of the Earthing films that you see today, and if you're interested to find out more, you can find us on Facebook and YouTube. And we really hope that you might feel inspired to make your own Earthing films too. Really hope you enjoy the films, and sorry we can't be with you. Take care. Bye.
We're just going to show these films from the Earthing Project in quick succession. They're quite short films. They're structured around the calendar, so March, April, things that are happening in the natural world on particular months in the year. And I think all that would be quite self-explanatory once they are up and running. So I think the first one is from March. And we'll be off and running very shortly.
just got to be loved. I just got to be loved. Just got to be loved. I don't care what you say, 'cause I know how I feel. I've got to be loved. Nothing is real. I don't care what you say, 'cause I know how I feel. I've got to be loved. Nothing else is real. I don't care. I just got to be loved. Nothing else is real. Not real. Not real. No, no, no. Nothing else is real. I just got to be loved.
Melted receptacles, where a breaker didn't trip, but a receptacle melted at a wall. Usually this is
We're back to no heating calls now. Beautiful South Carolina can't make up its mind about the climate. So we're going to see what we can do to get them some heat. Hopefully something simple. It's Saturday afternoon and have to be finished pretty quick if possible. Oh, I got you. It wasn't cold enough to run for 9.5 hours. Well, take a look at that stack of filters. Pretty sure this customer is not going to be neglecting to change his filter. About 10 or 12 of each size there. That's good. Don't like that. That right there. That is incorrect. Read the instruction book if you disagree. Anyway, there's very little I did to that. Hard for me to believe that made all the difference, but it's not shutting down now. So anyway, I think this is an origin call. I have not personally been here before, but I do think my guys installed this. So when I was saying this is wrong, this is a restriction on the end of a 3-inch pipe. And it's wrong. And one thing I have seen, for those that insist on these things, I have seen a reducing elbow or reducing 45 comes off as 3, swedges out to a 4-inch, and then you can restrict that.
I don't feel I've got time to have it.
So that was the Earthing Project. Some very interesting, quite abstract films. One of the notions that they work with is that of transformation, and transformation sets us free, is what they say in their blurb. So if very much in keeping with what we want to aim for through the festival, some of the things in social care that we need to transform radically. And so if you're interested in more about the Earthing Project, please go to their website.
Okay, so we are just going to maybe take 10 minutes to show a film from last year's festival, which was provided by Tom Ury, who's going to be coming live today, later on today. And when you've seen this film, if you're watching at home, you'll want to get down here, by the way, to see this man. Performance is absolutely amazing. You might know Tom as well because he was a major star in River City for a long time. He played Big Bob in River City, and he obviously is a all-round artist and actor. So very, we're delighted he's decided to join us at CitizenFest. It's just amazing that he's doing that. So we're going to put that on for 10 minutes, and then we'll go to the next item on the programme. So, yep.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for the time of your life? Time to stand up and fight. It's alright, it's alright. Hand in hand we'll take a caravan to the motherland. One by one, we're gonna stand up with pride, one that can't be denied. Stand up, stand up. From the highest mountain valley low, we'll join together with hearts of gold. Now the children of the world can see there's a better place for us to be. The place in which we were born, so neglected and torn apart. Every woman, every man, join the caravan of love. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Everybody take a stand. Join the caravan of love. Stand up, stand up, stand up. I'm your brother. I'm your brother, don't you know? She's my sister. She's my sister, don't you know? We'll be living in a world of peace in the day when everyone is free. We'll bring the young and the old. Won't you let your love flow from your heart? Every woman, every man, join the caravan of love. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Everybody take a stand. Join the caravan of love. Stand up, stand up, stand up. I'm your brother. I'm your brother, don't you know? She's my sister. She's my sister, don't you know? Are you ready? She's coming. Are you ready? She's coming. Are you ready? She's coming. Are you ready? Are you ready? She's coming. Are you ready? Are you ready? She's coming. Are you ready? Are you ready? I've seen your picture, your name and lots above it. This is your big debut. It's like a dream come true. So won't you smile for the camera? I know they're gonna love it. Hey, I like your picture. I keep it with your letter. Done up in blueprint blue. It sure looks good on you. And when you smile for the camera, I know I love you better. Hey, it will come back to you. Hey, it will come back to you. Then the shadow falls. You see it all 3D. It's your favorite foreign movie. Greetings, girl, and welcome to my world of phrase. I'm right up to bat. It's a daisy age, and you're about to walk up stage, so wipe your lottos on the map. Hip-hop love this is, and don't mind when I quiz. Your involvement's before the sun. But clear your card, cause it's a one-man sport. And who's better for this than plug one? I like your pen shop. I keep it with your letter. Done up in blueprint blue. It sure looks good on you. And when you smile for the camera, I know I love you better. Hey, it will come back to you. Hey, it will come back to you. Then the shadow falls. You see it on 3D. It's your favorite foreign movie. It will come back to you. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a boy, I need no sympathy. 'Cause I'm easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Anyway the wind blows doesn't really matter to me. to me. Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've got it thrown it all away. Mama, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, and carry on, as if nothing really matters. Too late, my time has come. Send shivers down my spine, body's aching all the time. Goodbye, everybody, I've got to go. I gotta leave you all behind and face the truth. Mama, I don't wanna die. I sometimes wish I'd never been born at I see a little silhouette of a man.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Thunder for the lightning, very, very frightening me.
I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me.
He's just a poor boy from a poor family, sparing his life from his monstrosity.
Easy come, easy go, will you let me go?
Bismillah, no, we will not let you go. Let him go. Bismillah, we will not let you go. Let him go. Bismillah, we will not let you go.
Let me go.
We'll not let you go.
Let me go.
We'll not let you go.
Let me go.
No, 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 no.
Oh, mamma mia, mamma mia.
Mamma mia, let me go. Beelzebub has the devil put aside for me, for me, for me.
So you think you can stone me and spit in my eye? So you think you can love me and leave me in time? Oh, baby, can't do this to me, baby. Just gotta get out, just gotta get right out of here.
Ooh yeah, ooh yeah.
Nothing really matters, anyone can see. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters to Any way the wind blows. In this friendly, friendly world, with each day so full of joy, why should any heart be lonely? In this friendly, friendly world, with each night so full of dreams, why should any heart be afraid? The world is such a wonderful place to wander through. When you've got someone you love to wander along with you, with the sky so full of stars and the river so full of song, every heart should be so thankful. The world is such a wonderful place to wander through. When you've got someone you love to wander along with you, with the sky so full of stars and the river so full of song, every heart should be so thankful. Thankful for this friendly, friendly world. And the second city of the empire, Mother Glasgow watches all her wings, trying hard to feed her little starlings. Unconsciously she clips their little wings. Mother Glasgow's socket is perpetual, nestling the belly and the Tim. I dreamt I took a dander with Saint Mungo to try to catch a fish that couldn't swim. Among the silent bells and flightless birdies, Father Glasgow knows his starlings well, and he'll no make his own way up to heaven by waltzing all his charges into hell. Mother Glasgow's socket is perpetual, nestling the belly and the Tim. I dream I took a dander with Saint Mungo to try to catch a fish that couldn't swim. And the tree, and the fish, and the bird, and the bell led Glasgow flourish. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Do, do, do. Whoa, for the longest time. Whoa, for the longest. If you said goodbye to me tonight, there would still be music left to write. What else could I do? I'm so inspired by you. That hasn't happened for the longest time. Once I thought my innocence was gone. Now I know that happiness goes on. That's where you found me when you put your arms around me. I haven't been there for the longest time. Whoa, for the longest time. Whoa, for the longest. I'm that voice you're hearing in the hall, and the greatest miracle of all. And so I need you, and how you needed me too. That hasn't happened for the longest time. Maybe this won't last very long, but you feel so right.
So welcome back. I'd like to thank Tom for filling that space, and just he's totally amazing. I am a fan, I have to declare and be honest. I'm looking forward to meeting him later on. Clive, you going to introduce me? I'm a definite fan. He's absolutely amazing. So thank you for that. Now we're going to move on to the next bit of the programme, and I suppose for me, this is what the festival's all about, really, because what we do is we meet organisations that we didn't even know were out there, working away, doing their own thing, maybe not connected to, organisations like our own. And through somebody that was involved in the festival for the last 2 years, who obviously is somebody that is involved with your organisation, which is called Speech Bubble. There was a recommendation that maybe we should have a chat with Speech Bubble, and maybe they would be an organisation that would be interested in the festival and getting involved. So it's just that kind of reaching out and growing those connections, and it's just amazing. So yes, so Speech Bubble is an organisation that works with people who have speech difficulties, disabilities, but have speech difficulties, but uses drama and the arts really to support people to improve their communication. I think that's the simplest thing. But we're going to have a discussion and debate about it. We have Robert, Jennifer and Melissa here. They're going to introduce themselves a wee bit more. And we have Clive, who you've met over the morning. Over the morning with me, one of my buddies. Yeah, pals, aren't we? Aye. And Clive is going to chair and this discussion, really, given his background in the arts as well. So I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves. And once we've done that, I'm going to show a short video. Yeah? So I think it'd be great, Jennifer, if you started. Mind and get nice and close to those microphones, because they're a bit...
Okay, so my name's Jennifer Cassidy. I set up Speech Bubble probably about 4 years ago now we started. I have a daughter with cerebral palsy, and I started to realise that for all the difficulties that she had, speech was the thing that was really getting in her way and was really stopping her from making friends and things. So she's always been kind of interested in drama, so that was one of the things. And I think the thing that actually that made me do it was I had been watching the King's Speech, and in the King's Speech he did lots of stupid drama things, no offence. So daft drama, things. And I thought, well, the speech therapy's not like that now. That's not how we do it. So I was thinking, I wish something like that was still around. So I happened to meet someone at a party who's an actor, and we had a chat. And so she put me in touch with another actor who also did vocal coaching. And so he came along. Now Joe also has cerebral palsy, and so he kind of got it. So, and I mean, I thought it was kind of a mad idea, but he thought it was okay. So we kind of started working with him, and she was enjoying it, and it seemed to be making a difference. So we decided that, well, Joe and I independently decided that having a group would actually be a better idea. So that was kind of where it all came from. And it did take us a wee while to get it all together, but we have managed to do that. And once we got our board together, got everything done, every time I had a conversation with anyone about drama and disability, they would say, do you know Robert's Awfully Gale? And I was like, well, everybody's talked about him, but I've never actually met him. So eventually, at a Cerebral Palsy Scotland conference, we did catch up. And then later I stalked him until he agreed to be a patron, because I think Robert embodies what we really want to be. It's like, have a life, have a job, have a family, do all just normal stuff. But also just so happens that he's an actor as well and a director, and then he'll tell you all about himself. But so that has been really helpful for us, because that's one of the things we're sort of as role models. So I don't know if, Robert, you want to say a bit about yourself?
Yeah.
I haven't known already.
I mean, to cover girls, quite good. Yeah, my name's Robert. I run a company based in Glasgow called Birds in Paradise, which is a theatre company. We've been going for 29 years now. And we make productions that tour around Scotland and around the world sometimes. And we're always about putting the stories of disabled people onto the stage. So usually that involves employing disabled actors, disabled writers, and other disabled directors to do that. So we've been together for quite a while, and I've been there as artistic director for about 10 years now. So someday will be coming to come we can get lost pretty soon. But yeah, when getting appropriate, we're working to support people, because the way in which speech impairments impact upon my life and other people's lives, it's quite profound, but also there's a lot of joy to be found in the work that we put on stage, and the way that we talk about speech impairments and the way we address it. It's not this massive issue, it's something that we can get on with and move forward with. So I'm very keen to support that. Yeah, I'll see you more later.
Yep. And Melissa?
Hi, I am more. And I am I have a blog called Money in Life, where I read about my experience as a young disabled person.
Are we going to show the film? Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll just maybe say a little bit about the film. The film heavily features Joe, who's our lead coach. He would have been here today, but got a better offer, which was like a weekend in Rome. So somehow selfishly decided to just do that instead. But it kind of I think embodies what we do, and lots of the kids feature in it, so it should give an idea of what we do at Speech Bubble.
Great, we're going to see the film.
same. I wish this moment stayed deeper. Some cry. Love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. And I keep beating, Amber, these are Amber White days. Emma, who made Dinosaur Museum. We have Mel, who made Gaia is Burning. Cleo, who made Cleo and Patra. And we have Kiva, who made Annoying Mum.
Best dramatic moment goes to Mel.
The best pranks.
This award goes to Kiva.
Best acting with a blanket goes to Cleo.
The best participant working with an animal. And the award goes to Una.
And our last award for the afternoon is for best dancing, and of course it goes to Amber.
Cool. Okay, now you're back with us. Right, basically there's quite a lot to discuss today. We just want to try and cover as many topics as possible rather than just choose one or two and talk at great length. Let's try and cover a few particular points and really try and concentrate on them. I guess the first place to start is production values. There's a lot of TV, there's theatres, there's cinemas, there's all sorts of ways of production companies and TV stations deciding how they represent disability. It'd be great to get the members of this panel to talk about their views on disability representation, about maybe how it was, how it is, how it could be, how it should be. I'd like to, if I could start with you, Robert, because obviously you've got a finger in so many pies. It would be great to hear, really just, I don't want you going on at any great length because we've got so many things to talk about, but I really would like to hear what your views are on should there be more, should there be less, what is shown, is it accurate, is it reasonable? You must have quite a few opinions on this one.
I've got a few, yeah. I mean, I think to remember that I've been in this business for about 20 years now. So when I started, the number of disabled actors that were there was small, and the number of parts for them was small. So we have come a long way, and we've made quite a lot of progress. We've still got a long way to go.
Yep.
We need to hang on to that. I think part of the issue has been that for a lot of the writers and the directors were non-disabled people who were coming up with their ideas of what it was like to be disabled. And that there wasn't a lot of authenticity in that. It was their perspective. It wasn't our perspective. So I think what's improved recently is that we're going to get disabled people writing their own stories, writing for TV, film and theatre, and therefore bringing a level of authenticity and realism to it that I think really benefits the end product. And I think the audience really benefits from that because they get to see stories that are real and it means something to them. So yeah, I think we have come a long way, but we've still got a long way to go. You know, 21% of the population is disabled. there's no way that 21% of characters on screen are disabled. So we need to look at why that is and how we push that forward.
Do you feel the representation very often is sort of a token, two-dimensional? That we just need to put him, her, them, whatever it is, we just need to have our quota filled. That that an awful lot of times there's not a lot of depth of character there. It's just there to appease certain people. So maybe even though there was a quantity of roles, has there been a quality of roles? You say you've come a long way. I'm not convinced. I think you've been remarkably polite. So what about the quality of roles?
Well, I think in the terms of where we were, we have come a long way.
Okay.
We've still got a long way to go. So that's not to be complacent. But when I was 20, there were no disabled actors on my TV. There were no role models to represent my story in film or in theatre. So, and now there are. There's not many, there's not enough, but they are there. I think, tokenism was a big issue at one point, but I would say in the last sort of 5 years, it's become less of an issue because disabled people are at the helm. They're leading the process. So the tokenism tends to disappear at that point because they're in charge of the stories that they tell, and that makes a big difference.
Okay. If you could, if I can just bring the rest of our panel in here. If you could change how it is, how would you change it to how it should be? Have you got any views on that?
I feel that why don't we have more people have a wonderful spectrum? We're not doing and not diverse, no, and enough what required.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I think, you tend to have storylines about people who have a disability, and it quite often is about their disability, rather than just having an actor play a role who just happens to have a disability. And I suppose that's the bit that I think we've not got there yet. But I think Robert's right. I think having disabled writers makes a massive difference, and having those disabled voices makes a big difference. So I do think things have changed. I agree. I think things have changed a lot, and I think they've changed. Just like having more women in television, more women writers. Everything's changed. So it's not perfect. It's far from it, but I think it definitely is changing, and I think the shift has happened. So it's now more difficult for someone to question why you would have a disabled actor.
Okay, but what changes would you make? Because how it was and how it is, what changes would you make? I mean, you're saying it's great to have the right writers there, but the people above them, the people that actually, the production companies, the people that commission those companies, the people that broadcast, what role have they got to play? What's their responsibilities?
I think
If you were in
BBC, I think BBC did definitely do. I mean, it is a box ticking thing for sure. But I think the fact that they're having to do that makes a difference. But I think the change is actually societal. It's not just about film and television, because we're still struggling with schools and education. So it's from birth right up. You're not included necessarily until you've battered down the doors. So I think that's a societal thing.
More grassroots education.
Well, yeah, I think more inclusion generally just in society. And I think that there's been changes, but I think people think there are more, that things are better than they really are. I think the practicalities of things, I mean, we've spoken about education, you've spoken about your experiences in education. So if you can't even get through basic exams in drama, how do you then get into drama school? How do you then get into that as a career? These things are, it's difficult all the way through.
Okay, well, that's an interesting point, because individually you've all got your own stories of how you got to where you are professionally and how you got here today. Has there been any, this is a bit of a double-edged sort of question, but has there been any blocks that you've suffered or any open doors that you've really enjoyed? I mean, what's the good and the bad, the extremes of how you've been received? What's any particular experiences that were wonderful or otherwise?
I think you can believe certainly for us, there were so few disabled actors in the UK.
Yeah.
So in some ways that's a benefit, because whenever anyone was looking for a disabled actor, I'm your guy. And we all knew each other well, so there's a real sense of community around how we got jobs. If you wanted, a young blind woman, I knew who to call, likewise to you and me. So I think at that point there was certainly a lack of numbers, but there was an opportunity to get around and to get work. A lot of actors that I know who qualify go work for years and years and go from waiting jobs to other jobs. I didn't have to do that. I was always in employment. So in some ways, there was a lot of benefits. But the sorts of roles that I was asked to audition for were very much about being disabled and about that perspective, which it's a funny thing acting, because in any other job you say, well, I'm just here to do the job. But in acting, you bring what you are to the job.
Yeah.
I'm a man, I'm white, I'm Scottish. All of these things are what I bring to role. I'm also disabled and I bring that to role. So there's no point in trying to pretend otherwise with acting, because the audience see it right away. And that can be restrictive, but also that's what makes you. And as an actor, it's important that you can bring these things to the job.
And I think that's probably where the difficulty is because I think we're not seeing in society enough people, who are bank managers with disabilities, who are, you don't even see a bank manager anymore, you know what I mean? But people in professional roles in society, so you're not really seeing them there, so then you're not seeing them in soap operas, because it wouldn't occur for someone to cast someone with a disability in those roles. So that's why I'm saying there's kind of a catch-22, isn't it? That you need to see people in those roles, and you need to see people in those roles in life as well as in.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned production companies, because they see everything and everyone, and it's up to them it's up to them. They make the decisions to present certain people in certain circumstances in a particular way. And as a viewer rather than a production person, I'm looking at something that should be a balance of society. So that's why I was wondering about opportunities that you've been given to you, because as you say, you're number one in the field of one very often. But very often the door will be slammed in your face because you're not even on that list. So has there been, I don't want to drag up bad memories, but has there been, either personally for you or of other people's stories of where there's been a perceived disability has worked against you, even though it's nothing to do with you? Have you had any experiences of negativity that's...
You're almost always assumed to have a learning disability when you don't have a learning disability. So I think that makes life a bit more challenging.
Yeah, and I feel I'm not on because the stuff it's not that we don't want us, but we don't know how to deal with diversity together. Know that our children represent us. We are oh, afraid of us.
And I think part of the reason for that is because there are no disabled producers, and there's no, I mean, there must be, and there is one director, but I think, again, it's just they don't really understand what they're dealing with. So
Yeah, fear comes through ignorance, doesn't it? I think I think the general voice is the more education the earliest possible. It means that when those people get to wherever they are, when they get to the top of their own particular tree, they'll be making a far more balanced appraisal of the situation rather than based on what they think they know.
Yeah.
But, and I think like one step beyond that, like if you look at the top of the trees, they're all white middle class men.
Yep.
So that's a core part of the problem. If they were a much more diverse range of people who were heading up production companies, who were commissioning work for the BBC or whoever, they would want to tell more diverse stories. If you look at them now, they're all white middle-aged men. No wonder what we end up with is quite scale, white middle-aged men stuff.
That's a horrible truth.
Get rid of them and we solve the problem very quickly.
Okay. So let's put you in charge.
Yeah. Well, or I'm sure a white middle-aged man. Like I'm not using the solution, but there's other people who definitely are, who can bring a range of stories to that role. And when I hear that, I know that that's a bit of a threat to some people who go, well, I quite like being in control. But that's a core part of the problem. If we diversify the people making the decisions, everything with that will become more diverse.
Okay, well, let's bring in speech bubbles. What role has speech? What was the intention when you started it, and how's progress developing? Are you happy? Could you be happier?
The intention when we started it was really just to get kids together, to help develop their voices a bit and to have fun, but it sort of quickly became a bit more than that. And so, yeah, because I think at that point I started to realise, well, there isn't really anywhere for, lots of kids do drama, but it's not so easy if you've got a speech impairment. So it did start to become a little bit more than that. And we started to think about different things, like we started to think about casting as well, where do you go, if you're looking for young people to cast and things who have disabilities. So there's lots of things that we might do and we might change because there is a lot of opportunity there. There's just not that much happening.
Okay, so are you happy with how Speech Bubble? You've been going, what did you say, 3-4 years now?
We've run one full year, and this is us in our second year of delivering sessions. We decided to launch just at the same time as COVID decided to launch.
Perfect.
So we went from having a kind of Glasgow set up of, in-person sessions to having Zoom sessions online. So, I mean, they're not the same, but what they do is they allow us to reach across the country in a way that we weren't able to do before. So for me, that's one of the things I would like to see, is that everybody knows about Speech Bubble, and that people who kind of fit the criteria and who are interested in drama, interested in improving their voice, interested in meeting other young people and having a laugh, interested in making films, interested in writing, because we've covered all of that during our sessions as well. Because it's just about, having fun. I mean, we gave all our young people the opportunity to make a film last year, thinking we'll get some good stories here about disability. And actually, we got stories about people pranking their mums. We got stories about how the world was going to end. We get stories about, none of the stories were about disability. We just got the chance to make a film, and that's what they did really like. So
that's how it should be.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll get those disabled voices, we'll get those disabled opinions, but it won't necessarily mean that we're always talking about disability. It probably means we'll be talking about other things, but, we'll be doing it with a...
So here's the big plug, here's the big opportunity. If people want to get involved with what you're doing, what's the best way to do it? What's the contact details, websites?
We mostly use a Facebook page. It's Speech Bubble Drama on Facebook. But we also have a YouTube channel where you can have a look at the films that we've made, and you can see some short films about what we do.
What are they called? What's the YouTube channel?
The YouTube channel is called Speech Bubble Drama. So we try to stick with the one name. So Speech Bubble Drama.
A lot of people do it.
I know, it's obvious you think, but so get in touch with us, whether that's because you want to come and find out, support us, or whether you want to join us, because we could definitely do with more young people. And I've just got some funding to work with teenagers in Glasgow, so particularly keen to hear from teenagers in Glasgow. Even if you've got a disability and you just want to make a film.
Okay, fantastic.
For that.
Have you got a vision for maybe like 1 year from now, 5 years from now, or is it more of an organic thing? You put the foundation in place and you just want to see how things develop. Is there a plan?
There is a plan, and it is to a certain extent a bit organic, because things do change. There's things you just can't plan for. But I think our main thing is to be well known, so that everybody who could benefit from Speech Bubble knows about it. And so we work with like age 5 up to age 24 currently. But I had a mum the other day say, my wee one's 2.5. Can we do something? So I mean, there's definitely opportunities to widen that out.
Okay, right. And what sort of world would you like to see for people with disability, or perceive it? I always it's that phrase with disability. I've always got an issue with people just getting all lumped together with disability. I think an awful lot of people who come up with these sort of collective terms, I think they have a learning difficulty themselves. They've got a learning challenge because they're not aware of what's going on. So they say, whether it's fear or ignorance or whatever it is, we just lump people together. So how do you see a way to celebrate difference rather than suffocate that difference and silence that difference?
Do you have something to say?
Have you got a vision for the future?
Well, I just think that I think it is about everybody having opportunity and having the chance to say what they want. I think at the moment there's still an awful lot of closed doors.
Okay.
And I think you've broken through a lot of barriers. And I think you're very unusual in that.
Thanks.
How nice.
I think
we're all getting on so well.
I think you, but I think the fact that you've done it means that, so you're out there, you're a role model now, so, it's been done and we've seen it, so.
I think collectively, the three of you are giving a platform for expression, which is brilliant, because there's a lot of people that have a voice and they're not allowed to be heard and it's suppressed. So I do doff my cap to you individually and collectively. I think what you're doing is a fantastic thing. So I guess the message is that if you want to get involved, if you've got a voice and it's not getting heard, then get in touch with these lovely people through Speech Bubble, so search on YouTube, search on Facebook, find out what's going on and get yourselves involved and be a part of it, rather than be apart from it. There you go, we can use that one. So I think it's all about, because what you do, as Fran says, it's very inclusive, and we're all about trying to get people away from that exclusivity and being alienated and being part of a community and being part of something. So whether you guys are part of your own collective or you're part of a wider collective, I think what you're doing is fantastic. And I really hope that more and more people get involved with what we're doing. So I think I have to thank all three of you very, very much indeed, Jennifer, Melissa and Robert. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being part of our discussion and our festival. So, this is where I pretend I know what I'm doing and try and segue into the next part. So are you guys ready?
Nearly.
Great. Well, maybe they're going to get dressed again. So I don't know, do we switch the camera on here, or are we all ready to go?
Sorry, no rush.
Oh, there's a rush. There's a rush. Right, a bit of music for your delectation and consideration. So open your ears, put your hands together and enjoy the fantastic sounds for the next 25 minutes or so. And don't forget to join us on the sofa afterwards. Of course. Ladies, gentlemen, one and all, and everybody else, this is Bro.
Yep, it's on. Wonderful.
But look around, just look around you. Say you want it to go. If you want it to go, the tide would bring you home. Man has gone to visit lands afar. Still they say he never left his island. Look around, just look around you. Say you want it to go. If you want it to go, the tide would bring you home. 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 Say you want it to go. Say you want it if you want it to go. If you want it, say you want it to go. Say you want it if you want it to go. The tide would bring you home. The tide would bring you home. The tide would bring you home.
Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much for having us, folks. It's really, really cool to be here. We haven't done many gigs this year, so it's lovely. It's lovely to get an outing and for such a great wee festival with like such an inclusive cause as well. So thanks so much for having us along. Yeah, we're called Bra. We're brothers. We kind of look slightly similar. Hair's disappearing at the similar rate. But yeah, that was one of our own songs. That's called The Tide. It was about the Isle of Arran. I'm sure many people have been there. We like Arran a lot. And Andrew will tell us what we're going to play next, because I never know.
So we're going to do a wee cover next. You might have heard of the band Tidelines, lovely Scottish band. This is called Far Side of the World. Hope you enjoy it.
The stories I've heard told of an unfamiliar road where the evening sun hangs gold in the skyline, in a quiet unknown town that is solace to be found in the unforsaken hours of the twilight. There's a girl and I can see her far away from this frontier, and I wanna dance with a Highland girl where the skies reach out for miles. I wanna feel the breeze of the Hebrides on the far side of the world. On an evening in July, in the red Montgomery sky, she smiled and closed her eyes on my shoulder. Now I'm a million miles from home, and the girl I call my own, and I'm dreaming all alone just to hold her. When I look into the water, I see her standing at the altar, and I wanna dance with a Highland girl where the skies reach out for miles. I wanna feel the breeze of the Hebrides on the far side of the world. And I wanna dance with a Highland girl where the skies reach out for miles. I wanna feel the breeze of the Hebrides on the far side of the world. Your colours to the mast in the footsteps of the past, and when you breathe your last, life's a turning. For when the sun sets on the years, all the miles and all the tears, a world away from here, it's the morning. In my mind I see her smile, where the tide lines grace the aisle. And I wanna dance with a Highland girl where the skies reach out for miles. I wanna feel the breeze of the Hebrides on the far side of the world. And I wanna dance with a Highland girl where the skies reach out for miles. I wanna feel the breeze of the Hebrides on the far side of the world. And I wanna dance with a Highland girl where the skies reach out for miles. I wanna feel the breeze of the Hebrides on the far side of the world. And I wanna dance with a Highland girl where the skies reach out for miles. I wanna feel the breeze of the Hebrides on the far side of the world. And I wanna dance with a Highland girl where the skies reach out for miles. I wanna feel the breeze of the Hebrides on the far side of the world. And I wanna dance with a Highland girl where the skies reach out for miles. I wanna feel the breeze of the Hebrides on the far side of the world.
Thank you. Good clapping over there. So yes, there we go. So it's Ian and I'm Andrew, and we've been playing together for about 3 years now. I can't believe it's 2022. That's terrifying.
Well, we haven't played together very much in this, because of the last 2 years.
Yes, because the last 2 years, but smashing to play in such a lovely location, lovely day as well, smashing day. And we sort of specialise in our own, obviously, original songs, but also Scottish songs, songs by Scottish bands.
We like Scottish bands. We realised that most of the songs we learned were Scottish, so we thought we'd just make a theme of it.
Yeah, we liked it. But also as well, the fact that obviously, particularly songwriters as well, that no matter who's in our motto is no matter who's here, wherever you're from in the first place, if you want to be Scottish, you can be Scottish, and you're welcome here. So that's our main theme as a band.
Pretty much, yeah. We're doing Space. Yes, we'll do another cover now, a couple in a row. This one's by Biffy Clyro. Probably heard it on the radio quite a lot.
When we were young and still in love, we didn't care what we were made of. Our eyes were set on a distant sun. It was shimmering gold. Then slowly, one by one, we carried our past and cradled the storm. We tried to conceal the scars we wore. We couldn't show, we couldn't show. I get lost sometimes, with you I am fun. I get lost, so I'll follow the light to your heart. Will you wait for me? There's always a space in my heart. I'm still caught in your gravity. No matter the distance between us, our joy lives in the moments we shared. Love's truest to meaning lives when you're not there. Will you wait for me? There's always a space in my heart for you.
And then the silence fell. We bit our tongues with which we tell all of our dreams, stories we said. We didn't know what we didn't know.
I get lost sometimes, with you I am fun. I get lost, so I'll follow the light to your heart. Will you wait for me? There's always a space in my heart. I'm still caught in your gravity. No matter the distance between us, our joy lives in the moments we shared. Love's truest to meaning lives when you're not there. Will you wait for me? There's always a space in my heart. There's always a space in my heart. There's always a space in my heart. Will you wait for me? There's always a space in my heart. I'm still caught in your gravity. No matter the distance between us, our joy lives in the moments we shared. Love's truest to meaning lives when you're not there. Will you wait for me? There's always a space in my heart for you.
Thank you very much. So yeah, that was probably our favourite band ever, Biffy Clyro.
Yes, we love Biffy Clyro.
Probably the only. I should say that. It's very bad. I look like lots of bands, but it's the only band that I religiously like. Anything that comes out all over it.
Anything, yeah. Even the weird stuff.
Apart from the cassettes, not cassettes.
Couple more?
Yeah.
Couple more, is that all good? Yeah. Brilliant.
I'll keep my set.
Lovely. So I think we're getting a little bit football-y here, but don't worry, not in a bad way. So we wrote a song last year for a certain event. In fact, yes, it was last year. For a certain European football championships that Scotland were in for the first time, because we go along to Hampden ourselves. And this song's called Long Time Coming, open brackets, we're going to the Euros.
Close brackets. Yeah. We tried to do a Proclaimers thing there. So any football fans, then you might recognise a few of the names in this song.
Yes, there's a lot of names shoved into a very short space of time.
It's been a long time coming, a long time coming. It's been a long time coming.
We're going to
a long
the
time coming.
Euros.
As we sat beside the bar when penalties were near, the barman said that's 10 o'clock. You can't watch it here. So we listened in the Glasgow sleet as Kenny tucked it away. They say despite the empty seats, the world could hear us say, we're going to the Euros. It's been a long time coming. 25 years, plenty of tears and near misses along the way. And we'll have Robbo on the left, Christie on the right, McGinn, McGregor, McTominay, not to mention Lyndon Dykes. Try to tackle Tierney and he'll skin you down the wing. And if it goes to penalties, let Davy do his thing. And in Belgrade, we took the field, we prayed, no more despair. We hoped, we dreamed, frail living rooms to watch was hard to bear. Then Davy raised his mighty glove, and from our seats we sprang. They say despite the empty seats, the world could hear us say, we're going to the Euros. It's been a long time coming. 25 years, plenty of tears and near misses along the way. And we'll have Robbo on the left, Christie on the right, McGinn, McGregor, McTominay, not to mention Lyndon Dykes. Try to tackle Tierney and he'll skin you down the wing. And if it goes to penalties, let Davy do his thing. Long time coming, long time coming, long time coming, long time coming, long time going to long time coming. We're going to the Euros. It's been a long time coming. 25 years, plenty of tears and near misses along the way. And we'll have Robbo on the left, Christie on the right, McGinn, McGregor, McTominay, not to mention Lyndon Dykes. Try to tackle Tierney and he'll skin you down the wing. And if it goes to penalties, let Davy do his thing.
That one's a good laugh. I like that song. It's called A Long Time Coming, as you can probably guess.
I think we've got another one of our own now, have we? No, or maybe not.
Or I don't know. Yeah.
I think that's possibly the last one. We've got another one between them.
Oh,
We've
do we?
got. Oh yeah, we've got the brother one.
Oh yes.
Not a Scottish band, but you know, this is an Avicii one. We quite like Avicii, and as we're brothers, we sometimes do it. It goes down quite well in pubs.
There's an endless road to rediscover. Hey, sister, no, the water's sweet, but blood is thicker. Oh, if the sky comes falling down for you, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do. Hey, brother, still believe in one another. Hey, sister, do you still believe in love
help you out. Oh, if the sky comes falling down for you, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do. Hey, brother, do you still believe in one another? Hey, sister, do you still believe in love, I wonder? Oh, if the sky comes falling down for you, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do. Whoa, what if I'm far from home? Oh, brother, I will hear you call. What if I lose it all? Oh, sister, I will help you out. Oh, if the sky comes falling down for you, there's nothing in this world I would do.
Thanks so much, guys. Thank you.
So yeah, we do only have one more song now, and that is the one that you mentioned.
Yes, it
Are we
is.
on time, Matt? Or does it really matter?
More or less.
More or less.
See-
One more song, is that allowed yet? One more song. Okay.
So this is we love this song. This song's about basically that moment at the end of the night. You've done your work for the day. You've done your hard graft, and you come back and you need to say, okay, that's plenty. I'm going to now turn my mind completely off. Sit down with a glass of whiskey with a wee dram. This is called Whiskey in Hand. Thank you for having us on the stage. We'll be within a second, but enjoy this one. And the chorus is quite catchy. So if you get it, pick it up. Please do sing along.
Your tired mind has suffered plenty. The day attacks away your glow. It seems your soul's feeling so empty. Strained with fears and daunting woes. Take a minute, fill your glass. Raise a toast to all that's past. For a moment, close your eyes. Let the evening fleet on by. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand. Tomorrow's dawn will bring new fighting to keep your hopes and dreams alive. Don't yearn to hide the sun from setting. It's time to rest in dark embrace. Take a minute, fill your glass. Raise a toast to all that's past. There is nothing you can do. but enjoy the angels too. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand. Fireside the amber hue, gaze a glimpse of those we knew. For a moment close your eyes, you can feel them by your side. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand. Rest ye now, ye journeyman, with a whiskey in hand, with a whiskey in hand.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach, and we'll see you on the
sofa.
Red couch momentarily.
Come over here. You're not getting away that easy. Okay, my name's Michael, right? And my co-host is Pauline. We're here until 8 o'clock tonight. Wow.
You're on the night shift.
We're on
So keep it down, we're in the night shift.
Yeah.
Don't make some noise. We're
Make
on the
some
night
noise.
shift.
Yeah, make some noise. Okay, so thanks for that set. That was brilliant, guys.
You're very welcome. It was bro.
It was brilliant,
I see
yeah.
what we did there.
Yeah.
And that's why we called ourselves that.
Is
Just,
that- I was
just for
gonna
that one
ask,
gag. For
is
that
it-
one gag.
Because you guys are brothers, so I wondered if it was a Bra Brothers, some alliterative fun, or is it just because you wanted to give a sense of joy to your music? Is it?
We're not quite that clever, actually. And so it was mainly because I had this idea, and we started up just playing together. Because Ian he was moved up from Manchester where he studied, and I moved down from St Andrews, which is where I have this horrendous accent. But because of that, and I said, wouldn't it be nice if we got on radio at some point and somebody said, well, that was bra. And then I'm sure someone would laugh at that.
Very
joke.
cheesy, right?
Very cheesy.
Excellent. Excellent.
And it does sound a bit like bro as well, like the brothers thing. Like you said, it's like bro.
The new bros.
And I was going to say to you guys, you wrote a song about Scotland getting to the Euros. Yes, we never went there enough. But how was it to perform? And like, what's the feedback been like since you've wrote that song about Scotland?
Doing the
getting-
Euros one.
Yeah.
It's good. That song got really popular on TikTok, believe it or not, which is which is a new world to me. But yeah, sadly we didn't get to play it much. We didn't get to play it live during the Euros because there wasn't really any bands and pubs and stuff. But we've written a World Cup one as well, which we released like a hopeful.
It's very hopeful.
It's a hopeful World Cup song that we released the other week called One Scotland Called. So we're making up for it now, and we're playing the Euros one every time we have a chance to
It's
play.
still good. It's still a nice memory of the Euros. I think it kind of brought us all together in quite a tough time last summer, didn't it?
Yeah.
It would have been nice if we stayed in a bit longer.
Yes,
That's true. There's definitely like a theme of kind of community and bringing people together through your music that comes over really strongly, and obviously that's what we're all about at CitizenFest as well. Is that fair to say? Is like, what do you see? Is that the power of music as far as you're concerned, bringing people together? And
Definitely. Like for sure. Like I think most of our, in fact, it was kind of odd because we released most of our music since we come together during lockdown, so we haven't really been able to gig much, and then it was tricky recording things like virtually and stuff, and that meant, so for example, on that Whiskey in Hand song, the last one we just did, we actually got like a virtual choir in it, so we got all of our friends and family, I think it was about 30 people, maybe, I don't know, but yeah, they all basically recorded them, we sent them like the rough mix of the song, and then they recorded themselves singing on their phones or whatever and sent it in, and then so we managed to get like all of them on the track, so you get like a kind of virtual crowd at the end when you listen to it, and we did that with the video as well, and then with the, what was it, something else? And the Scotland one we've just done, we because that was a football one as well, we kind of got the Tartan Army on it, and we got everyone to send in their photos from all over across Scotland.
Kids, dogs, all
so no, to be fair, everything that we do, we love to involve as many people as possible, and you know, I think you're right, that is what music is all about.
it is definitely.
And I mean, like last year must have been terrible for you guys not to perform in a wonderful atmosphere without the audience being there. So what was it like to kind of like be back out to live events?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean,
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Nerve-wracking,
yeah.
Especially because I kind of mainly, I used to just sing. I used to do all the work musically, and I used to stand there and sing. But
we did change during lockdown.
Yeah, I picked up guitar over lockdown and learned it basically because I was kind of just getting sort of restless, I suppose. But it kind of makes it feel more as special as it should feel. It feels so special to be here today, to be doing a live performance across Glasgow, because we get that immediate feedback, and it makes our day. It's what I like doing in music. I like playing to people and hopefully giving them a nice few minutes.
So this is the beginning of festival season, right? So, and hopefully, fingers crossed, the weather will be nice as well. Are you getting the gigs coming up?
We have got gigs coming up.
This is your moment.
We have. You can keep up to date with most of the gigs and stuff. We tend to post them on all our social media things. We're Bra official. That's us. We have got gigs in terms of festivals. We're not headlining Glastonbury just yet, I'm afraid.
No.
I'm waiting for the lovely letter to come through. But no, we've got because we haven't really done festivals or something. We have because of lockdown. We've never really done them. We've got our first one this summer.
Yes.
Which is up in Auchterarder, which is called
Mugstock.
Mugstock.
Mugstock, yeah.
Mugstock, which used to be in Mugstock Country Park. That's what it's called.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
So we're playing up, and that's the first festival we're doing. But apart from that, we're mainly just doing some gigs in kind of around the south side in Glasgow.
Yeah.
Pubs, we've got a few lined up. There's a great festival called Bungo in the Lanes. I don't know if anyone's heard that.
Lovely.
Strathbungo will be there. So we're trying to get some more stuff in the diary, especially now the sun's shining as well. It'd be lovely to actually get outside and play.
Definitely. We've also got we're playing the Glad Cafe.
Brilliant.
We are. Gigs, we're going to hope to try and sell that out. And
that's our first full band gig.
Full band gigs, we've got a 6-piece, so 23rd of July. Hey,
the sign's coming.
I got it.
Hello. Hello there. Maybe he wants to come in. Yeah, I've been to that venue before. It's amazing inside.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
It's a very all-inclusive venue as well in terms of accessibility.
Yeah.
In terms of the food, vegan menu as well. So it's lovely.
It is actually good for accessibility. So we've got a disabled friend coming in a wheelchair, and that's one of the reasons we picked it, because he can get down right into the venue. It's got a good ramp. So no, it's cracking. It's an inclusive venue for sure.
So when are you back in the studio, guys, recording your next album? Or have you got any?
Yeah, that is a good question.
That's my job, to ask difficult questions.
I know.
Yeah.
Andrew, I don't know. It usually depends. Andrew writes a lot of lyrics, and I do a lot of the songwriting and arranging, and then so I usually end up with a big pile of lyrics, like half-baked songs, and then eventually I'll get to do them. And that's how we did the first album. Eventually, we finished that off. Yeah, it's kind of weird because we haven't played the first album live at all.
All right, yeah.
Because apart from like what we're doing now, we released it last year, and it's like a lot of bands have had similar problems. Like even like big ones like Biffy Clyro and like Tidelines we played. Like they're only just touring the album they released in 2020, this year.
Yeah, of course.
It's really weird. So it's like, so even when we're playing songs that we wrote for our first album, we've never played them live. It's like we have to relearn them. It's mental. But yeah, hopefully we'll get back in the studio and do some more. We've got a few singles that we need to go and record. So I don't mind being attacked by the banner. It's fine. The banner
We need strategic sellotape.
the banner can stay. Maybe if I pull out this bit.
I think that's somebody telling us somewhere that well, thank you very much for the chat. That was brilliant speaking to you, and all the best. We'll definitely keep in touch, Bro Official on the social media.
Okay, give it up for Bro. Hey, amazing.
So coming up next, we've got some fantastic music coming exclusively recorded for us at CitizenFest as we all duck into the banner that's coming at us by the brilliant singer-songwriter Jessica Lee Morgan. So I think that's going to come zooming into your ears as we speak.
Hi, my name is Jessica Lee Morgan. Thank you very much for inviting me back to the We Are One Festival. It's a real pleasure to be here with you there. I'm going to present a few of my songs and videos which I think you might enjoy. First up is I Am Not, which is actually off my album, not I Am Not, but the second one, Around the Block. My job used to be service user involvement officer in health and social care, and it was my job to help people speak up about the services they used. It didn't always go according to plan because, as you know, services like to group people according to their problem or their issue or their thing, which of course is not the way we are as human beings. So this is I Am Not.
I am not my reputation. I am not my disability. I am not my long hair. I am just me. I am just me. I am not my occupation. I was leaving anyway. I am even not my business. That's my business. That's my business. You are not what you like to be. You're just a person, you're just like me. I'm not my fear and anger, it's just a system. That's the way it will always be. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm not my mental health. I may be blind, that's all you see. I may not hear, but I'm not thick. You may see scars, but I'm not sick. It is not your illness makes you act like you do. It's your response to the situation makes me react the way I do. Yeah. You are not what you like to be. You're just a person, you're just like me, yeah. And I'm not my fear and anger, it's just life. That's the way it will always be. And don't be scared of who you are. Don't hide behind where you're secure. You don't need labels to be you. You just need recognition.
Sorry Not Sorry is pretty much a transcription of an argument I had with somebody. So I don't need to say too much about it, except for stand up for what you believe in. And if you feel you did something for a very good reason, then you're the one who's right. So there we go. This is Sorry Not Sorry from Around the Block.
Sorry, I'm not sorry for anything I've done. Forgive me, I'm not sorry. You made me hit and run. Yeah. Sorry, sorry, no, not sorry. Sorry, sorry, no, not sorry. That's life, it hurts. We're all grown-ups now. That's living, no worse. No matter who takes turns. No excuses, no regrets. No No memories will ever fade. I'm not on my knees. Sorry. Oh, I'm not sorry. Sorry. Oh, I'm not sorry. Sorry. Not sorry. Doing it my way. Forgive me. I'm not sorry. Are we even now? Sorry, sorry, they're not sorry. Sorry, sorry, they're not sorry. You think I'm deluded? I won't make amends. I don't have to prove myself. I got no regrets. Say what you like, I won't take it to heart. I'm not scared of you. And this has made me strong, but I won't take it any longer. Sorry. Oh, I'm not sorry. Sorry. Oh, I'm not sorry.
As you can see, I did film that on a motorway bridge over the M20, and I did get pooped by a passing lorry, which was great fun. That's guerrilla filming for you. Now we have a bit of a change of direction. My latest album is called Change the Record, and I did change the record and took on a very electronic style, which I'm actually a massive fan of, being a child of the 90s, which is when I started clubbing. So I did go back to my dance roots, but this is a song very much about trying to keep up appearances of being a rock star or fashionable or, you know, together and with it, when in fact inside you're falling to pieces. This is Gotta Get Through This.
Think you're all class, but you're coming undone. Sneaking those hips like you're number one. Going through motions, hanging on by your nails. Lazy parody. How long till it fails? Gotta get through this. Gotta get through this. Gotta get through this. Gotta get through this. Hell-bent looking like cruising the high life, shopping and drinking, not quite thinking, never quite happy, never relaxed, fearing obscurity, facing the facts. Gotta get through this. 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 I see through you, I see inside. I know you know that it's like. I see through you, I see inside. I know you know that it's like. I see through you, I see inside. I know you know that it's like.
On on my first album, it was a bit of a mixture of styles. Half of it was very electronic and the other half was very acoustic. And my brother, Morgan Visconti, helped me with the electronic half. My dad, Tony Visconti, helped me with the acoustic bit. And my mother, Mary Hopkins, since I'm name dropping, helped me with some of the vocals and some of the writing as well. They all send their love, incidentally. 10 years later, I revisited the album acoustically with my partner, Christian Thomas, and revisited some of the songs and what they might mean. So I Want to Be Famous was very much from the heart. You work your rear end off as a musician and you don't always become as famous as you'd like. But does it matter? Who knows? So this is me having a nervous breakdown on my bedroom floor, but it's okay. I got better. I'm over it.
What does it take to make it? Auto-tune and some lyrics, tight clothes and glossy lipstick, high heels and kiss ass. But I always thought I was better than that. I worked so hard just to remain in the dark. I wanted to make it all on my own. What the? I just don't care. I wanna be famous. I wanna be rich. I wanna be on TV. I want to be that rich bitch. What the hell do these kids know? Instant success for everyone. That's how it works these days. Ain't got no staying power. Eco tracks all recycled. All the best stuff's been written. Must find another gimmick. It's all girls kissing girls. I wanna be famous. I wanna be rich. I wanna be on TV. I want to be that rich bitch. I wanna be famous. I wanna be rich. I wanna be on TV. I want to be that rich bitch. Don't let it show. If you can't go, my mama always said, keep your powder dry. Don't be seen in anything less than pristine clean. We don't wanna know. Really, we don't wanna know. I wanna be famous. I wanna be rich. I wanna be on TV.
That was I Want to Be Famous, the 2018 version from my album Reboot. women get a very tough break sometimes. We are judged, I think, far more on our appearance than men, especially in the music industry. So this is a song about a girl trying to make it in a man's world, saying that we're not actually obsessed with the way we look, but sometimes we can't help feeling that way. We had great fun making this video, me and Chris takes the lead, as you will see. This is from my lockdown release album, Forthright, because it's my fourth, right?
I'm dressed to impress, but don't you dare look at me. I'm dressing for myself, can't you see? But still you must take me seriously. My ability first, my integrity. I'm just a modern day girl, working in a man's world. Always find something not to like. I'll always find a fight to fight. Don't question my motives, they're not about you. I do what I like, I do what I do. Don't objectify me, I do what I feel. I like to entice and then give you the heel. I'm just a modern day girl, working in a man's world. Always find something not to like. I'll always find a fight to fight. I'm just a modern day girl, working in a man's world. Always find something not to like. I'll always find a fight to fight. You must love my mind. Keep your eyes off the prize. Don't compliment me. Tell me no lies. Oh, I'm just a modern day girl, working in a man's world. Always find something not to like. I always find a fight to fight. I'm just a modern day girl.
Social media is very much a double-edged sword. I don't think many independent musicians would be anywhere without it, and certainly we couldn't spread the word about great things such as this We Are One festival. But other times it can seem like we get very bogged down in it. So now the running joke between me and certain friends and colleagues is, how do you want me to contact you? Because there's umpteen different ways. Christian and I wrote this song together, and it does contain some outmoded social media constructs with what we like to call our all expense spared video, but we hope you get the message anyway.
Gotta check my email, Facebook, Twitter, Hotmail, MySpace, Hello, linking in, logging out, reuniting friends. Got my iPhone, MacBook, Android, touch it, check it, text me, tweet me, Skype me, see me, call me for a limited time.
In the morning, first thing I do is see who loves me by the number of messages. If I don't check, I might miss out on an offer of money or an invitation to a date. Or there's a free degree. The years I spent were a waste of time. There's so much to check, don't wanna miss a thing. Gotta see who said what, why, and when. Where did it all begin? Something I change my mind, I'll let you know it's just too easy to fade out, bail out. Whatever happened to making arrangements? And now I fight for your attention. You've got one eye on another conversation. I'll put you on hold. I got someone better calling if you wanna come back. Leave me a message. Where did it all begin? Nothing more that we can say. How did we cope without too many ways to communicate? When can we switch it off? Message gets no clearer. How will it all turn out? Something should be left unsaid.
Gotta check my email, Facebook, Twitter, Hotmail, MySpace, allow linking in, logging out, reuniting friends. Got my iPhone, MacBook, Android, touch it, check it, text me, tweet me, Skype me, see me, call me, follow me, message
Where did it all begin? How did we cope without too many ways to communicate? When can we switch it off? Message gets so clear. How will it all turn out? Something should be left unsaid.
That was Where Did It All Begin? And that's a digital single that we released and then we rebooted it as well, acoustic style. So I'm a great fan of recycling. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Definitely, that's the message there. I'm going to play you out now, as the DJs say, with another song from my latest album, Change the Record. Again, a very electronic style. This is basically harking back to my days where I used to dance all night, and I love the music and I love dancing, and it's about the music that the DJ plays. It's called Play For Me.
I'm lost in your melody. I hear you build and grow. I move with your rhythm from a distance. There's no need to make contact, but I feel connected. You play my feelings, spin me up a mood. Call me and I will come to you. Spin for me and I will sing for you. Play for me and I will answer you. Wait for me and I'll stay forever. You'll find me dancing closest. Always see me moving. Mirror your motions, draw your rhythms, and you pulse through me. It's like you're only playing for me. Dance floor charms me home. Your rhythms take me on. Spin me up a mood. Call me and I will come to you. Spin for me and I will sing for you. Play for me and I will answer you. Wait for me and I'll stay forever. Ooh, won't you wait for me? Ooh, you know I'll stay forever. Dance floor swaying, all in the groove. But I know it's only for me. This feeling is mine alone. Now you've drawn me home. Call me and I will come to you. Spin for me and I will sing for you. Play for me and I will answer you. Wait for me and I'll stay forever. Call me and I will come to you. Spin for me and I will sing for you. Play for me and I will answer you. Wait for me and I'll stay forever.
Thank you so much to We Are One for having me again, and thank you so much to you for watching this little segment of the show. My name is Jessica Lee Morgan, and I wish you all a very, very happy day. Bye.
Anyway, yeah.
That's us back live. Thanks so much. That was a brilliant set from Jessica Lee Morgan, who'll be joining us in just a wee minute. But in the meantime, she deserves a round of applause.
Come on, be noisy. Come on, it's a festival. Yeah, that's the one. So if you're tuning in to Facebook or the YouTube channel, please comment below, because we always like your comments. Keep it clean. It's a family show, as they say. So my name's Michael, and this is...
I'm Pauline. Hi. And you eagle-eyed viewers who've been around for a minute might see that I've joined the cool team. I've now got a purple T-shirt, thanks to Keith that arrived bearing purple T-shirts. So I'm in the cool gang officially.
You have now been promoted, Pauline. You know, there's no way back from this.
It's all downhill, mate. It's all downhill.
It's all downhill from here, and the motorway's just up there. So coming up next, we have got an interview.
Yeah, we'll be welcoming Jessica Lee Morgan along for a wee chat, and she's just in the process of tuning in, finding her microphone, getting connected to the Zoom call.
She's actually getting her makeup on. Oh, better not say that. She's here. Hey, Jessica, how are you? Hey.
Caught to the act. I'm fine. How are you guys?
Hi, yeah, we're great. That was a fantastic set. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I saw you posting on the Facebook. That was the easiest gig you've ever done, and we're not letting you away lightly. You have to come and speak to us. If you get an easy gig, you have to come and give us your chat.
Yeah.
always happy to do that.
So I was reading a wee bit about, reading up a wee bit about you before you came on today, and also hearing your music style being so diverse and eclectic, and that's what it says on your website as well, that you are a diverse range of influences, and you come from solid stock as well, don't you? How influential have the people around about you been for that diverse style? Where does that come from?
I guess I have drawn a bit from each of them, really. I mean, my brother, having an older brother is great for getting into music, isn't it? Because you're interested in everything that he is. So we were children of the 80s, is when we really cut our teeth. And then I started dancing, clubbing in the 90s. So that's where I get my influences from on the newest stuff. But obviously, the folk and the rock roots as well are just so deeply ingrained in me that I can't really get away.
Yeah, definitely a family affair as well, as seeing your partner in the video as well, and working with your mum too. It's fantastic.
Oh yeah, well, it's cheap labour.
Yeah.
Cheap labour.
So how has the past year been? Not going to live events and gigging, only gigging on Zoom. How was that for you, Jessica?
It was weird, I've got to say. Yeah, it's so great to be back doing it now in the real world, as it were, with real people and seeing their faces in front of you when you're playing. That you can't beat that, and real applause and real booing. Sometimes I'll take it all. But Chris and I went on a virtual world tour when lockdown started. I thought we have to do something, otherwise we'll go potty. And we did. We toured all 24 time zones in a month. And we went live at a different time zone every day, starting at 3 a.m. and ending at 2 a.m. A month later. So that really kept us sane and really opened the door for us in terms of live streaming. And we've done a lot since. And, you guys as well, that's where I first met you. We Are One Festival 2020. And I think it's there to be embraced, all these new technologies for musicians. I'd hate to think we've lost what we've gained in the last 2 years in terms of using the technology. So I think everything's valid, basically. Any way of performing is valid as long as we're doing it.
Well, Jessica, we've actually got a comment there from your biggest fan ever. Alice Gaminti says, brilliant work. Jessica. So there you go.
Thank you very much, Alistair.
So just, I suppose, I'd like you to take the opportunity. If you've got anything you want to plug, any gigs coming up, anything, websites you want us to go and look at, how can we find out more about what you're up to?
Well, my website's jessicaleemorgan.com, and there's links to all the family ones as well, which is always good. In May or may not be playing Glasgow, I'm not sure soon, but all the gigs are on my website, and if not in May soon, we'll be coming up again. We've played Glasgow a couple of times in the last year. Always found you to be most friendly and most lively, so thanks very much for that. Hope to see you again soon.
And have you got any gigs coming up this summer?
Summer, there are a few things booked in summer as well. So I've got a new show called Those Were the Days, which is basically talking about the music that influenced me, especially from my mother, Mary Hopkin. So I'm looking forward to that getting off the ground as well. And so yeah, just trying to pick up the impetus where we left off, 2020, trying to get back up to speed, as it were. Yeah.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. It was brilliant, and thanks so much for the set. We really enjoyed it. It was great to hear from you. And thanks so much.
One more time, Jessica.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, think of that more. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Come on. Yeah.
Good luck.
Never mind that. Yeah. That's enough. Okay. So thanks to Jessica there. So next up.
As with all great live events, we have a slight deviation from the scheduled programming. We've got some videos coming up, some 3 fantastic videos coming up from previous attendees and stars at CitizenFest of past. First of which is from Craig Ingram. So really looking forward to that. Over to Craig.
Hi there, my name is Craig Ingram. I joined Paragon, but I work for the NHS. I did a song back in October 2020 for the nurses. It's called A Tribute to the Nurses, and I did it as a project which was called A Day in the Life. I would now like to play this song. Thank you. On the 23rd of March, the news did come. Lockdown's commencing, this'll be no fun. Shops and businesses grind to a halt. The fear of the unknown weighs heavy on their thoughts. But for the NHS, their work must continue. Despite all the chaos, their work is invaluable. This is a tribute to the NHS nurses with us, and sadly, without us. Their dedication not gone, and noticed by most. These words I use are to describe how the nurses feel during this crisis. These words come straight from the hidden. We feel tired, almost drained. The fear of the unknown lingers in our minds. Worried about our safety, the environment we work in is different to what we are used to. The day seems long and relentless, never ending. In this turmoil, This is a tribute to the NHS nurses with us and sadly without us. But through this uncertainty, the NHS will hold and forever stand strong. The second song that I wrote is called Oceans, and it's very fitting for this project because we are all connected through oceans. This desert of blue, mysterious and beautiful. The surface appears calm, but erupts without care. The waves blister and surge, become larger and fiercer, with no sign to clear. The wind shrieks and howls, disturbing the silence. It keeps getting louder. The chaos is endless, with no end in sight. Under the waves, all is pleasant and tranquil compared to the surface, like a war zone in despair. The deep, open wilderness, so vast and expansive, alive in the deep, are spared and compared. The wind dies down, the waves ease off, all calms, the stars, the remote landscape resumes order. Yet again, the disaster is over. Normal practice restored.
Yeah, hi there. My name's Kevin Orr. I've got a couple of songs I'd like to play for you today. This first one is called "Just Like We Were Singing." But I hope you like that. Here we go. The songs we were singing left a hole in his heart this time. The joy we were bringing left a space that was so divine. The songs we were singing this time, the times we were thinking, what became of this life we knew the life we were asking to make these things that would all go through the songs we were singing this time, to the point of saying something in a world that is so inclined, and we will get in somewhere to make this all just so define the path we were walking. These memories stretching out ahead, the truth we were talking of the cherished moments we had instead, the songs we were singing this time. The song we were singing this time, to the point of saying something in a world that is so inclined, and we will get it somewhere to make this song just so defined. The songs we were singing, like the whole winter's heart this time, the joy we were bringing, left the space that was so divine, the songs we were singing this time, the songs we were singing for this time, for this time, and this time.
Hi, this next song this is called The Chance Will Happen. It's basically about two people and the things that change for them basically, and to make a brighter future for them. But I hope you like that.
The chance will happen for you, and time will soon change into something new. If we are gonna get by, then we should find this time to rectify. And then we won't defy this time, and then we won't deny the chance to say all the things about you. And then we can still understand, and we can resolve what we want for this. Don't want to miss all the things we said. Thoughts of yesterday's dreams without you. The chance will happen for you, and time will soon change into something new. And I would only lose time over you. And then we won't be far this time, and then we won't deny the chance to say all the things about you. And then we can still understand, and we can reserve what we planned for this. Don't wanna miss all the things we said. Thoughts of yesterday's dreams without you. Ooh, the chance will happen for you. And time will soon change into something new. And I would only lose time over you. But
Give that up for Kevin. We like keeping nice in here, you see. Well, some of us. Okay, so last up, we're going to hear from Richard Davis and also from Paragon Music. So we're going to listen to him now.
Hello, my name's Richard Davies, and I'm glad to be part of the event today. I've got two songs I'm going to play. All vampires have fangs. I hope you like it. You skipped across a bridgehead from a world that's dark and grey. You said you want to dance like there's no more yesterday. Then you decided not to even try to rise above whatever made you high. And try. Now there's mischief and there's clowning and there's power you exchange. Half romantic bruising, half forgotten pain. Losing battles against a self-romance, slowly over quicksand, drowning all at you. You enchant, bloodsucker blonde gently lets you down. Bloodsucker blonde inside a skinless gown. Bloodsucker blonde, pierce away my sins with a ragged doll and 13 pins. Begging for a knotted rope upon a knitted brow, cruising for a losing kind of love, at least for now. Breathing a mouthful of tantalizing juice, better hold those lovely lungs before the beast gets loose. Oh, there's too much on show here, too much for sale. Succulents to snake oil, to a true unholy grail. Nothing much that's anything you'd ever want to try. Just a bargain basement where you wave your sad goodbye. Bloodsucker blonde gently lets you down. Bloodsucker blonde inside a skinless gown. Bloodsucker blonde pierce away those sins like a ragged doll. 13 This song is called Carnival Parade. It's a cautionary story about being careful what you wish for. It may come true. Deep in the bottle, your genie's awake, counting the cards, she's on the take. Plays you for pennies on a wormwood guitar. How come you got this far? Bedtime and bubble gum, well, you know the score. Wrapped up in lizard skin and scraped across the floor. Right on the case with a spoonful of teeth and the sweet, sweet taste of self-belief. All of the painted faces you made got yourself selected for the carnival parade. Street lights flicker through cloudy lemonade. Stumble like a scarecrow through the carnival parade. Washed up in Wonderland without a liquid lunch. They've got you thrilled, chilled, and beaten to the punch. Ashtray burnouts watch you at the bar. My blue-eyed angel, shooting star. All of the painted faces you made got yourself selected for the carnival parade. Street lights flicker through cloudy lemonade. Stumble like a scarecrow through the carnival parade. All of the painted faces you made got yourself selected for the carnival parade. Street lights flicker through cloudy lemonade. Stumble like a scarecrow through the carnival parade. Through the carnival parade.
That was our final video from the artist from Paragon Music. That was Richard Davis. Fantastic to hear. And some folk who've been engaged in stuff before might have, some of those names might be familiar because Paragon Music and some of those artists have done work for Stay Up Late Scotland as well, haven't they, Michael?
Yeah, they have. They've been to a few gigs before. So, yeah, brilliant work that they do. And check them out online or Facebook. And you know what I do. It's all over the socials as well. There you go.
So from some fantastic music sets over to another bit of discussion, and we're delighted to welcome Emma Soanes of Unity Enterprise and We Are One Scotland, wearing 2 hats and purple t-shirt, to give us a chat about food and community. So welcome along,
Thank
Emma.
you very much. Absolute pleasure to be here. Lovely to see everybody. Yeah, I need to remember to speak into the mic, don't I? So thanks very much for having me. So We Are One is all about inclusion and citizenship and a world where everyone matters. And the organisation that I'm involved with, Unity, believes in all of those things too. So it's an absolute no-brainer really for me to be involved in We Are One. And we do lots and lots of different projects, deliver lots of different services as an organisation. But one of the things that's common to a number of organisations that work with communities is the idea of food as a way of bringing people together. And there's a real theme around that. And so I wanted to just kind of share a little bit about Unity's journey around food and working with communities. And then we'll also hear from someone from Well Fed, whose premises we're using for this festival, who'll tell us a wee bit more about how that works for them. So, okay, just to tell you a wee bit about our journey then and how our journey started. So Unity is a charity and a social enterprise, and one of the ways in which we have worked with food and people over the years has been through our cafe, which is a social enterprise. Some of you might know it if you're native to Glasgow and you've lived here for a long time. You might have been familiar with the Spoon Cafe, which for many years sat bright and proud on the corner of Trongate and Albion Street in the Merchant City part of Glasgow. And when I first joined Unity, the cafe was there and welcomed lots of members of the public, but there was always a feeling that we could do a little bit more. And so what we started to do with the Spoon Cafe was look at how we might include more people, how we might welcome more people, and how we might use food as a way of engaging with people more and having more of an impact. So we changed what the cafe did. We changed how we welcomed people in. We introduced a pay it forward scheme, which meant that customers of the cafe could come in, benefit from very low cost food, which was really important. But at the same time, because the food was so low cost, they could donate or round up or offer a contribution towards someone else being able to visit the cafe for no cost and pay it forward in that way. And we did that for quite a long time, and we saw a number of people who were experiencing hardship. We saw a number of our fellow citizens who were experiencing homelessness, who came into the cafe and spent some time with us, and we were very grateful to our loyal customers that allowed us to be able to pay it forward as often as we possibly could. But what we started to realise was that if we are going to have a real and genuine impact, there is a difference between having an impact in the moment and having a lasting impact. And what we found was that if someone was able to come in and eat for free one afternoon, that was great. That had an impact, that helped. It got someone out of a difficult situation. It meant that that day was perhaps better or easier to manage, but it didn't necessarily have a lasting impact. And for as much as needing access to low cost or no cost food is a very genuine need for lots of people, just continuing to provide low cost or no cost food doesn't by itself mean that the impact will last. And so we started to think about how might we still offer that and still do that, but have more of a lasting impact for the people that we're getting to know and the customers within our cafe. So we learned that there was 2 things we had to achieve. One was we had to give people a reason to visit us, but more important than that, we had to give people a reason to stay, a reason to keep visiting. Because if you visit us once, that helps, but that's kind of all it does. If you visit us regularly, then the lasting impact and the wider impact is far greater. What we learned was that if people have a reason to visit, and that reason is often the food, so that's the kind of the obvious reason why you would come along. It helps in the moment, and that's okay. It's good to help in the moment. We should never stop trying to do that. But it's a very practical thing. It's a very practical bit of support in that moment, and it's transactional. So people have a pay it forward card, which we would that we distribute from the cafes, And people would come in, they would use that card, they would eat, they would hopefully have a lovely, warm, welcoming experience, and that would always be our aim for everyone. And they would leave, and we may see them again, and we may not. But we never really knew what impact we had or what impact we were having on those people that visited the cafe. So we learned that the reason to visit us was important, but the reason to stay was much more important. And actually, that's much more about having a lasting impact. And we found that the reason that people would come back again wasn't because the sandwiches were lovely. I mean, that helps. Good food is always a draw for all of us. But what really mattered was that people would trust us. They would build relationships with people. They would learn that along with some decent food comes conversation, comes company, comes non-judgment, and importantly, that people have choice. So most of us that are either involved in services and projects and working with communities, and even loads of us who aren't, we've all heard of food banks and food projects and lots of projects related to food that have become very commonplace in our communities. And there's absolutely no question at all that the people who deliver those projects and work in those services work extremely hard, often for little or no pay, to make sure that people do have access to free food or low-cost food. But what we also know is that whilst food banks are a very necessary resource, unfortunately, in most of our communities just now, we also know from people who use food banks that they still feel shame associated with using those, they still feel stigmatised, and that whilst that practical need is met, it isn't a positive or joyful experience. And some of that is related to external opinion and people's lack of understanding around some of the issues linked to poverty and food poverty in particular. But it's also about lack of choice. So there is a train of thought that certainly I subscribe to that says at the point at which you have no choice over something and you get what you're given, the quality of the life that you're living has already taken a hit. It seems to me that when your life lacks choice, then that's significant. That's really, really significant. And so for us, it's not just about helping in the moment. It is about how do we help people build trust and have choice. So what did we do? Well, as an organisation, we looked at different ways that we could use food to build relationships with people, get to know people, and hopefully help to have a wider impact. We're here coming to you from the west of the city of Glasgow. Our projects exist in the east, and so I'll tell you a little bit about those. The Spoon Cafe at Trongate that I mentioned earlier is unfortunately no longer open, and we predominantly have COVID to thank for that. However, we were very, very lucky that we were able to set up new premises in Parkhead in the east end of Glasgow, which we did. So the Spoon is recently reopened, and everyone is very, very welcome, of course. But we set up two other projects within the same site where the cafe is. And the first one is the pantry, known as the Drill Hall Pantry, because it's an old drill hall that is the premises that we use for the pantry. We deliver that in partnership with Parkhead Housing Association. Some of you will be familiar with pantries and the model. They are by no means perfect, but they are a significantly more dignified response to food poverty than the food banks themselves. And people come into the pantry and pay £2.50. And for that £2.50 can shop. So the pantry is set up, it's like a small supermarket essentially, and people can shop up to the value of about £15 or more. We often have more goods available, but that's the usual model. Or pay £5 and shop to the value of about 30. The important thing about that is that people shop and they choose items from the shelf and fill a basket in the way that you would anywhere. It is not means tested. There is no need to prove your poverty in order to be able to use the pantry. Anyone within that postcode area can come to the pantry and shop there. Many people who do are also in work. We know full well that in-work poverty is a huge, huge issue, and absolutely everyone is welcome to come and shop in the pantry. So as well as being able to do your shop and pick your stuff, you're also able to, we have quite a lot of pre-packaged food items that you can buy as a package that mean you can make particular meals with those things. And there'll be recipe cards in there as well to help people do that in a really kind of quick and easy way at home, and ways to involve their children in some of that cooking too. The other important thing is that the staff who work in the pantry, yes, they do all the stuff that you would expect people in supermarkets to do. So they're working the tills and stacking the shelves and doing all of that stuff. But also they are magnificent leatherers. They are great people for just chatting to folk, getting to know people. And essentially when what you are is a small grocery shop in a small local community, you do very quickly get to know people. And so we do have regular customers and the staff get to know them, and we have a team of staff and a team of volunteers who work in the pantry, and absolutely love getting to know that community and getting to know the people that come in. The other project, which is on the same site, is the Unity Social Kitchen. Social Kitchen was set up broadly as a training facility to help offer people cooking sessions and cooking classes, looking at things like how you would cook on a budget with small numbers of ingredients and ingredients that you can buy cheaply. And we've linked that to the pantry in some way, so anything that you cook in the social kitchen, you can buy in the pantry. So you can come in for a session, it's completely free, come in with your kids, you can come in with your friends, you can cook in the kitchen with our Angus, who does most of the cooking sessions and who is a bit of a ready, steady cook genius. And whatever you cook, you can take away with you, but also for a couple of pounds, you can also get more of that ingredients in the pantry and take it home and repeat what you cook. And what's lovely about that is that we're starting to see people cook those meals at home and then engage with us on social media, showing what they cooked and being able to see some progression. And, I could burn an egg. So it's been really, really great for me also to see some of the recipes and some of the classes that have happened. And I've certainly gained some extra skills in doing that too. So what that's allowed us to do is kind of create a bit of a hub where people can come along and use food in different ways. You don't have to buy it, you don't have to eat it, you might just watch what people are doing, and that's okay too. And we work in partnership wherever we can in the cafe, where people can come along and use the cafe space for other stuff as well. So there's very often an energy advisor in situ where you can come along and get some of that information, and just examples like that. So the three projects work distinctly but also in harmony. And very often we find that people who thought, I'm not coming to a cooking class, that's my absolute worst nightmare, will have shopped in the pantry for a few weeks, and eventually they just get to know the people that are doing the cooking, and the kitchen's over there and the smells, and just go and have a wee nosy, and then maybe come along the following week and join in with a class. And so it allows people to get involved at their own pace, which is wonderful. So what we've found is by thinking about food in the first instance, but then thinking about people and relationships and just using food as a vehicle, we've had some unintended but very happy consequences. We've found that it's been able to help people elevate their level of personal aspiration. So we work with a lot of people in communities whose narrative is, I could never do that, I could never achieve that, that's not for me, that's not for people like me, and really low levels of aspiration, which is really, really sad to see. And it's wonderful to be able to see people aspire more for themselves, and that's a fantastic outcome. The confidence of people who would tell us they absolutely can't cook, and a few weeks on are cooking not just for their family but for their Facebook audience as well, and then coming back and volunteering with us. We've also had people that have volunteered in the kitchen and in the pantry and have gone on to work for the organisation within the pantry and the social kitchen as well, which is wonderful. And for us, they are excellent members of staff because they absolutely are in with the bricks and know the structure and know what works really, really well. We've seen health and wellbeing outcomes for people that we didn't really imagine. And this is really interesting for me because what it shows is that an awful lot of people who have any kind of support need in their life have often been surrounded by professionals for a very long time. And whilst there are lots of excellent professionals and experts out there, if that is very much your life and your experience, it's often beset by quite negative experiences. And we find that when people are referred, I think is the a term that we hear an awful lot, is that actually people feel quite resistant to that. And I think we can all understand that. I don't want to be referred, I don't want to be labelled, and I don't want to be fixed. I just want to be able to get what I need to get on with my life and take back a bit of control and have the life that I want. And I think that's a consistent message we've heard from everybody involved in CitizenFest over the years. But importantly, what happens is that when people build trust and have good relationships with people, they share experiences and generate advice in a way, and it lands in a very different way. So an example of that would be that someone who is a regular shopper at the pantry, who's maybe got a health issue, but doesn't particularly want to visit a GP or doesn't particularly want to have a conversation with a social worker about that, may over time share some of that experience and that story with a couple of the staff in the pantry that they've got to know really well and just talk to in a very kind of informal way. When a member of staff in the pantry that person knows well says, oh, I've experienced that, or someone that I care about experienced that, and they were able to get this particular intervention or help, and that was great. All of a sudden, that's advice from a friend. It's not a referral from a professional. And those are two very, very different things, even if the information is the same. I know what I would rather hear and what I would rather experience. And so we find that actually we can support people with better outcomes just by being a pal rather than a person with a badge or a professional label. What that also means is that people don't have to constantly retell their story. So people that are involved with professionals and support services find that the onus is on them to constantly retell people their story and retell the reason why they're in that service in the first place. And that can be quite traumatizing for people. So it's really nice to be able to revisit a place where the people already know who you are, where you're from, what you're about, and you don't have to keep retelling that story. And I think that's extremely important. The other thing that I would say is that I did some work a while ago with Homeless Network Scotland, and they talked an awful lot about this concept, this principle of there being no wrong door. And this fits with the idea that if you are someone with a support need, you go to a particular service for support and they will say to you, yes, that's fine, we can support you with that, let's tick that box. And then you say, well, actually, I need a bit of help with this as well. And they say, no, we don't do that, that's not what we do. What you need to do is you need to be referred to that other service down the road and they'll pick that bit up. And you get sent to a different door for every bit of help that you need. And actually what's far better for people is that you knock one door and you get what you need there by just getting to know people and allowing people to get to know you. And so what we've found is that our hub at Parkhead, which is the social kitchen, the pantry and the cafe, has become a bit of a no wrong door kind of hub. So if there's something that we can offer, we'll try and share our friends and our partners to make sure that you can get what you need without feeling like you've got to go off on some other referral route, which just isn't natural. It's not what normal people do in normal lives, and I don't know why we expect other people to do it. But I think most importantly for us, the best and happiest consequence of using food as this vehicle to work with people more effectively is just better inclusion. People feel included, people feel welcome, and there isn't a single individual that we would ask to leave if we can offer some help. And all of that taken in the round, all of that taken together, that's citizenship. That's what it's about. And that's why we're all here. That's why CitizenFest exists. And so it's been a really, really interesting and upward learning curve for us about how to get good at this stuff and how to work with people in the right way. And I think once you understand that approach, which is not rocket science by any stretch, is probably the simplest concept you could imagine. We've been able to work with more and more and more people across Parkhead and Shettleston. We have over 1,200 members of the pantry, so people that come in to shop either occasionally or regularly, and people just keep coming, which is fantastic. So there'll certainly be information available for people to find out a bit more about those projects if they want to. If you live in the East End or you know someone who does, who might be able to benefit, or even if you just fancy a nosy and want to come in and have a chat with us, that's absolutely fine. And we would absolutely love to see you. But just wanted to share our story really and our experience of what food and communities has meant to us and what we've learned. I said at the beginning of this that we are here at the unit, which is hosted by Well Fed, a community interest company over in the west of the city. And I'm really delighted that Claire from Wellfed is going to come and join me on the sofa for a wee blether, just to tell us a wee bit more about what happens here, and just to for us to get a bit of a chat about food and communities and what that means for each of us. So,
All right.
Here you are. Here you are. So, Claire, would you be happy to just tell us 5 minutes or so, just a wee bit about this place and what goes on here?
Yeah, so we started out in 2017 with a background in education and social work and law. Seen an opportunity to open a community cafe and a community centre, thought that might be a good way to sort of finance our own type of work and different things like that, and quickly realised that the work we were doing was great, and but food was very much secondary.
Yeah.
It was pre-pandemic, and there's always been a need for cheap, low-cost food and food banks and pantries and
Yeah.
things. However, the needs were so much deeper than that, and the pockets had to be deeper for it. And from our point as an organisation, we started out wanting to be self-sustaining and weren't really willing to back away from that. So we had to make some changes to the way we operate, and we took on this place in January before the pandemic, right? With the intention of sort of splitting. So we used to do Monday, 7 days a week, Monday to Sunday, and it was all social. It was low cost meals. It was, very much about getting people in the door. And we realised that they needed a lot more help than we could afford to give them at the time. So we decided to split it. We are social Monday to Thursday.
Okay.
Everything in here is free. You can come in, you can eat, you can have tea, you can have coffee. We do a lot of separate programmes, mainly actually focusing on family work.
Yep.
And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're a completely commercial enterprise.
Okay.
We operate as a normal restaurant. Our prices are normal restaurants. We sell alcohol. All week we do corporate catering. We do outside events, we do weddings, and that generates an income that allows us to be adaptable Monday to Thursday. So, yeah, food's great, but you're just scratching the surface. We have a pantry out there that's simply, it's not manned like you guys,
Right.
and we don't use it in the same way. It's surplus food. Or primarily we focus on, as I say, families and sort of children's routines, different things like that.
Do you find that there's almost an assumption that because the word charity or social enterprise creeps in, that people assume that means poor quality, that means if you had to fight a wee bit
It
against...
took us a lot to break away from that. So part of my background is research and social bridging, and how you actually promote social mobility in a way that's meaningful and sustainable and things, and that took us a long time. So since in the community centre we just couldn't achieve what we wanted to achieve, there was always going to be that barrier. Since we came here, we've found that we've engaged a completely different cross-section of society by being purely a restaurant.
Right.
So when you come in here, now people are getting to know us, but we can see 500 people or 600 families over the weekend. And maybe only 100 of them know that we're a social enterprise.
Okay.
They feel like they're just coming to a restaurant and that's it. When you tell them they're interested, but they didn't come because of that.
And was that a very definite marketing decision?
It was a decision.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's a decision we had to make because it didn't work.
Yeah.
So now we've got them in there starting to come to our toddler groups, our homework classes.
Okay.
We're starting to see friendships across it's a diverse area. We have Jordan Hill, which is extremely affluent.
Yeah.
And we have White Inch that's not.
Yeah.
So we're starting to see the same families mix, the same families come to our social things, as well as eat at the restaurant at the weekend. So it's been a long road to get there, and people don't understand when they come in if they're getting it now, but we used to just be for the community,
right,
Monday to Sunday. Now they don't understand when they come in and their bill comes to £90 because they're like, oh, so it was getting that used to them, but also creating that same commercial environment for them Monday to Thursday. So as opposed to a community meal, we do restaurant service.
So where there's parts of the week where people don't pay,
they have the same level of service and the same access, and we do so regularly. If we do an event, a private event at the weekend or something, it might be a budget of £4,000, and we decorate the place and we go all out Mexican or whatever. That's same £4,000 is put into Tuesday. So it's a commercial type feel to it. We done a Disneyland day recently, and you would never know.
Yeah.
So it's trying to just raise
It's-
people's
it's
expectations
interesting.
of what they expect from us.
Yes, and I think because we had a similar experience in the previous cafe, which was almost the same thing, slightly the other way around, which was if someone was coming in and they were a pay it forward customer, we created these pay it forward cards so that they looked the same as loyalty cards, so people could stamp their card, have it handed back, so nobody else was conscious that there was a different transaction going on. But the issue was that that person should have the same customer experience as the paying customers.
Therefore, you need to staff it the same.
You need to staff it the same, and there's a training issue there for staff as well. And and I don't know how. I suspect that there was probably lots and lots of thought went into it from your point of view. I think for us, we kind of opened the doors and then learned the hard way. The painful learning is some of the best, but it is painful.
Because we got the practice on the other side when we weren't necessarily trying to raise an income, and then it's that swap, and actually we were just really direct with people.
Yeah.
We sort of explained that, you know, we pay a family officer that's a qualified social worker,
Mhm.
we employ all of the staff, we pay all our own rent, we have a driving school.
Yep.
Where the community get access to free
Okay.
driving lessons, so but all that's not funded, and actually at one point we sat the community down and said, here it's here.
Yeah.
We can continue to provide free meals and cheap meals 7 days a week,
Mhm.
or we can actually change lives
Yeah.
and make this a little bit bigger. However, Friday to Sunday,
got to make some money.
It's commercial.
Yeah.
You're very welcome to come. However, we're not expecting you to come. We will
Yeah.
provide the same, and it's a difficult conversation to have, but it's reality.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what's been really beneficial, and which we always hoped but didn't know, would be that our customers at the weekend would start to use our services during the week, because it is commercial. It
Yeah.
doesn't feel like you're in a community centre.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't feel like you're being. They wouldn't know that Linda was a social worker and specialised in bedtime
Yeah.
routines and went to people's houses. They don't know that happens.
And interestingly, when I was saying before about for a lot of the people that we're working with in much less affluent communities, there is that kind of, oh, I could never do that. That's not for me, or that's I'm boxed in here. And actually, one of the challenges that you've actually had is the other way around.
It's
Is
getting
getting
them in
people
and-
to come and think, oh, that's not something I would normally get. It's a
Yeah.
difficult. It's a back to front stigma, isn't it?
Definitely, and I think, I mean, people originally when we started off in this, you know, there was a lot of flack at other organisations and things, thinking, you know, what is it they're doing in there? Why
Yeah.
is there graffiti? Why is the garden so nice and things? But you have to create a space that makes affluent people feel comfortable.
Yeah,
they have to feel as comfortable, and also you have to allow the community to own this, because they didn't like the space at first either. They were uncomfortable in it, and they were telling their kids not to touch this, not to touch that, and now it's just it's everybody's space, but it's a space that both sides feel like they can be in.
Yeah. And it's interesting because I think that there's been an awful lot of conversation today, and there will be over the next couple of days, about this concept of inclusion. And I think there is a myth that means you just have to include lots of people who have needs. And actually, it's about including everybody. So if you're going to do it properly,
And we found that very much the beginning of my career and my partner Chris's career. When you're keeping people in the box, no matter how much you're doing for them, they're in the box.
Absolutely.
And for us, it was always a passion of ours to break out of that and create an environment where people weren't necessarily different. And when they are different, we kind of celebrate that.
Yeah.
Because
Absolutely.
you find when you crack into these affluent homes, there's just as much mental health problems. Particularly through the pandemic, there's been just the same financial problems.
Yeah.
And people are starting to make that connection, and you know, it's slowly but surely.
Yeah.
you're
It's
seeing
interesting.
different people
That's
mix.
definitely been our experience as well. And the pantry's probably been not so much during lockdown, but since we've started to emerge from that, we've started to see a lot of what you're describing.
Yeah.
And because the pantry membership differs, or the experience differs a bit from the food bank experience, what we're seeing is that we deliver the pantry in partnership with the Housing Association, which is how it's funded. But the chair of that housing association is also a pantry member. And so those little differences start to make big differences in
They
terms
do.
of just how people see.
They change their mindset.
Yeah.
And it changes the people who would traditionally use the mindset when they're seeing people pull up. Because originally, again, it came back to when we first opened the pantry, we don't man it and there's no cost, and it's just quite a lot of people leave things in it, and they'll swap and we'll fill it every day. But there was a lot of talk about, they've just arrived in an Audi. And I'm a bit like, they're allowed food waste.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
you don't have to be poor. You might just be interested in the environment and getting that through to people and really, you know, making it that you're not. For me, you're not any specialer because you might come from a deprived background,
Yeah,
or you
yeah.
might have certain issues. You're just as important as these people. These people are just as important.
Yeah.
You know that it's creating that level playing field and raising the expectations of people who we would traditionally work with,
absolutely.
and holding them a wee bit to account.
I think so, and I think certainly our experience has been that so in our pantry, and I know they all differ slightly, so there's no such thing as a kind of standard pantry, which is great, and they should, you know, they should be appropriate for the people that want to use them. But certainly in our experience, we have food through Fair Share, but we also have a separate budget to top that up so that there are consistent items available. So it is a shop. You know, and that we're really conscious about it having to be. It's not a case of you turn up and potluck, see what you can get your hands on. It's a shopping experience, and it should. And I think
that's a great model.
Yeah, and it does take time for people who, you know, could go to Sainsbury's to choose to come to the pantry, but they are choosing and they are starting, and it's slow. But I think for us, you start to see what inclusion actually means, and I think you're absolutely right. It avoids keeping people in the very box that we profess to be trying to help
get them
people
out of.
move out of. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
No, you're welcome.
It's been really interesting, and I think we'll share some information. Sorry, we'll share some information online as well about Well-Fed and about Unity, so that you can have a look at both organisations. I'm sure we'll both be delighted to chat to anybody that wants to chat to us about what we're all doing. And thank you very much for having us and for listening.
And we're back. Thank you so much to Emma and to Claire for that really interesting chat about food and community.
I was very interesting,
Very
wasn't it, about
interesting.
food and community and how the communities get together. So thanks for that.
And I can thoroughly recommend the food here at Well-Fed. It's been good. They've been
Oh,
keeping us well-fed, haven't they?
Yeah, brilliant, yeah.
So next up, we've got another brilliant presentation. Is winging our way over. We've got Lydia Murphy from the Poverty Alliance coming over to give us a chat about human rights and poverty, particularly looking at explaining how looking at the intersections between poverty and human rights. Sit over here so we can hear you. And is your slides on the computer? Are they gonna magically appear? They're gonna magically appear.
I hope so.
As if by magic.
Fabulous.
Take it away.
So thank you so much for asking me to come and speak today. I am quite new at the Poverty Alliance, so this is my first kind of public event out in the wild. So thank you so much. And listening to the speakers before me, one thing that really came through was that emphasis on dignity, and fundamentally that is what human rights are about. And it is so important that we treat everybody with dignity. Can you hear me? Yeah. So fundamentally, it's so important that we treat everyone with dignity, regardless of race, gender, income, disability, sexual orientation, and that is fundamentally what human rights are about. So I'm hoping that by the end of my talk, you'll all agree with me that poverty is a human rights issue, and will feel comfortable to name the economic, social, and cultural rights that we should all be able to access. And that we'll feel kind of more confident talking about these things. So I'm going to rewind a bit and introduce myself and introduce the Poverty Alliance. So my name's Lydia. I work for the Poverty Alliance, and we are a membership organisation of anti-poverty organisations that work across Scotland. We also have a really phenomenal research team who do research into the issues that are impacting our communities. And we have a campaigning team who work to try and get policy implemented that is going to help us to achieve a Scotland without poverty. I feel like I've done a very long intro to myself.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. Yeah, just carry on.
Fab. So the project that I work on is called Rights in Action, and it is about helping to empower people in Scotland to be able to name and claim their human rights and to use them as a tool for social change. So I've touched a bit on what I'm going to be talking about today, but we're going to chat about poverty. So I think it's useful for me to define poverty. So I've decided to use this definition that's from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, as it covers many aspects of poverty. So they define poverty by saying, poverty means not being able to heat your home, pay your rent, or buy the essentials for your children. It means waking up every day facing insecurity, uncertain and impossible decisions about money. It means facing marginalization and even discrimination because of financial circumstances. We think this is a really good definition because it touches upon not only the aspects of income, but also the stigma that people who experience poverty face. So the government measures poverty using a term called relative poverty. So if you earn less than 60% of median income, then you are classed as living in poverty. So in 2019, this would be if you earned, there's chaos going on behind me. Is the wind. So if you earned less than £114 a week as a single person, then you would be living in relative poverty. If you were a couple with no children, it would be £248 a week. If you are a single parent with 2 children between 5 and 14, it would be £297 a week, and 401 for a couple with 2 children aged between 5 and 14. So I'm just going to give us a moment to reflect upon that, because in this country, around 1 in 5 people are living in relative poverty, and that goes up to almost a quarter when we think about children. And poverty isn't a static thing. People are moving in and out of being below the poverty line, and in the last 12 years, 50% of children in Scotland lived in poverty at one point. And I think that that's quite shocking. And hopefully everyone here agrees with me. Well, I say that. I see nodding, so I'm going to say you do. So we've done a lot of research, and we understand that poverty is a structural issue. So this means that it's a consequence of economic, political, and social forces that exist outside of the control of the individual. So when we think about economic forces, this is a business culture that prioritizes profit over people. It's not being able to have jobs that pay a living wage. To do with politics, it's
not being effectively represented by your politicians. You're not heard in policy making, and so your communities aren't served. And one thing that is really important about taking a human rights-based approach is ensuring participation, that we all have a say in decisions that impact our rights. When we think about social forces, this could be stigma, it could be discrimination, it could be the way that people are treated if they're different or if they are living in poverty, and this can work to reinforce these really pressing issues. So we think that poverty is both a cause and a consequence of a lack of power. If you don't have a seat at the table, if you're not able to articulate the things that you deserve, it can be really difficult to implement change. So what are the consequences of poverty? I think it would be really useful if everyone that's here in person could have a chat with their partners, have a chat with the person next to them for a few minutes about this. And if you're joining online, feel free to pop responses to this question in the chat. I'm hoping that someone does.
Should have got you some countdown music or something, shouldn't we?
I can see some conversations going on in front of me. I'll give everyone a moment to have a think and then I'll continue. Yeah, I can see in the chat that someone has said hunger. We definitely touched on that earlier with previous speakers. Wonderful input from Karen there. So feeling cut off from others, not having access to resources to join others. Social isolation can be a really big problem for people who are experiencing poverty. We often speak about not just poverty, but the poverty of participation when you're not able to be involved due to the way that your living circumstances have constrained you. So people are looking at me again, so I'm gonna move on. This is also my first hybrid event, so thank you. At the Poverty Alliance, we've found that the consequences of poverty impact all aspects of a person's life. Child development is impacted. We found that children who grow up in poverty are more likely to show developmental delays as a result often of parental stress. Poor housing has an impact on child development. I can see in the chat people feeling like they have increasingly less control, that they have lower personal aspirations. And we often find that those who live in poverty are not necessarily able to access the adequate healthcare that they need or advocate for themselves. And so this can lead to health inequalities, but there are other health inequalities that exist just by virtue of living in poverty and the impact that that has upon people's stress, upon their mental health, upon their choices they can make about their lifestyles. So the consequences of poverty can be really, really far-reaching. And thank you, Karen. I appreciate it. So I think one thing that we all can agree on is that poverty in itself can be quite undignified, in that living in poverty can strip you from the things that you feel that you need to live a really dignified life. If you don't have adequate housing, if you don't have food, if you don't have the things that we should all have access to by virtue of being human. The reason why human rights can relate to this is that human rights are standards that fundamentally are there to recognize the dignity of all human beings. They outline the things that we should have in order to be able to lead a fulfilled and happy life. Human rights are also there to map out the relationship that we should have with our government and the things that our government should do for us and the way that they should protect us from harm. And they came about after World War II as a response to the atrocities that happened during the war, and the nations came together to decide that people deserved to be treated with dignity and it needed to be an international law. So human rights currently are enshrined in international law, they're in national law, and Scotland is passing, hopefully, a new human rights bill that is currently consulting on, and they're going to be incorporating even more of the international human rights treaties into national law. There's one that's particularly important to think about when we think about poverty, and this is the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. So the UK signed up to this in 1976. And when they signed up to this, they agreed to respect, protect, and fulfill our economic, social, and cultural rights. So these include the right to education, so free primary education and accessible higher education. The right to the protection of family and children. So in reality, this means maternity leave. It means not having forced marriages. The right to take part in cultural life. We know that sometimes taking part in cultural life can be prohibitively expensive. The right to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. And this is not saying that all of us will necessarily be healthy all the time. Everyone is different, but it's saying that our government needs to be able to provide accessible, available, and acceptable, like of an acceptable quality healthcare, and needs to create an environment in which we can thrive. There's a right to social security, that our social security system should ensure that we are able to live a fulfilled life if we're on social security. The right to form or join trade unions, and the right to an adequate standard of living, including adequate food, adequate housing. And finally, the right to work. And this doesn't mean that everyone is going to have a job, but this means that we need to have access to tailored employability programs. We need to be able to access information about where we can find work, and workplaces need to be accessible. They also need to pay people properly. This is what we mean by just and favourable conditions of work, and make sure that we are safe at work. So I hopefully think that, I hope that everyone can think about the way that poverty can impact our ability to enjoy these rights, and why poverty should be thought of as a human rights issue, even if we don't necessarily put the two together often. So when our government signed up to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, they made some promises. So they promised to respect our rights. This means that they wouldn't pass any law that will directly or indirectly stop us from being able to access these rights. It means that they will protect these rights. So they need to make sure that our rights are not violated by third parties. And they made a promise to fulfill our rights. And so they have said, when they signed this treaty, that they would take deliberate, concrete, and targeted steps to make sure that we all have the right to an adequate standard of living, that we're all able to access housing, that we all should be able to access food. These are things that we are entitled to by the fact that we are human, and our government has promised to fulfill these. And what underpins this is the idea that they should be taking progressive action towards making sure these rights are real. So it means that if things are bad today, in 6 months they should be better, and in 6 months' time they should be better. But we know that poverty in Scotland is increasing. And so we know that our government is not keeping its human rights promises. And what underpins all of this is the idea that there should be minimum cause standards that are always protected. And so any country, especially a wealthy country like Scotland is, where people are not able to access the minimal standards of food or housing is a country where human rights are being violated. And so our government is not keeping its human rights promises. And the reason why we think it's important to talk about human rights when we think about poverty is because this is something that our government has said that they will do. This is a promise that they will make. This is a promise that they have made. And we need to be able to name and claim these rights. And we need to be able to be aware of the things that we should be entitled to. I've just seen our governments, that is true. So when I say the government, I'm talking about people who have human rights obligations. And so these are anything that counts as the state. So this is our government, both in Holyrood and at Westminster. This is both parliaments, the courts, NHS staff, all local authorities, the police, the ministry, all government ministries. All of these bodies have human rights obligations. And so if they take actions that fail to respect, protect, or work towards fulfilling our human rights, then they are not keeping their human rights promises. So we've spoken a little bit about what the rights are that exist in this treaty. And I was wondering if anybody would like to pop into the chat or write it down. I put some sheets out on the paper for people who are there, ways that they can see how poverty impacts the ability of people to access their rights, or the ways that we think that maybe our government has failed to fulfill these rights for people who live in poverty. On the tables, there are sheets that have some of these rights outlined with some space to write. And it would be interesting if people also could pop that into the chat.
Okay, yeah, that was a very interesting input from Lydia. So
I think we're still sorry that we're just waiting for folk to put comments in the
chat. Yeah.
So I don't know if you've got anything you want to.
Well, obviously, a right to housing and stuff like that's a big issue for a lot of people nowadays as well, and food banks. That's a kind of big issue as well, because I know that a lot of people with a disability are still using food banks and and school banks as well. That's quite embarrassing, that, isn't it? When we speak about food banks and school banks, and why should we have it in this kind of day and age?
In one of the richest countries in the world, it is.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the important things when we think about human rights and we think about the way that they intersect, the way that everybody should be able to access their human rights, regardless of disability, regardless of poverty, and the way in which that those two things can often intersect. And one of the key things about taking a human rights-based approach is understanding that all rights are interconnected with one another, and that we need to be able to access all of them, and everyone needs to be able to access all of them if we are able to, if we want to be able to thrive as individuals, but also as a society.
Some comments come through.
I have had some comments come through. So Karen has brought up the fact that accessible college education is limited for those with ASN. And Alistair has noted the way that health is impacted and the chance to take part and be heard. So when we think about accessible healthcare, one of the things that has come up a lot in our research at the Poverty Alliance is the fact that mental health care has been really, really inaccessible over the pandemic and to those who are living in poverty. And that would be a really clear example when the obligations that our governments have are not being upheld. So inaccessible employment opportunities and a lack of aspiration. So when we think about the right to work, this is also the right to accessible work. And that is something that we can see there is a relationship between not being able to access accessible work, accessible well-paid work, and living in poverty. And Karen makes a really good point that people living in poverty are less likely to be believed in many situations than someone not living in poverty. And I think this can really impact our ability, well, people's ability to be heard and also to be able to, name these rights and advocate for them. And that's why I think we need to come together as a society and make sure that we are speaking about this and trying to advocate for our communities. So why do we think that human rights are powerful? Hopefully, from that kind of brief discussion of social, economic and cultural rights, we can see the way that poverty is a human rights issue. So we think that human rights are really powerful and a really useful tool to talk about poverty and to talk about disability and to talk about the issues that we face as individuals and the barriers that we may have to accessing services, accessing good life. We think it's really important to talk about them in terms of human rights because it provides a framework for accountability. It means that when we ask for the things that we are entitled to, we're not asking for charity. We're asking for the government to keep its promises that it has made on the international level and that the Scottish government is going to make again on the national level when it turns this piece of legislation into national law. So human rights, when we speak about them, it shifts the burden of responsibility from the people that are experiencing poverty and the people that are experiencing discrimination to those who have the responsibility to end these, those people that count as the state, that have human rights obligations. Human rights promote the dignity and autonomy of people who are experiencing poverty. We all have rights regardless of our current situation. And something that feeds through human rights is the idea of participation, that we should all have a say in the decisions that impact our rights. So how do we use human rights? So we think it's important that we raise awareness of the fact that we should all be able to access these things. We need to empower people to name and claim their rights. And it can be a wonderful tool for us to organize around because we are all human and we all deserve to be respected and treated with dignity. We can work together to monitor human rights abuses. Are there human rights abuses happening in our community? Can we work together to keep track of them? Can we write letters about it to our elected representatives? Can we initiate and participate in public action? If we work in anti-poverty spaces, or we work in third sector organizations, or even just in our lives, it can be really useful to think, is this a rights issue? Whose rights are impacted and are they included in this decision? And how can we amplify the voices of those who are often not heard? Another way that organizations can think about using human rights is to take a human rights-based approach. And this involves using the panel principles. And if you want to learn more about them, there is so much information online, and the Scottish Human Rights Commission is really great for this. But this is participation, ensuring that everyone has a say in decisions that impact their rights, accountability, making sure that there are places to go if things go wrong, non-discrimination, which is what it says on the tin, and empowerment, so making sure that people are able to access information about their rights, and making sure that this is all underpinned by the rights that we have in law. We currently have these rights in international law. Scotland is going to be turning them into national law, and hopefully we all feel a little bit more confident to name and claim some of these rights. So for further information on this, you can sign up to our Rights in Action newsletter on the Poverty Alliance website, which is www.povertyalliance.org. And you can follow us on Twitter, and I'm sure we'll be sharing some more information on rights, on poverty, and on using human rights in over the next few years. Thank you so much for listening and for bearing with me in my first ever hybrid event. Hopefully, we're feeling a bit more confident about human rights than we were when we started. But it's been a real privilege to speak here today. And thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Lydia. So if anybody has any questions for Lydia, pop them in the Facebook or YouTube comments and we will come to them. But in the meantime, we've got a wee bit of time for us just to have a bit of a chat, if you're up for it, if you haven't completely expired from your fantastic presentation.
I think I can do a chat.
Excellent, amazing. So you talked a bit about incorporation of these European directives into Scottish law. Tell us, what does that mean? What will that mean when that actually happens?
So that bill is currently being consulted on, but there are 4 main treaties which are going to be incorporated, hopefully, in Scottish law. And one of these is the convention that we just spoke about on economic and social rights. And hopefully what this is going to look like is that there'll be an independent monitoring body to make sure that people are able to flag human rights abuses, but it will also mean that the government, when they pass laws, they have to make sure that they are in, I've lost the word. When the governments pass laws, they are in accordance with the international law that's been outlined, and that they're not able to pass laws that would contravene these kind of rights that we're supposed to have.
Brilliant, excellent. So yeah, there's and as well probably been some hard lessons learned recently for Scotland when we tried to incorporate the rights of the child into Scottish legislation, and that didn't go necessarily according to plan. That got thrown out by UK government, and we had to go back to the drawing board a wee bit. So hopefully that won't happen this time around, and we'll manage to get it through. I guess that's definitely been some lessons learned in that. Were you anything to do with that? If you'd done the rights of the child?
So I haven't done work on the rights of the child particularly. Our main focus at the moment is thinking about economic, social and cultural rights. But one thing I think that's important to think about when we think about incorporation of any treaty is that it is a process. It's not just that something becomes law and then human rights abuses cease to exist. It's really important that we keep the conversation going around the human rights that we should be able to access to. That we should be able to access, and that we are effectively trying to hold our government to account. And currently there are tools to do that. There is still power in using human rights, and even without them being in national law. But when they are in national law, there will be even more power and even more ways we can push for change. But it doesn't mean just because it's incorporated, it's not going to be an issue any longer. And with the rights to the child, I think that there's like a significant amount of work that's happening in schools across Scotland that's happened since that incorporation at the Scottish level that has meant that people are talking about it. And I'm noticing that more and more it's coming up on the websites of schools, it's coming up on children's charities, and we are talking about it a lot more. And our kind of goal is that we think about economic and social rights in the same way, and that we're able to use them as a real tool for change in this country.
You mentioned about schools there. Do you think that's more kind of like awareness raising has to be in schools about poverty as well?
I think that that is something that's really important in order for us to squash some of the stigma that surrounds poverty, because stigma in itself is harmful to health. Stigma stops people from accessing the benefits that they're entitled to. And it's just really, really damaging. Poverty is difficult in itself, but stigma makes it significantly more difficult, and also means that policy that is discriminatory and that is damaging. I'm thinking explicitly here about benefit sanctions and also a lot of the benefit system in Westminster. But stigma allows policy like that to be passed because people believe untruths about people living in poverty and also about a lot of marginalized communities. And so I think if we go into schools, if we speak to people young, if we carry this conversation into our private lives, it can be a really important way for us to think about making change. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think talking about human rights is really important, because it is stigma busting in the way that we can all, like most people agree that we all should be able to lead lives of dignity. And this is a really clear map, like a roadmap of how it would look for us to do that.
I suppose like I can't really do an interview without using the word COVID. So obviously we've been through the pandemic for the past 2 years. So what's the main what's like people been kind of like emailing you and your colleagues at the Poverty Alliance about COVID? Has there anything like come out of COVID?
So I know that our research team has had lots of conversations with people across Scotland as part of our Get Heard Scotland project. It's not directly my remit, but I have read some of the reports. And one of the issues that has come up so frequently for us has been the impact that it has had on mental health and people not being able to access adequate mental health services, and the impact that that's had on their ability to work and on their community and on their lives. And that's been a really big one that has come up for us. My main focus has been kind of developing our human rights project, which we launched last month. So it is still a baby. So my research colleagues are probably a lot better placed to talk about the insights we've had over COVID. But I know from a lot of the kind of participatory work that we've been doing that access to services, access to mental health services have been a really big issue.
Yeah, and it all kind of comes back to, I keep thinking about that comment that Karen put in about people not being believed, and you've touched on stigma and discrimination and that kind of othering of people that are living in poverty. And we know that it's not, there's that kind of myth about we're all missing paychecks away from homelessness. And we know that for lots of people that's the case, but we also know that the cards are stacked against some groups or some communities or some individuals because of their background, their trauma, their disability, their life experiences. And COVID in particular, when we think about the economic impacts of that, and people who, women are more likely to be in gig economy, or disabled people are more likely to be in part-time work, or single mothers, all these other kind of factors. So do you think with the new rights being enshrined, existing rights being enshrined in new legislation about the right to economic, that being much strengthened, do you think that'll have an impact for folk like that who are from these more marginalised, but actually it's a big old chunk of the community, it's just people that are facing different kind of challenges?
I think that the incorporation of rights gives us a framework for us to push for more effective change. And I think what makes me feel really hopeful is the way that participation is something that is so key to human rights. And we know that when people are able to have a say in the policy that impacts their communities, then the policy is better. But I think because we're at such early stages, what the outcome of this incorporation will be is kind of unknown in regard to impacts. But I do think that giving people a voice to push for their rights and knowing that there are mechanisms to do that can be really useful in pushing for community change. Often to bring about change, we need to, shout about it, and we need to organize together. And I think that this will create a really useful framework. Well, it already is a useful framework for us to do this, but I think the incorporation process might, make this an even more useful framework.
Puts a spotlight on it, doesn't it? It's creating a bit more national interest, because what I sometimes think that people perceive human rights as being this big highfalutin something that's not about them. It seems like something that the European Court of Human Rights feels a long way away from people living in communities in Scotland. So, how do people get involved? You're saying we should mobilise, we should rally together. What's your cry? How do we do it?
So I think that there are many ways to get involved. So it could be, speaking to people in your community and identifying, is there an issue that we're facing, and getting in touch with organisations that work on those issues and seeing if there is scope for you to organise together. There are really great case studies of communities coming together to organise around rights, specifically. The Human Rights Commission on their website have a good case study from Leith around housing rights, where a community came together and monitored the human rights abuses that were going on in their lives, in their estate, due to their kind of landlord not providing them with adequate housing, and they were able to come together and mobilise around that. I think getting involved with organisations in your local areas, I think making sure that you're reaching out to others and building connections and documenting what's going on for you can be a really good start. And hopefully, one thing that we're hoping that's going to happen is that over the next few years, when there's such a spotlight on human rights, the organisations operating across Scotland are going to start thinking about them, and there is phenomenal work that is going on across Scotland, and lots of organisations are tackling really, really big issues. And human rights can just be one tool to help us do this. And hopefully over the next few years, we'll be able to come together around that and work collectively. So I guess I've said a lot of words to say, get together a group of people in your community, talk about it, identify what's going on. You can reach out to local officials, you can put pressure on, and then get support from community organisations. And kind of waffled a lot there.
No, it's great. And it's brilliant that sometimes people forget that the power of the people, local authorities, elected members, they work for us. They're here to represent us, and every single one of us has the right to have a say and make sure that we're getting our messages across and communicating to the people who are making the decisions, and make sure that the ordinary folks like us are involved in decision making.
I was just going to touch upon my question about COVID early on, but do you feel as though that it's kind of shining a light on these kind of issues, because we know that these issues has been there for years and years and years, but nobody was speaking about them, whereas COVID came along, they're suddenly talking about food banks, they're talking about homelessness, they're talking about poverty and employment and all that. So do you think people are beginning to speak about them now, even though this issue has been about for about 20 years or maybe more?
So I think one thing that COVID has done is made a lot of us think about the way in which our current lifestyles and our lives can be quite tenuous, that changes in circumstances can happen to everybody. And I think it has made people think about poverty a bit more. I would love to have a member of our research team here, because this is definitely something that they think about a lot more than me, but we know that COVID has impacted the whole of this country, and that poverty has increased, and that child poverty has increased, and that we are seeing an increase in food banks, we're seeing an increase in poverty, and I think it's a trend that was already happening, and we just have seen kind of an acceleration in people.
So it's kind of like getting worse as time's went on.
It's like the gap's getting
Yeah,
bigger, isn't it?
getting
The
wider.
gap between the rich
Yeah.
and the poor is growing.
And I think the inequality that exists in our society is really, really stark and has been really amplified by the pandemic, especially when we think about issues around, homeschooling and how different that is when you have access to laptops, when you have access to rooms for people to study in, and like some of the middle classes, when you have access to tutors, and you have all of these things that mean that educational inequalities have widened as an impact of the pandemic, and the way that poverty has completely shaped our experiences of the pandemic. And I think it's great that we're talking about that now, but I think it's awful that that has happened.
There's also, I think probably what our notion of poverty is and looks like has changed quite a bit over the last few years, because I think in the past we might have thought that poverty was a smaller group of people, but you've got people who are working full time or working in jobs and having to claim universal credit. You've got people who are facing poverty while they're in jobs, I suppose, is something we probably never had to face before. Is it quite a new thing, or do you think that's always been around? Or
So the majority of people that live in poverty are in work.
Yeah.
And I think that in itself is quite shocking. I can't speak to the trends, again, as it's not my area of expertise. But I do know that currently, with the freeze that's happened around benefits and the benefit cap and our social security system as it is, that it's just not adequate, and people who are on universal credit are living in poverty.
Yeah.
And so we have a situation where paid work isn't always adequate, where our social security system isn't filling in that kind of shortfall, and people are just falling through the gaps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we getting the comment come on? No.
I think folk have been quite quiet on Facebook. If you've got any, or on YouTube, if you've got any questions for Lydia, we've got about maybe just a few minutes left. Please get your questions over.
But when you go out to different events like this, it must feel so rewarding to tell people about your work and what you're doing. Basically, just to raise awareness of poverty kind of overall, because sometimes we forget that there is poverty in Scotland as well, or all over the world.
So one part of my job is doing poverty awareness training, where we bring people together to speak about the experiences of poverty in this country, with a emphasis on lived experience people. And I always find that in those sessions, you have really, really fruitful conversations of bringing people together to really put a spotlight on what is going on in our country. And something that comes up a lot is people leave and they say, I'm going to start thinking about poverty more in my work. I'm going to consider the fact that the people that I am working with might be not able to access the things that I think would be useful for them. I'm thinking particularly in healthcare, when we say like, oh, you need to eat this type of diet. And we've had people who do work in the NHS say, I need to consider the cost of the things I'm suggesting. And when you have conversations like that, then they are really, really positive. And with this project, so the Rights in Action project is very new, and primarily it is about raising awareness of social, economic and cultural rights. And later on throughout the project, it is going to be about standing behind community organisations that are doing phenomenal work already and supporting them in their quest to start using human rights as a tool for change is quite new in this country. And so I think that my answer around how do we do this, it's a bit woolly because we're still fleshing that out. And the first step of that is being able to be aware that we should have access to these rights. They are enshrined in law and they are going to be a national law. And I think what we do with it is up to all of us in the coming years. And hopefully this project is going to be just like a little drop in the ocean of thinking about bringing about change.
Yeah, so you just made me think there about some of the assumptions, and especially what we've been talking about, the assumptions that people made, again, due to COVID. When we all started, when COVID hit and we were all working from home and working online, a lot of us were, there were questions that I had never found myself asking in the last organisation I worked for, which is, do the people we're working for have broadband? Do they have a space at home that is safe for them to be able to work without their family life getting in the way or being difficult? Like some of the things that we had never really considered in questions before. And when we're talking about in-work poverty, it's so important that we're making sure that we're not putting barriers up to people already in jobs as well. That struck me so starkly in when we moved into lockdown, that I had made assumptions that people who were working full-time or in a good job had these things around about them, and it wasn't the case. There were people, there will be people all over the country who were assumed to be in a different situation than they were, I suppose, and COVID highlighting and exacerbating that.
No, definitely. And I think it's a realization as well that things that were previously considered luxuries are actually essentials. And when people talk about, oh, people don't live in poverty because they have smartphones, you need them for your applications, you need them for your benefits, you need them for almost everything in a modern society. And so I think that some of the assumptions we have about how life needs to be for someone to be living in poverty is just incorrect.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. Do we have any questions? You've got the screen in front of you. Any questions popping up?
I think
Nothing on the screen. Do you have any more questions for
That's a good point, because everybody was working from home and all that, but we actually forget about people need broadband or iPads or laptops or whatever, so that there's a lot of kind of like deprivation that you would say about like technology as well. Speak to us about that, because again, I know that maybe like your research team might have a lot of information, and sorry I'm asking you difficult questions, but that's my job. Is that the kind of that people will come to you with that kind of technology, and that's even down to a mobile phone, because they take for granted that everybody's got a mobile.
There's also when you think, sorry, just to build on that a wee bit, to add a bit more, like thinking about the difference between rural and urban people, like people living in the countryside with poor Wi-Fi or no Wi-Fi or no mobile phone signal, all of these things. So like these gaps just get a bit wider, don't they?
So that is something that we, reverse. The reality of digital poverty has really been outlined by the pandemic, and I think that we have all heard about that, and we've all seen that, especially when children came to be working from home, and occasionally it was people in not occasionally, often it was people in families sharing one device and not being able to do homework, to work, and to effectively juggle the asks of, lockdown and life during COVID. As an organisation, we don't tend to provide tech, but there are lots of organisations that do across Scotland. But one issue that I found, so in my former job, I used to work on a young person's guarantee project, where I was working with young people that were often receiving universal credit. And they really, really struggled to get access to digital devices, because they were too old to be able to access the devices for being in school, but weren't in jobs that were able to provide devices. And so when it came to being able to apply for positions, when it came to being able to get online, it became really, really difficult. And so although there was a lot of work done around digital poverty, and there's phenomenal organisations across Scotland, there were still people that fell through the gaps. But fundamentally, it's also not entirely the role, it's not entirely the role of the third sector to plug that problem. That's something as a society and as our government needs to ensure that no one is living in a situation where they can't have these very basic things that we all need in our kind of modern lives.
Absolutely, and the role and the absence, I suppose, of like universal services like libraries and community centres where people would have been able to get online and use, and having been taken away through COVID must have been exacerbated that even more deeply, because we talk a lot about the kind of world that I work in. We talk about if you can get universal services inclusive of everybody and accessible to everybody, then it benefits all of us. It benefits all of society, and it means you can be having to pump less money into specialist services and delivering all these interventions like you're talking about to try and get people. If you can just make the universal services more accessible, it would make everybody's lives better.
And this is also the issue around libraries and community hubs is something that has come up a lot in the work that we've done around kind of End Poverty Week, where we bring together people experiencing poverty and organisations that work in anti-poverty spaces. And a key recommendation was funding community hubs and libraries, because they're such a key space, not just for digital access, but also for community organising and community spirit, and enabling people to, really come together. And so the loss of those during COVID, but also the loss of those previously due to cuts of public sector spending has been phenomenally detrimental. And I think that we've really seen the impact of that around, when it was exacerbated during the pandemic. So I think we are coming to the
I
end
don't
of
have any
our
more
time.
questions coming through on Facebook, so unless anybody in the room has got anything they want to ask Lydia, speak now or forever hold your peace, as they say. No. Just to say thank you so much, Lydia from the Poverty Alliance. That was a fantastically interesting conversation. We could chat all day, but a round of applause for Lydia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inviting me to come along today and giving me an opportunity to try my first hybrid event. Hopefully that was informative for everyone, and we feel a bit more confident about being able to name and claim our human rights. Thank you everyone so much for listening.
Thank you so much. So we're going to have a wee moment of musical chairs while we shift around and get ready for our next speaker. And in the meantime, we'll show a quick video. So over to there.
Hi, we're the Fridays. The Fridays are a band that are part of a Scottish charity called Musical. Musical are an inclusive Scottish charity that provides musical opportunities for children and adults with disabilities.
Hello everybody, we are the Fridays. We've been together as a band for the last 11 years. My name is Jared and I play the keyboard.
My name's Shani Feeney. I'm singing for a band called The Fridays. It's called Get Out Ahead.
My name is Matthew. I like to sing.
My name's Adam Wilson, and I'm in the Fridays. I play the drums, and that's what we're doing.
This is a song called 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, go for it. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you left me more sleep. That's long. That's what the use is for. Oh, cheating angels and lie like you know. Like you ain't nothing with me. Want to say more. Sweet your heart. You know that you're on. Sleep that hit a cat. Now I can't see your part. Cozy and cold. Take a horse before the time. No cheating angels and I let you go. Let you in my
This is the Fridays song. Fridays are for friends.
Monday we play, Tuesday we dance all day, Wednesday we're working hard, Thursday we're getting tired, Fridays are for friends. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening. Weekend school work, cyclic ways, coming up our happy days. Saturday we chill and mums, Sunday shopping, bowling fun. Fridays are for friends. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening. Playing. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening. Playing. We all went to school, these are words. Having out our musical, these are words. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening, playing. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening, playing. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening, playing. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening, playing. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening, playing. Fridays are for friends, Fridays are for friends, listening, playing.
Okay, welcome back everyone to CitizenFest 2022. You've seen loads of stuff today already that's entertained you and informed you and educated you. And we think that one of the best ways to understand more about inclusion and citizenship and why this is so important is just to hear from people, hear their stories, hear their experiences. So we've got a wee session now this afternoon, very catchily entitled Tea Time Special, the transgender experiences of Natalie and Alex. So if you're still awake after that title, hopefully you'll be able to join us for the rest of this conversation. Natalie and Alex have very kindly agreed to join us this afternoon to just share a wee bit about their experiences, their journey, answer any questions that anybody might have. So we'll kick off by handing over to you, Natalie, and we're just really keen to hear a bit about your journey, a bit about your experience, and how that's felt for you, and take us as far back as you want to. Bearing in mind we've only got 45 minutes, but you know.
Okay. I'll try. I've got a lot to squeeze in. I'm Natalie Scott, born 1961, and I'm transgender. That normally gets a reaction. A lot of people think, no way was she born in 1961. Obviously, it's not that kind of audience. Like I say, I'm transgender. I've always felt different. I was from an era when transgender wasn't really a thing. You were classed as a freak, a he, she, a she-male, and all these things that I didn't associate with. I didn't see myself as that person. But I knew I was different, and I was drawn towards femininity, and I loved the girls' world. But then it was frowned upon because you had to be macho then. You had to be a boy. Or you'd be looked upon, perhaps you were gay. People assumed you were gay because you had these feminine traits. I always asked my mum for a doll. She wouldn't let me have a doll. So you used to have this like, toilet dolly, the toilet roll inside this knitted, crocheted doll. That was my doll. So she used to marry Action Man. That's when I first knew I was different. The issue for me, my dad was in the army, so it was quite a macho background I was living in. We used to travel all around the world, and life was good. I was quite smart when I was young. But my life kind of changed when I was 9. It was my 9th birthday. And a few days before my birthday, I started taking sore stomach. And my mum forced me to school. And when I was at school, I collapsed. I had a burst appendix. I was rushed to hospital. And I was in hospital for a long time. I was very ill. And when I came out, I think my mum felt guilty because she hadn't believed me and forced me to go to school. So she asked me what I wanted for my birthday. So I said I wanted a rally chopper bike because I wanted to put the lollipop stick in the spokes and have the streamers on my handlebars. So when I came out of hospital, my rally chopper bike was sitting in the hall, but I still had stitches in from my appendix and I wasn't allowed to go out my bike. My mum used to clean this school that looked onto our house. My dad was away, like I say, he was in the army. He was in Ireland during the Troubles, so my dad was away a lot. So my mum was kind of bringing me and my brother up single-handed. She said to me, I need to go to work. But if you look at the back window, give me a wave, I'll keep checking on you. Just give me a wave, I'll come back to you and check up on you. But don't go out on that bike. So the minute she's out, I'm sitting on the bike and I'm pedalling backwards, imagining I'm out in the street. And I remember looking in her room and she had laid out this red dress. And there was a pair of kind of high heels sitting. And I was drawn to this red dress. So I put the red dress on and I put the high heels on. And I was as happy as anything. And then I turned round and looking through the window was a guy who was cleaning the windows. And he saw me. And I totally panicked. So I went to the safest place in the world, which is under your bed. I kind of scrabbled out the dress and then back into my pajamas. And the door started banging. And I went to the door. And the letterbox opened and I could see his eyes looking through. And he said, I need the money for cleaning the windows. And I said, well, my mum's at work. He says, well, get this note. Open the door. You can give her this note. And things change in your life in an instant. And for me, that was the moment my life changed. The minute I opened the door, he burst in and he sexually assaulted me. He left me in a mess. He left me bruised. He left me burst all my appendix, stitches, left me lying on the floor. But I remember he said to me, he says, if you tell anyone what's happened, I will tell them what I saw you doing. And when you're 9, that's a big thing. You don't want people to know that about you. So when my mum came home, Sorry, still get emotional about this. When she came home, I had thrown my bike down the steps at the front door and broke all my bike. And I made out I had went out on the bike and fell off the bike. So my mum hit me. But then she realised the mess I was in. So she phoned for an ambulance and I was put into hospital. I took blood poisoning and I never told a soul. Society was different then, I think, because child abuse and these things that happen weren't really talked about the way they are now. And I didn't say a word. I felt ashamed. And I felt guilty. Why I felt guilty, I don't know, but that's how it works, seemingly. I came out of hospital. I assumed the hospital knew it was more than falling off a bike. But again, nothing was ever said or done. And I came out and I tried to continue my life. But my schooling went out the window. I became very introverted. I didn't want to talk to people. I lost my friends. My schooling just failed. My dad came home and he announced that he was leaving the army and we were coming back to Scotland. So this all happened in England, the south of England. So we came back to Glasgow and it was my first experience of religion, the religious divide. I was born Catholic, but I knew nothing about being a Catholic until I came home to Scotland, and that was a shock to the system, to say the least. I was put into a Catholic school, and believe it or not, I had an English accent then. So to be different, I was obviously different and quiet, and they assumed I was as thick. I was bullied a lot at school. And it came to high school time, so we moved to Linwood. And I went to high school in Linwood. And I had never told a person about what had happened to me until one day a young priest came to school and he said to us all, high school's a big deal. If you have any issues, anything at all, come and see me. So I went to see him. It took me weeks to build up the courage. And I told him what happened to me. And he told me that God would forgive me. It's not what I expected to hear. So I climbed up even further. My high school was just a waste of time. I was always fighting with people. My mum, fighting with my mum, fighting with my dad. I wasn't a nice person to be around. So I came at 15 and I decided the solution is to run away. So I decided to go to London. When I do live talks, people ask, where did you go in London? Where did you stay? And me, humour carries me through life now. I've usually got humorous answers for questions like that. Where did you stay? And I tell people that I stayed in a phone box because it was somewhere where I could call home. That's a silly joke, I know. But I find when I talk about these things, if I introduce some humour, it makes it easier for people to digest, if that makes sense. But anyway, I went to London. I squatted in London. I went round different places, stayed with various people. And the new romantic scene started then. The people that are here are way too young to know what the new romantic scene is. But it was amazing. Spandau Ballet, Duran Duran, all these things. And it opened up a whole world for me. You could be different, and it was okay to be different. So I jumped between punk and new romantic, and I could dress like a girl, I could dress like a boy, I could be in between, and I was accepted. And I went to some amazing places in London. and I formed a relationship with a man who was an area director for a butchering company. And they had shops, and he asked me if I wanted to work in a shop. Now, me being a butcher, no. But he put me behind the counter, and I just loved being behind that counter. All the patter, all the customers, I loved it, and I embraced that job. And the beauty of it was the relationship I formed with this guy. He gave me a flat above the shop. I wasn't even paying rent. So I was happy as anything. But to my shame, down there for 5-6 years, I never phoned home. I didn't phone my mum. I feel disgrace about that now, but what's done is done. I lived with this man and everything was going great. I didn't know I was transgender, but I dressed like a girl 99% of the time. Like I say, there was no internet then, there was nothing you could look up and see. It was all negativity then, and it poked fun at you. That's the way it was then, poked fun at you. Life was going good. When I tell this, it sounds terrible. I took a lump in the top of my mouth and I went to the dentist, and it turned out I had mouth cancer. I don't even smoke. And I thought it must have been a mistake. 3 weeks later, I was in getting surgery, and I lost a lot at the top of my mouth to cancer. I make a really filthy joke, but I won't do live on camera about that one. Obviously, I recovered, but the gentleman I was having a relationship with couldn't be bothered looking after me when I came out. I needed help, and told me I had to leave the flat, and I was losing my job. I had nowhere to go. So terrible as it sounds, I had only one solution, that was to phone home. And I phoned my mum. And to hear my mum's voice, and they'd been looking for me. The police had been looking for me, and nobody had found me. I came home. And that's when I decided that I had to make changes in life. And I told my mum how I felt. She didn't understand it. I make a daft joke about that. People ask, did your mum understand you, Natalie? I said, no, she was Chinese. Jokes sound inappropriate now that I'm doing it in this setting, but hey-ho. But my mum, she was just glad to get me home. So we went to the doctors. I told the doctor how I felt, and it was quite a negative reaction from the doctor, trying to talk me out of being, are you gay? Are you gay? Do you like men? It was nothing about my gender. It was all about my sexuality. So things progressed. Eventually, he decided, okay, we'll send you and start to see if we can get things moving. So I went down the road of starting to transition. But unfortunately for me, the doctors at that time suggested that because of the treatment I had through cancer and how I was, that to transition for me to take the hormones would not be a good option. So it kind of ground to a halt. And I decided, I ain't going back to being miserable. I ain't going to be like that anymore. I'm going to be me. So that's when Natalie Scott stepped out that front door. And terrifying step to come out in public and to go to gay venues is where I started. I thought that would be the safest option. I went to a place in Glasgow called the Polo Lounge. I sat outside for 2.5 hours in my car, too frightened to get out of the car. And I waited to get dark. So I ran across the road, I ran up the stairs, and I ran to the bar and ordered a drink. Then security came in and asked me to leave. And I thought, you wouldn't expect transphobia in a gay bar. But it was because I hadn't paid on the way in. They saw the funny side. I paid, and eventually I became their customer of the year. My life sounds terrible. My life's not terrible. My life's a joy now. I love doing things like this. I never thought I would talk about myself and tell the stories. It's hard to condense a lot of stuff into a few minutes here. But my life's wonderful. I'm glad to be transgender, and I'm glad that I took that step out the door. I've been to places, I've met amazing people. You've got a big highfalutin star on just shortly, Tom Ury. I've shared a car with him. You gave me a lift, Tom. Yes. So I think I've spoken enough. I think I've spoke too much.
Not at all, not at all. And I know that I'd speak for everybody that's watching online and everybody that's here when we say thank you genuinely for sharing that much of your story with us, because it's a privilege to be able to hear it and hear it in person. I think it's hard for people to conceive the degree of bravery that somebody has to find in their life to be able to have the life that you should have. You shouldn't have to be that brave, but that is incredible. And I think you said there that your life is a joy now. I think I've known you for a few years now. I think you're an incredibly brave, funny and energetic woman that brings a lot of that to every room that you're in. And I think other people's lives are more joyous for having you in them. So we're really pleased that you've come through all of that, and that Natalie Scott is very much here and here to stay. So thank you very much for sharing that. Before I hand over to Alex, hard act to follow, right?
Yeah, I know.
But before I hand over to Alex, I wanted to just ask a question, if that's okay. And I think you talked a lot about how things were a long time ago, and I think everybody knows that things have changed and hopefully got better and moved on to some extent. But it's not great, is it, still? And I think my experience certainly online is that of late, I think the narrative around transgender issues has there's been a bit of a resurgence of negativity and a lot of quite unhelpful and unsupportive debate going on. I just wondered how that feels and how you cope with that. How do you respond?
For me, I suppose one of the good things of being slightly older is I've had a lot of challenges in life, and I've seen how the tide comes and goes. And like I say, when I was young, it was, you were a freak. They poked fun at you. You were a joke. Then that stopped for a while. We had people like Caitlyn Jenner, these people all coming out. It was a bit more visible. The media changed. But now the media has flipped. Now it's not humour. We're not to be poked fun at. We're a threat. We're to be feared. We shouldn't be sharing toilets. We shouldn't be taking part in sports. Just to put your mind at rest, I will not be entering the Olympics. So that's how it's flipped for me, and I worry for young ones now because the fear factor in a way is worse. It's worse. You can poke fun at people and be the butt of a joke, but the fear factor is worse because people take it serious, They see us as a threat now, and people are drip feeding us in the media. The humorous side, it was even on the television. You must have watched Jerry Springer. I mean, that was one of the most popular programs going. But every second week, there was the boyfriend came out with his girlfriend, who halfway through announced that she wasn't Jenny, she was John. And the whole audience all burst out laughing and poked fun. And to sit and watch that as a transgender person was very belittling. but you couldn't say a word, you couldn't say anything. Then it flipped to fear, and now Ian Huntley, for example, child killer. Papers were putting out that he wanted to transition. He was transgender. It was a total lie. It was total nonsense. So it took them about 2 years to publish an apology to say that was wrong. But now they've flipped it. He's having a relationship with Luna, who is a transgender jailmate. But no evidence of anything physical has gone on. It's nonsense. But you hear enough of this stuff, it starts having an effect.
So do you think that means it's more important for people to hear real stories, real experiences, rather than what people are being fed from a media perspective?
I think if people actually take the time to talk to a transgender person, you know, I go into huge businesses now, and with the Gender Recognition Act, there's a big panic on about toilets and procedures and things like that.
Never been so much chat about toilets.
Oh, toilets, you know. I don't know why it's a safe environment for women, because it's got this little picture of a person on a dress at the front. If someone's going to sexually assault someone, do you think that's going to stop them? No. And if you research how many times that has actually happened, zilch. I detest that kind of media coverage now. It's constant.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much indeed, Alex. So I've known Ashley for a few years. We've just met,
Yes.
which is lovely. So it's really lovely to meet you.
And nice to meet you.
Really grateful to Alex for coming along and also agreeing to share his story with us. So yeah, please tell us a bit about you and share your journey.
Yeah. I'm Alex. I'm 89, so only a couple of years after you, Natalie. I'm a transgender man, and it kind of goes back again, the same as Natalie, but way back when I was a child, and I used to love playing football, and I'd play football with the boys, and they used to hate it because I used to be better than them, but I used to love taking my t-shirt off and being one of the guys and running around and not really having a care, being able to like climb trees and things like that. And then when you get to puberty, and then you start obviously, you know, growing in areas that you don't want to grow, it takes a really big toll on you, and you start, you know, you start to hate your body, the shape that it's becoming. You know, you go into, you know, having periods and things like that, and you start really hating on yourself. And yeah, I started trying to come to terms to start with just being a lesbian, which was a journey in itself, because when I came out as being a lesbian, I went to my teachers at school and felt that I got to the point where I couldn't really say anything, and I was lashing out at school. Obviously something wasn't right. So when I spoke to my teacher, she turned around to me and she said, do you know what? I can't actually talk to you about this. And you go, this is like early 2000s. And she turned around to me and she said, by law, I'm not allowed to speak to you about being gay or anything like that. This is like in 2000. So obviously I, you know, carried on school life. And then as I got older, I was must have been about 18, and I had my first girlfriend. We were together for about 3 years, and I felt something wasn't right. I knew, obviously, I liked, obviously, taking my t-shirt off and playing football and having all these male, masculine features and things like that. And I was with her for 3 years, and then I felt confident, or I thought so, that if I spoke to her about wanting to be a guy, at this point I didn't even know what transgender was. I just knew that I wanted to be a guy, and everyone asked me, "Oh, how did you get your name?" And I came up with my name Alex because in my mind, if I could be Alexandra to my parents, and when I go out, I would be Alex. I would be the male Alex when I go out. So I felt that I could separate my two lives and not have to come out, and didn't want to obviously be a burden or anything like that. So when I found the courage to turn around to my girlfriend and say, I want to be a guy, she kind of looked at me and she was like, "That's disgusting. That's so unnatural." And so after that, I kind of went right into myself. I didn't this is my worst nightmare. We obviously soon separated after that. It wasn't working out. And I was in such fear that she would say something to someone and tell my parents, or, so I then kind of went a few years not being able to tell anyone, not being able to talk about it. The mental side of things started to get on top of you. I started cutting myself and things like that. When I was 23, I met a girl in a nightclub, and we soon got talking, and then we ended up being together, and then we got married. So I knew, obviously, I wanted to be a guy, but yet I still married my wife, knowing, and I feel so bad because I felt like I was being one person, but I want to be someone else. But that goal from being from my dead name to Alex just seemed so far apart that it was just not going to happen. And so I kind of I just have to live in this world where I can just not be the person I want to be. And it was actually my brother-in-law who said to me, "Have you ever thought that you was transgender?" So what? And I said, at this point, the emotions were so high, and I was like, "This is it. This is my shot." And I said, "Yeah, I think I am." And my wife didn't really take it very well. I think it was a shock because I hadn't spoken to her. If I'd maybe spoken to her, then it wouldn't have been a shock. But yeah, she didn't take it too well. So I was like, "Oh, okay." And I honestly thought that she was going to leave me. And that was my worst fear. And then we kind of have a chat. And she said, "Do not ever lie to me ever again." She was like, "I want to know everything about you." She was like, "I can't have you not being here in my life. I need you in my life." And so we went through everything, and she gave me the best support. And then she was like, "You need to tell your parents." So I went to my mum and I said, we have a spare room, but it's office. So we went into the office and I sat down and I said, "Mum," I said, "I want to be a guy." And she just looked at me and she was like, "Okay." And I was like, "Sorry, what?" She was like, "Okay." She was like, if that's what makes you happy, then we'll look into it." I couldn't believe it. Could have told me this 10 years ago. Do you know what I mean? But this time, I was 28 at the time, so I was still quite young. And then we went straight to the doctors, and then I completely meltdown at the doctors. Then they send you off to the mental health team to make sure that what you're saying is you're not obviously gone crazy. At this point, I felt like I had gone a bit crazy, but the doctor that I went to see was amazing. She kind of straight away, she knew how bad I was at that point. So she put me on like blockers to stop the periods completely, and that was amazing just to have that. And then a year later, the NHS is notorious for obviously having high waiting lists. So they were like, "Oh, you're going to be maybe a year, maybe 2 years on the waiting list." So I went to, like, my wife was like, "Well, let's go to private then." So okay, so we went private, and then I started obviously taking hormones, and then that's when pretty much the fun started for me, and my voice started to really dip, and I started growing hair where it should not be growing, but and then I changed my name legally, and that was. I honestly thought that changing my name would be a really happy time. Although there was also guilt because I felt that my mum had given me my given name, like my dead name at the time, and then I felt like I was almost like betraying her, or like going, "Oh, that doesn't matter now." Like, and I said to my mum, that still does, that is the old me. That's, that person is still there. I still have those memories, but now I need to be myself. And she was like, "Yeah, whatever makes you happy." And, but I just couldn't get over that guilt of changing my name. But now I just couldn't think of anything else. And then about 2 years ago, no, it was last year, me and my wife decided that we was going to have children, but obviously that's not going to like come naturally. So then we went in and had a donor, and then we fell pregnant first time, and then you're like, "Yes, I'm going to be a dad." Like, come to like 15 years ago, I didn't even think that I would even be like the guy that I wanted to be. And now I'm a husband and soon to be father. And it was just amazing. And 3 days before our due date, our baby girl passed away. And then I had to be the husband where I had to stand up and be strong and support my wife through this, and just get on, wake up every day. My wife gave up work and she comes to work for me, and then I go off to try and support her, and then I'm still waiting for surgery on the NHS. That has been 2 years. And hopefully, well, they keep saying, "Oh, it's going to be this year," but we'll see. But yeah, that's about it, really.
Thank you very much. So I think first of all, big fans of your mum.
My mum's a legend. We all call her Becky D.
Becky D, the legend. But I think what both of your stories tell us is what happens when people are excluded or made to feel excluded, and the impact that has in a whole host of different and layered and accumulative ways, and how damaging that can be. There may be some questions, and if there are, that's great. You might want to stick your hand up if you do have a question, so that we know to come to you. There was one question from a younger member of our audience, Isaac, who is 11, who isn't mic'd up, so he's asked me to ask his question. And he says that one of his friends is transgender, and he wants to know how he can be a good friend to that person and what makes a good ally. How can he be a good ally?
Just a good ally is someone that stands by you and supports you and tells you that, you know, your decision is the right decision, and make sure that you don't always go ask them what their pronouns are. Like, ask them things. You know, I have a lot of people that come up to me, and they are in like people want to be inquisitive, but also there's learning, but then there's also learning but being an insult. So a lot of people come up to me and go, well, what's in your trousers? Well, it's none of your business what's in my trousers. That doesn't define who I am. So I have a lot of things like that. So like a good ally would, you know, ask their pronouns, make sure that they're okay, you know, see what you can do.
Okay. Natalie, how would you answer that question? How can Isaac and other young people and all of us be better allies?
For me, Isaac, you're a joy. To have an ally at your age, I wish I was your age and I'd be your best friend. You're doing everything right, Isaac, just by being there, you know, to look after your friend and know when your friend's feeling down, and to stand up for your friend when people aren't being so nice. I'm not saying to be physically fighting or anything like that, although sometimes just be there as a friend and correct people if they use the wrong pronouns. Is it a female friend, boy, female? So it's she, her, all those pronouns, that's what you use. Look after your friend. People always are frightened. People are frightened of what they don't understand. The only way you understand is by talking. People make assumptions about us. They think it's sexual or whatever their assumption is. You will never know until you talk to us. And I get sometimes people will ask a question that is offensive. I'm quite fortunate, like I say, slightly older than Alex.
And a little bit.
That I'm equipped with a lot of answers now. And I tend to diffuse it through humour. I used to react angrily, but what happens then, it escalates, and you lose the chance of making an ally like Isaac. The humour for me has been my biggest weapon. I have a lot of funny answers for a lot of awkward questions.
Thank you. Does anybody else who's here just now have any questions that they want to ask before we move on? Okay, so there might be some other stuff in the chat, and if other people have come back to us with questions, we can answer those later and we can put more information out and so on. But for now, it's just for me to say thank you so very much. I should also say that Natalie and Alex have taken no fee for appearing today and given up their time, but they have asked that We Are One makes a donation to SANS, the baby loss charity, and we're very, very happy to do that on their behalf. So thank you so much for your time, your honesty, your bravery, and your inspiration. It's been an absolute joy to hear from both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have we got some music now that we can put on? So we'll play some music for you now while we shuffle ourselves around, and then we've got a very, very special guest for you.
Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. I am one, you are two. We are here to be and do. A lonely bell will tear the eye. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. The moon comes down and lifts the way, also the way that we behave. Girls will dance, soldiers will cry. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Breaking bread, helping hands, an open heart will understand. Keep the faith, so will I. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky.
back to us, everybody. Thanks. Huge thanks to Natalie and Alex for that presentation. That was incredibly powerful,
very
wasn't it?
powerful, yeah.
Really moving. Absolutely. And what a day we've had so far.
Yes.
We've had speakers, we've had music, you've had us, you've had Fran and John. It's been some day, isn't it?
It's been wonderful, and more tomorrow as well.
More, and then the day after that.
I know, and on Saturday.
Fun never stops.
Oh,
on
yeah,
CitizenFest.
keep coming.
Come on over, absolutely. So for those of you who are just joining us this evening, welcome. We've got a couple of musical acts to round up the evening. Another wee change in the scheduled programming. We now are going to go over to Chris Roger, who is a fantastic musician who's going to hit us with all killer, no filler. Over to you, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you. I never thought I'd love you half as much as I do. And I never thought I'd feel this way, the way I feel about you. Soon as I'm with you, every night, every day, I know that it's you I need to take the blues away. It must be love, love, love. It must be love, love, love. Nothing more, nothing less. Love is the best. How can it be that we can say so much without words? Bless you and bless me, baby. Bless the bees and the birds. I need to be with you every night, every day. I couldn't be happy any other way. It must be love, love, love. It must be love, love, love. Nothing more, nothing less. Love is the best. It must be love, love, love. 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 Nothing more, nothing less. Love is the best. Oh, thank you. Cheers. Oh, the summertime has come, and the trees are sweetly blooming, and the wild mountain thyme grows around the blooming heather. Well, you go, lassie, go, and we'll all go together to pack wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Well, you go, lassie, go. And I will build my love a bower by yon pure crystal fountain, and on it I will pile all the flowers of the mountain. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to pull wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? And if my true love, she were gone, and I would surely find no other, for wild mountain thyme grows around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to pull wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? Will you go, lassie, go? Will you go, lassie, go? Thank you. Thank you. You built your barrier, the taller I become, the farther you take my rights away, the faster I will run. You can't deny me, you can't decide to turn your face away. No matter, 'cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, there's something inside so strong. There's something inside so strong. The more you refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. You hide behind walls of Jericho, your lies come tumbling. Deny my place in time, you squander wealth that's mine. My light will shine so brightly it will blind you. 'Cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, there's something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. Brothers and sisters, when they insist we're just not good enough, when they know better, just look them in the eyes and say, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do it anyway. Something inside so strong. I know that I can make it. Oh, you're doing me wrong, so wrong. Thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. Something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. Something inside so strong. Thank you. Thanks. I don't know if you can see the changes that have come over me these last few days. I've been afraid that I might drift away. So I've been telling old stories and singing songs that make me think about where I came from. That's the reason why I seem so far away today. But let me tell you that I love you, and that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. For if I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. I have moved, I've kept on moving, proved the points that I needed proving, and I've lost the friends that I needed losing. I found others on the way. I have tried, I've kept on trying, stolen dreams, no dares, no denying, and I've traveled far with my conscience fire, somewhere with the wind. Let me tell you that I love you, that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. For if I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Now I'm sitting here before the fire, the empty room, the forest choir. The flames, they could not get any higher. They've weathered now, they've gone. Now I'm steady thinking, my way's clear, and I know what I will do tomorrow. The hands have shaken, the kisses blown, then I will disappear. Let me tell you that I love you, and that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. For if I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will always remember the day you kissed my lips, light as a feather. And it went just like this. No, it's never been better than the summer of 2002. Ooh, we were only 11, but acting like grown-ups, like we are in the present. Drinking from plastic cups, singing love is forever and ever. Well, I guess that was true. Ooh, dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods on an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. In a way like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me maybe one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing at the top of both our lungs. And now we're under the covers. Fast forward to 18, we are more than lovers. We are all we need when we're holding each other. I'm taken back to 2002. Ooh, dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods on an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. In a way like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me maybe one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing at the top of both our lungs on the day we fell in love. Ooh, on the day we fell in love. Ooh, dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods on an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. Oh, now, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing at the top of both our lungs on the day we fell in love. Ooh, ooh, on the day we fell in love. Ooh, on the day we fell in love. Ooh, on the day we fell in love. Love, love, love. Hey, thank you, thank you. I pictured a rainbow. You held it in your hand. I had flashes. You saw the plan. I wandered out in the world for years, while you just stayed in your room. I saw the crescent. You saw the whole of the moon, the whole of the moon. You were there in the turnstiles with the wind at your heels. You climbed on the ladder know how it feels to reach too high, too far, too soon. You saw the whole of the moon. I was grounded while you filled the skies. I was dumbfounded by truth, and you cut through lies. I saw the rain dirty valley, well, you saw Brigadoon. I saw the crescent, well, you saw the whole of the moon. I spoke about wings, you just flew. I wondered, I guessed, and I tried. You just knew, I sighed. Well, you swooned, I saw the crescent, and you saw the whole of the moon, the whole of the moon. With a torch in your pocket and the wind at your heels, you climbed on the ladder, and you know how it feels to reach too high, too far, too soon. You saw the whole of the moon, the whole of the moon. Yeah, yeah. Unicorns and cannonballs, palaces and piers, trumpets, towers and tenements, wide oceans full of fears, rags, bags, ferry boats, skimmers and scars, every precious dream and vision underneath the stars. Yes, you climbed on the ladder with the wind in your sails. You came like a comet, blazing your trail. Too high, too far, too soon. You saw the whole of the moon. Did you see the whole of the moon? Thank you. Thank you very much, folks. Pleasure to be here. All the best with the rest of the event. And thanks for listening. There's a man I meet, he walks up our street. He's a worker for the council, it's been 20 years. And he takes no lip off nobody, and litter off the gutter, puts it in a bag, and never thinks to mutter. And he packs his lunch in a sunblast bag, the children call him Bogey. He never lets on, but I know, cause he once told me to let me know a secret about the money in his kitty. He's gonna buy a dinghy, gonna call her Dignity. And I'll sail her up the west coast, through villages and towns. I'll be on my holidays, they'll be doing the rounds. They'll ask me how I got her, I'll say I saved my money Say, isn't she pretty? That ship called dignity. And I'm telling this story in a faraway sea, sipping down Racket and reading Maynard Keynes. And I'm thinking about home and all that that means, and a place in the winter for dignity. And I'll sail up the west coast through villages and towns. I'll be on my holidays, they'll be doing the rounds. They'll ask me how I got her, I'll say I saved my money. Say, isn't she pretty? That ship called dignity. Oh, set it up, 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 set it up. Yeah, set it up again, set it up again, set it up again, set it up again. Set it up, 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 set it up. Yeah, set it up again, set it up again, set it up again, set it up again. And I'm thinking about home. And I'm thinking about faith. And I'm thinking about work. And I'm thinking how good it would be to be here someday. On a ship called dignity, a ship called dignity, yeah. That ship. Hi, thank you. Good night, folks. Thank you.
We were too busy eating holy fries to come over and say thank you very much to Chris Roger. That was fantastic set. Another round of applause for Chris. Thank you so much. Chris, I know you're unplugging your guitar. Have you got anything you want to plug? Any website we can direct people towards to hear more of you? You can shout or you can come over. You're very welcome. Come and sit on the stripy couch.
Oh, he's coming over.
Oh, he's coming.
He means business. He's sitting down.
It's a cold-hearted business.
Oh.
All I really do now is play my wedding band. So that's
Cherry Crumble, is that the name of your wedding band? Fantastic. Excellent. Are you based in Glasgow? Yeah.
Well, I still come on it.
Right, okay. No, that was brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Are you going to stick around and listen to our final performer of the night?
Yeah, I'll stick around. I heard it's a famous.
It is a pal of their Michael's, eh?
I don't think it was that famous. You gave him the big bubble up
He's
there.
not as famous as Michael McKean.
He's not as famous as me, but so are you ready? Surprise. Yeah, are you ready? No, right, okay, it's not ready. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Yeah. So thanks for watching tonight, by the way. But we'll be back tomorrow as well with some more fun and games.
We've managed to be a wee bit ahead of schedule, which is a bit of a miracle actually, because we were horribly behind schedule before. But obviously, Michael and I, it's our conference ruthlessly efficient.
Ruthless.
But what have we had today? We've had. How did we start the day?
12 o'clock. Oh no, was that 10 o'clock this morning?
We've been here for hours. It's been fantastic. We've
Yeah.
had John and Fran kicked off the day talking about citizen network, and we had Marcus from Finland, didn't
Yep.
we, talking about inclusion work all the way over in Finland. Then what else did we have? We had some music.
And then you agree with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all you need to know.
That's like 1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100, Michael.
Yeah.
That's it.
But I think like if you've missed anything, you can go back and watch it on YouTube later on.
That's the beauty.
Or Facebook.
We've been broadcasting live on Facebook and on YouTube, so very, very welcome to go back and watch it again. And for anybody who's up for coming along tomorrow, we are here at the wonderful unit. The sun has been shining all day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, yeah. A bit cold, but yeah.
Never happy, never happy. But it's been beautiful. We've
Oh,
got
yeah.
gorgeous outside space here at the unit, and a bar and food and all sorts. Getting into the festival atmosphere.
Exactly, yeah. The food's been brilliant, yeah. hasn't
It's
it?
been
Yeah.
good time.
Yeah.
I love it.
2 more days of this. Wow, this is
We'll be
wonderful.
rolling it.
Yeah. But we're just padding time now until our surprise guest gets set up over in the corner.
What's been the highlight of your day so far, Michael?
The highlight, I've been working with you, Pauline. No,
You're
I
cheesier
think-
than my halloumi fries were, Michael.
no, I think I can't really pick one highlight, Pauline. They've always been a standout, so yeah.
I'll tell you what, I really enjoyed Jessica Lee Morgan's performance. I thought she was brilliant, mainly
yeah.
because she came out in the glow-in-the-dark face paint, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah.
It's definitely my vibe. And some of the speakers have been phenomenal as well. It was great to hear the gang from Speech Bubble.
Yeah, that was very powerful, that as well.
Yeah,
Robert,
absolutely.
yeah.
And Natalie and Alex as well, who are still here hanging about for the final performances. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. It was so powerful. And of course, Claire and Emma chatting about food and community.
Yeah,
and
that
Lydia
was good.
talking about poverty and human rights.
Yeah. I'm gonna get right down now.
Knackered.
Yeah, and that's where it goes eating the food. I think we're ready to, is it a few minutes yet, or yeah?
Still needing a wee minute over there.
I feel as though that I'm going to shout the bingo numbers and if we stay on. Right.
1, 2.
We're gonna go to a quick video while Tom finishes
Yep.
the sound check, but then please join us for Tom Udy in just a few minutes. We'll see you there.
Oh, Tom Brady could go. Tom Brady.
That
Tom Brady could go.
That was not a glitch in the matrix. That just
Oh.
happens. We didn't just lose a minute.
No, you never heard anything else.
So yeah. Do you want to I've talked too much? You didn't.
I've talked too much. Oh, yeah. Okay, so over to the headliner of tonight, and it's the one and only Bob from River. Oh no, it's Tom Udy. So it's over to Tom.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I've got no idea what I'm going to do. So what I normally do in these situations is people that are here shout out a song and then I try and play it and we have a laugh. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it isn't. So has anybody got a specifically favourite song that they like that I could try and murder? Jordan, you look as if you've got one. Baby Got Back. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. When a girl walks in with an A-to-B waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung. But I pull out your tongue because you notice that butt was stuffed. Deep in the jeans she's staring. I'm cute and I can't stop wearing. Oh baby, I want to get with you and take your picture. My homeboys try to warn me, but the ass you got makes me so horny. There you go. So that's the deal. You shout out anything and I try my best. But it saves me having to do any actual work, like preparing or rehearsing. I just go, what do you want? So if anybody's got another favourite song, what would you like? This includes people watching online. If you're watching online, you can type a wee message, say, yes, right, or here's a song for you to do. So any other requests, or will I just do one? Gimme, Gimme, Gimme by ABBA.
past 12 and I'm watching the late show in my flat all alone. How I hate to spend the evening on my own. Autumn winds blowing outside my window. Now I gaze along the night and there's nothing there to see, no one inside. There's not a man out there, no one to hear my prayer. Sing! Give me a man after midnight. Won't somebody help me chase the shadows always too low? Give me a man after midnight. Take me through the darkness to the break of the day. Give me a man after midnight. We'll end it there because nobody wants to hear that. Here's the Kernahans in. Hello, Kernahans. So that's how it goes. So we've had big butt thing. Gimme by ABBA. What are we doing next? We can't just have a whole night of ABBA. What else? Jay-Z, what? Red Wine by UB40. What else? We'll do a mashup. I'll do Red Wine and I'll mash it up with something else. Chasing Cat. I don't like that. That's from this century. I stopped listening at the millennium. Red wine goes to my head, makes me forget that I still love you so. Red wine, it's up to you. All I can do, I've done, is tearing apart my blue heart. I'd have sworn that with time, thoughts of you would leave my head. I was wrong, now I'm fine. Just one thing makes me forget. Red wine, stay close to me. All I can do, I've done, it's tearing apart my blue heart. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. It's very nice to be here. I don't really know where I am. I'm just glad to be at the house. I'd be sitting playing Animal Crossing just now if it wasn't for this. So, any other requests? Sorry, what? Yes, sir, I can boogie. Are you going to go, yes, sir, I can boogie? What all the footballer people do, right? God, I've never tried this before, right? Mister, your eyes are full of hesitation. Still makes me wonder what I'm dancing here for. I'm making up the words. Mister, I don't know what I'm singing in the second verse. It's the same as the first verse. You all know what to do right now. Yes, sir, I can boogie if you need a certain song. I can boogie, boogie, woogie all night long. Yes, sir, I can boogie if you say you can go wrong. I can boogie, boogie, woogie all night long.
let's finish it there, because it's pish. I swore in front of your weddings, I'm very sorry. They've heard worse in the playground. Next. What one? Right, I'm just plucking this out of the air. Hang on. How can I just let you walk away? Just let you leave without a trace. When I'm standing here taking every breath with you. Ooh, you're the only one who really knew me at all. How can you just walk away from me when all I can do is watch you leave? 'Cause you shared the laughter and the tears. We even shared the tears. You're the only one who really knew me at all. So take a look at me now. Well, there's just an empty space. And you coming back to me is against all odds. Then that's what I've got to face. I don't know any of the rest of it. Somebody shout out something else. Save me quickly. What? I will survive. First I was afraid. I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong, and I grew strong. And I learned how to get along, and so you're back from outer space. I've just walked in to find you here, but that sad look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock. I should have made you leave your key. If I'd have known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Go now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbyes? You think I'd crumble? You think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I. I will survive. For as long as I know how to love, I know I'm still alive. I got all my life to live. I got all my life to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. Oh. Go on now, go. That's it. Thank you very much. There we go. That was one of these ones where everybody started clapping along, and then you're like that. I wish I hadn't started clapping. Next. Bad Romance. See, I don't know when for this century. It's Isaac, isn't it? That's it, isn't it? No, I don't know. I don't know any Lady Gaga, I'm afraid. Sorry, wee man. I don't know that either. I'm not enough of a hippie. You've got a friend in me from Toy Story. Here's Andy. What do you do when I shout, here's Andy? Right. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old pal said. Yet you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. I got my troubles, but I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do to you. We'll stick together 'cause we see it through. Yet you got a friend in me. Yet you got a friend in me. Some folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, bigger and stronger too, baby, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by,
we'll never say goodbye. You're gonna see it's our destiny. Yet you got a friend in me. Yet you got a friend in me. Yet you got a friend in me. Yeah. Hang on. Thank you very much. So you just to tell me when to shut up because I'll lose track of time. But is everybody at home all right? Nice of you to drag your backsides down here, make the effort. Sitting in your pants in the house, still in lockdown. Anyway, it's really nice to be here in person this year because last year I was in the house in my pants in lockdown with 3 pizzas. So it's lovely to be here. And aye, there you are. Any other requests? Rick Astley. Never Gonna Give You Up. Rick Rollers, right, okay, right. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You'd never get this from any other guy. I just gotta tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. We've known each other oh so long. You broke the rules and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. And if you ask me how I'm feeling, don't tell me I'm too blind to see. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Okay, there you go. That's if I just Rick Rollman. So, to be serious for a wee minute, can I be serious? Is that all right? I write songs too. And this is my new song, which I wrote with my friend Brian O'Sullivan, who you might know better as Janice, the doctor's receptionist from TikTok. Do you know who I mean? Anybody? It's like, hello, doctor's receptionist. Oh, that's terrible. So me and Brian wrote this song for a benefit for Ukraine that we were doing. And we wanted to write a kind of solidarity kind of song. So I'm going to do that just now. And I've got the words on my phone because it's just freshly written and I haven't learned it yet. And my phone's only on 3%, so we might be humped. But let's just hope we're all right. Here we go. So this is called No Passaran. There is a place where the candle never flickers. Deep down inside, it's where we are one. No matter who you are or where you've come from, we all exist underneath the same sun. At school we're taught to always love our neighbor. We learn that people are basically the same. And now we're faced with this lesson in the real world. Do we ignore or stand up and say that in the face of whatever may be, we stand together, united and free? We won't lie down, we'll fight while we can. And so we say, no passaran. No passaran means they shall not pass.
The poorest folks are the ones who work the hardest. The ones on top have things fall in their lap. And while they fight for money and for power, the normal people have to deal with all the crap. We won't bow down, however hard they hit us. We won't give in, no matter what they try. 'Cause in a crisis, we show our true colors. That's when we stand on our 2 feet and cry that in the face of whatever may be, we stand together, united and free. We won't lie down, we'll fight while we can. And so we say, no pass around. They shall not pass. They shall not pass. They shall not pass. They shall not pass. You can join in with us, but they shall not pass. Shall not pass. That's the game. They shall not pass. They shall not pass. That in the face of whatever may be, we stand together, united and free. We won't lie down, we'll fight while we can. And so we say, no pass around. No pass around. Thank you very much. What are we singing next? I need to explain something while we're still in a non-comedy mode. This is my first, not only my first proper singing gig after the Armageddon, you know what I mean? But it's also my first gig after being diagnosed with autism. So it sort of explains a lot. Pick a song out of thin air and I'll try and do it like a maniac. Proud Mary. Good job in the city. No. My blood pressure wouldn't take Proud Mary at this time, mate. So yes, I have autistic spectrum disorder. And yeah, didn't have that in my 2022 bingo card, but there you go. So there you are. So I expect lots of sympathy and kind of, you know, fine, fair enough. My pals are all like that. We've known for years. So what next? Time After Time. Cyndi Lauper.
Lying in my bed, I hear the clock ticking. Think of you moving in circles. There's nothing that you won't do. You say go slow, almost left behind. The second hand unwinds. Time after sometimes I think of you and wondering just what you said. You look straight through me and ask me if I'm okay. Slapdash warnings, they'll tell me when it's time. The sun beeps out of time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you, I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look and I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you, I will be waiting. Time after time. sun beats out of time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I will be waiting. Time after time. Time after time. Time after time. Thank you very much. I've just realised that my sustain pedal's squeaking every time, so it sounds as if there's a trapped mouse under the keyboard. Does not. Next song. Freedom. The Wham version or the George Michael solo version? Wham. Right, hang on till I download it from my, my neurodiverse cloud. Hang on. Right, Do, do, do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Do, 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 do. Every day I hear a different story. People saying that you're no good for me. Tell you I'm a baby and I don't understand. But you know that I'll forgive you just this once, twice, forever. 'Cause baby, you could take me to hell and back just as long as we're together. And you do. Oh, I don't want your freedom. I don't want to play around. I don't want nobody, baby. Part-time love just brings me down. I don't want your freedom. Girl, all I want right now is you. Do, do, do. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like a prisoner who has his own key, but I can't escape until you love me. I just go from day to day, knowing all about the other girls, and you know that I'll forgive you just this once, twice, forever. 'Cause baby, you can take me to hell and back just as long as we're together. And you do. Oh, I don't want your freedom. I don't want to play you around. I don't want nobody, baby. Part-time love just brings me down. I don't want your freedom. Girl, all I want right now is you. Thank you very much. Next. We know that. Do you know what? I could play it, but I don't think MD would be entertained by my version of that because I'd be making up all the words. I am my own inflatable Lilo. It would be, honestly, it would be. Anything else? A Facebook request for Elton John or Alison Moy. What about Elton John singing an Alison Moy song? Right. You took your time to come back this time. The grass is grown under your feet. No, that's terrible. What about Alison Moy singing an Elton John song? Right, what about I just behave and I do an Elton John song and an Alison Moy song? Right, okay. No, that takes too long to get to the verse. That hurts my autism. Eh? No, making out my time down, girl. Down the highway. Right, okay. A proper serious Elton John song and then a proper serious Alison Moy song, right? It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. I don't have much money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where we both could live. If I was a sculptor, but then again, no, or a man who makes potions in a traveling show. I know it's not right, but it's the best that I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. And you can tell everybody this is a song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is when you're in the world. Was that Alison Boyd song? Looking from a window above, it's like a story of love. Can you hear me? Came back only yesterday, it's moving farther away. Won't you need me? All I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for another day. All I ever knew, only you. Sometimes when I think of her name, and it's only a game, I can't take no more. Wondering if you'd understand, it's just a touch of your hand behind a closed door. All I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for another day. And all I ever knew, only you. There it was. So we've got time for... Comfy. Jordan asked me if I needed a cushion for this seat, and I said, no, you're fine. I've brought my own couple of cushions. Time for 2 or 3 more songs. Anybody get a... Natalie? Only if you sing it. You want to sing it? Okay. I don't even know if I know it. I'll find out as soon as my fingers hit this. Right, hang on. Let's go, girls. I'm going out tonight. I'm feeling alright. Gonna let it all hang out. Gonna raise my voice. Gonna scream and shout. Gonna let it all come down. No inhibition, strange inhibition. I don't know all the words. I'll make them up and hope you don't notice. I'm gonna scream and shout. The best thing about being a woman is the prerogative to have a little fun. Oh, we're totally crazy. Forgetting my lady. Red shirts, short skirts. Wanna be free, free the way I feel. Man, I feel like a woman. There we go, that's plenty. Nobody needs to hear any more of that. So as you can hear, my voice is beginning to give up the will to live, because it's no use to not just sitting and drinking 20 cups of coffee a day in the house. What were the last couple of songs to finish with? What will we go with? The Bay City Rollers. What one? I always want to do something meaningful and worthy and citizen-y, CitizenFest-y, Chang-a-lang.
can't believe this is happening. We were rocking it, we were revving it, rolling over and laying it down. We were shaking up, we were breaking up, we were rocking to the shang-a-lang sound of the music. Hey, hey, rocking to the music. Hey, hey, rocking to the music. Rocking every night and day. Hey, hey, we sang shang-a-lang and we ran with the gang going do-wop-de-doo-be-doo-way. With the jukebox playing and everybody saying the dancing the night away. Right. Somebody shout out another song while we're going. Something by Queen. What one? I Want to Break Free. I want to break free. I want to break free. I want to break free from your life. You're so self-satisfied, I don't need you. I want to break free. God knows I want to break free. It's strange, but it's true. Yeah, I can't get over the way you love me like you do, but I have to be sure when I walk out that door. Oh, I want to be free, yeah. Oh, I want to be free. Oh, got to break free. But life still goes on. I can't get used to living without you by my side. I don't want to live alone. God knows, gotta make it on my own. 'Cause baby, can't you see? Oh, I've got to break free. Okay, let's do one more song and we'll call it a night. So, something decent for the last song. What can we do? I'm no fond of the Proclaimers. I'm no fond of the Proclaimers. Don't tell people on the internet. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, Proclaimers, if you're watching. They speak very highly of me. Listen to me, I sound like Phyllis Pierce out of Coronation Street now, don't I? Sorry, I'm late, Percy. I was born. Right, one last song. Come on, something good. Catch Me Out. My Way. Come on, we want to leave with a smile on our face. We don't want to go and jump into the river. Okay. How about I finish in a lovely, beautiful Glasgow song? From Michael, okay. In the second city of the empire, Mother Glasgow watches all her wings, trying hard to feed her little starlings. Unconsciously she clips their little wings. Mother Glasgow's succor is perpetual, nestling the belly and the tin. I dreamt I took a dander with Saint Mungo to try to catch a fish that couldn't swim. Among the silent bells and flightless birdies, Father Glasgow knows the starlings well.
He'll no make his own way up to heaven by waltzing all his charges into hell. Mother Glasgow succors perpetual, nestling the belly and the Thames. I dreamt I took a dander with Saint Mondo to try to catch a fish that couldn't swim. And the tree, and the fish, and the bird, and the bell. Let Glasgow flourish. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great weekend. Stay tuned for the rest of CitizenFest.
Huge thank you, Tom Yuri. That was incredible. Amazing.
One more time for Mr. Tom Yuri! All right, that's enough. I think it's time for our beds.
It is.
Yeah, it's been a long day. But before we go, we need to thank the thing guys in the front. I don't know everybody's name, but thanks anyway. Daniel, I know your name, but I don't know your pal's name, but I'll get to know you over the next 2 days.
And thank you to everybody who spoke today,
Yeah.
everybody who's performed, everybody who's come along, everybody who's watched online, who's commented, who's liked, who's shared. Thank you so much. We're back again at 12 o'clock tomorrow, live on Facebook and YouTube, or here in the unit on South Street. We hope to see loads of you here tomorrow, and thank you so much for coming along today.
Yep.